Check 1 2, check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2, check check check. Check, you good? Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check check check. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check check check. Check check check. What's that? I don't. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check check nothing. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check check check. Check check check. Check check check. Good. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check check check. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check check check. I'm gonna put this under the stage. Check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2, check check check. It's just this mic. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. There you go. Check 1 2, check check check. Check. 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check check check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 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 check. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check check check.
Thanks for your patience. Keep schmoozing. We are seeking our MC, and if she doesn't show up soon, I'll do a stand-up comedy about cannabis. 5 minutes. That's okay. Yeah. Dynamite. Yeah. Hi. Marty is my neighbor. Hey. Hi. Good. Hi. Good. Just right here. Is there anybody in here who has any doubts about the connection between cannabis and wellness? Raise your hand. We will treat you immediately. My wife is such a profound believer in this newfound realm, and as you've heard in previous sessions, we're still constrained on the science side. America is so behind the curve. We get our experimental pot from some random farm in Mississippi. There is nobody in this room who doesn't know better pot than that pot. And the published reports are skimpy. We are left with anecdotal evidence about the impact, the wellness impact of stuff that everybody in this room has personal evidence of and experience of. So, we have gathered a panel that will address these august issues. We're sorry, we had a medical doctor who was going to prescribe, as it were, from this podium, but I'm left with our experts, and we will begin with expert number one. Introduce yourself. Hi. Tell us why you're here.
My name is Dean Waters. I'm the CEO of a company called Flowertown. Flowertown is all about the new consumer, from a storytelling platform to a unique influencer network, as well as an ad agency. I come from a vast background in media, as well as storytelling for the past 30 years. And we are bringing that to cannabis, and I encourage you to check out flowertown.com, as well as anybody interested to learn more about what we're doing. Hopefully we'll get that today, but I think we're going to be cut short with the panel. But anyways, I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Hey. Oh, one. One.
Can you hear me? All right.
Hi, my name is...
She's toying with you.
My name is Dan Brownstein. I'm the founder of Grassfed. We host cannabis-themed events in Southern California and also incorporate different types of cannabis elements into private events, weddings, corporate events, birthday parties, etc. We believe in a smoke-free approach, and we specialize in smoke-free solutions. We host events in Los Angeles for over 2.5 years, so we have some experience in social consumption. Our next event is June 1st, and we're hosting a brunch and a trivia event in West Hollywood. Check us out at grass.la. Thank you.
Hi, how's it going? My name is Aaron Ramirez. I'm a mobile massage therapist. My business is Bodywork by Aaron. I service LA, Orange County, and I incorporate CBD massage into my practice. That's me.
Good morning, my name is Andrea Drummer. I am the food editor for Cannabis MD. As well, I'm a cannabis chef and one of the recipients of one of the first on-site consumption license given out by West Hollywood, where I am both partner and executive chef there. So look forward to that exciting event and hope that you guys will come out and join us.
Good morning. My name is Varuni Palacios. I'm the head of growth at Miss Grass. We are a contextual commerce platform, which means we have an online content site where we create and tell stories about women in cannabis, and we also have an online CBD shop where we curate products from stress to pain to sleep to PMS to sex and beauty and on. Prior to joining Miss Grass, I was the head of social for Goop here in LA, and I'm excited to see what the conversation is like today.
Awesome. So I think we are missing Jessica, our last panel, but anyway, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Nguyen. I'm a retired clinical compounding pharmacist. For the past 21 years, being a clinical compounding pharmacist, it makes me realize that drugs do not heal disease. So for that, I realized the last 5 years when I embarked on this cannabis journey with my patient, and the first years was really difficult. A lot of my colleagues or patient or even people would tell me that I'm promoting drugs, I'm promoting bad drugs, and they would make all kinds of comments at me for what I'm trying to share the story, what these wonderful plants can do for your body. So 5 years later now, being in charge of 5 successful companies, all involving health, wellness, and beauty. So the 2 companies that are intertwined that relating to CBD is Ansahara, and is all purely CBD product that I create and formulate with a team of doctors of mine that work together. And we're doing wonderfully, and we just moved into a 12,000 square footage headquarter building because of what I have been doing for the past 5 years with CBDs on my patient. So literally at the new headquarter, I can be able to have patients that have 6 months to live that could walk out of our building and cancer-free with cold pressed green juice and CBDs, and along with my supplement and my cancer coaching to help them. So we are saving lives and we are healing every day with my patient that coming to the clinic. But the wonderful things about it is the last 5 years with any patient that I take on, I do it for free because I'm capable and able to. And that's the wonderful feeling, is that at least they're not gonna die, and at least they know that this is not some kind of crook doctor that is just gonna take their money or bill their insurance for chemo, radiation, and surgery or whatnot. So I'm very excited and passionate on what I'm doing, and I'm very excited to share with the panel or ask the panel all kinds of wonderful things that they have done in their space. So with I will start out with Dan. So can you share with us some of the tips that you could incorporate cannabis into your event and social setting?
Absolutely. So So first and foremost, when you think about incorporating cannabis, you need to think about different factors. First and foremost, you need to think about your crowd, whether your crowd are beginners or rather more experienced. Second, edibles are very tough to handle during a social setting. So unless you have someone that control the consumption and guide the guest, it will be kind of difficult to control everyone's dosage. So the first tip is obviously to have microdosed dishes or edibles or bites rather than very potent edibles. I would say 2.5 is the best way to go in most social events. Drinking or drinkables, if you will, are becoming more and more popular these days. So it's pretty rooted in our society to hold a drink in our hand, right? Everyone likes to hold a cup of wine or a bottle of beer, and today we have more options in terms of cannabis drinks. CBD, THC, some are terpene infused as well. Not to mention that the onset time is shorter, so they start the effect after 20-30 minutes rather than an hour or more with edibles sometimes. So I think drinkables are the future of cannabis consumption in a way. The third tip is what we believe in, which is the smoke-free approach. All cannabis, all venues in California don't allow any indoor smoking, and when you have edibles, tinctures, or vaporizers, then you basically can consume cannabis in any environment, including indoor. So eliminating this hot box environment and having a more clean environment, again, with vaporizers, edibles, and drinkables.
Thank you, Dan. So I guess going along with the drinkable and the edible, I'm going to ask Chef Andrea, what are some of the food dishes example that you have made that taste wonderfully and that are accepted by your audience?
All of
with CBD or THC?
Now, what I try to do is consult with my clients to get the direction of where they want to go in terms of their dietary concerns, what the experience that they want to create. I think it's important to listen to your client, of course, and then got to get a beat on what's happening in the community of edibles as we move forward with these on-site consumption spaces and concepts. And so, what I always say is that I was a chef first. That was the primary thing. I was a chef before I was a cannabis chef. And so it's always been important to me that the food tastes good first and foremost, and that it's not inundated with the pungent taste of cannabis, that you would have a great culinary experience before you have your elevated experience. And you can do that, with the technology that we're experiencing right now, with all of the things that's happening in the culinary industry, we're able to apply those things to infusing food. And so you don't necessarily have to taste the cannabis, and we're also pairing specific strains with different culinary cuisines that you don't have to get that pungent flavor profile. So it's really changing the face of edibles and drinkables, and even vapes. So it's a really exciting space to be in.
Awesome. Thank you, Chef Andrea. So my next question is for Varuni. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So at Miss Grass, you have a bit of an unorthodox lens on wellness. What is that position, and what have you taken it? Why have you taken it on that path?
Unorthodox lens on wellness is definitely Miss Grass. I think what we strive to do is remove judgment from the situation and really strive to educate ourselves and our consumers about everyone's varying definition of wellness, which used to be wine and has since come into yoga and meditation as a practice, and now also involves cannabis. So it's not about judging anyone's definition or version of wellness as much as it is for us about understanding and exploring what everyone's unique definition of wellness is, where they do it, when they do it, how they do it, who they do it with. Yeah.
Thank you. So for Dean, the letters CBD, that's my passionate letter too, is now a brand in itself, which is often open for misinterpretation or interpretation for new consumer. How does a legit CBD brand rise above the noise to reach their audience?
So obviously we all know the word CBD, right? And with the descheduling, with the Farm Bill, you know, I think, you know, and I kudos to Ms. Grass for what you guys do with curation of products and you know, and safety and building trust with consumers. You know, we just believe at Flowertown and as marketers that now's the time to build brands. There's a lot, what we like to say, you know, snake oil, which is a common used word right now within the CBD world, and the true benefits, and people are mixing CBD where it's breaking down, it's not really serving those benefits, which I'm sure that, you know, you're seeing on the medical side, is, you know, it comes down to storytelling, and it comes down to authentic, sincere storytelling, and brands starting to share the benefits, the health and wellness benefits, and we just think it's time to start building brands, and with that takes money, right? And you're not going to build your brand through your own social feed. You got to find a path forward and get creative, and you know, not to tout Flowertown, but we're building a toolkit for brands through traditional ways that we've found by being a health and wellness brand serving the general market. We're skewing adults 35 plus. And you know, we're getting behind brands that we believe in, that we've vetted, that we believe are trustworthy and are doing good work. But you know, at the end of the day, that word CBD is becoming its own brand, and I think a lot of consumers are, whether they're finding them at CVS or even in a dispensary, don't really know what they're getting into. And I think, you know, the marketing and the storytelling outside of the dispensary needs to start happening in ways that currently aren't being served.
Definitely, thank you, Dean. Just a little quick share with what Dean is sharing. Yeah, building a brand is definitely what I need to do, and the past 5 years, that's what I'm doing. And just in the Vietnamese community, I was the first one to share about it, and then being a clinical compounding pharmacist, sharing about CBD was a big taboo 5 years ago. But now it's being accepted in my community because of I have a voice, and because I'm consistent on building the brand, and on top of it, my patient benefit from the brand, from the product that I create. But then now I start seeing a lot of other companies out there popping up, selling CBD, and when I hear them coming to me and asking me, why is this CBD taste like this, or it doesn't work on me like your brand does, and when being a formulator, and I look at it and I'm like, they say it's water soluble, and when it's supposed to be CBD hemp oil or CBD tincture. So it's just amazing how there's a lot of brand out there, or there's a lot of company popping up out there with CBD, and yet I don't know if is even CBD in there. Thank you, Dean. So for Aaron, you are a massage therapist.
I am. I'm a healer.
Awesome. We do have a massage and a Zoe Beauty beauty lounge at our 12,000 square footage headquarters, and I have a TV show. Would love to bring you on my space.
Absolutely.
So can you share with all of us about how do you incorporate healing and CBD oil into your everyday practice?
Absolutely. So, as you know, some of you get massages, right? My massage is a lot different than most. I incorporate a lot of intention into my practice, how I'm going to heal you through your breath, through your process of healing. Everybody's different, right? We all take in CBD differently. We all do things differently. So when I try to incorporate my practice, I get to know you a little bit through what you're feeling. That's it. No speaking, just breathing. And then when I incorporate the CBD, it just takes it to that next level, right? It's kind of hard to explain, but if you take CBD and you exercise, it's almost like that. Like you just feel free, you're letting go, you're letting things melt. It's just grounding you because it's protecting your neuroprotectiveness, you know, right? So therefore you're able to let go completely, connect to every muscle, emotion, frustration, anger, and then that's exactly how the CBD just allows it to flow. So I think that's, I don't know how else to describe it, but there you go.
Thank you,
He's
Aaron.
being very modest. He kind of takes your soul, reworks it, and gives it back to you. I've seen him at work, and I've been a recipient of one of his massages. You're being very modest.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Chef Andrea. So the next question is for Varuni. What do you view as the most important consideration for someone looking to explore cannabis as a tool for wellness?
I think the most important consideration is definitely education, which, we've all sort of talked about here. There's a spectrum of consumption, whether it be CBD as the gateway or THC and the full spectrum that cannabis has to offer. We reach women between 25 and 45, all of which who are long-time uses of THC, to women who are hearing about CBD as the wellness ingredient of the moment, and who are somewhat uneducated or unaware about the benefits of it, where it comes from. Will CBD get me high is the biggest question that we spend our time answering. And so right now, I think the most important consideration is to be a source of education so that our consumers can make the most informed decisions about what sort of cannabis practice is the best for them, and to also be a part of owning their usage and being proud of that, and our efforts, I think all of our efforts towards destigmatization of the use of cannabis.
Awesome, thank you. For Dean, considering the barrier with THC brands are faced with, how will the new consumer be introduced to cannabis health and wellness benefits?
Again, it's, you're going to hear from me today. It's a lot about storytelling. It's a lot about education. It's, the state legalized marijuana and nobody talks about it, right? It's interesting that there's really no public awareness. So for us, it's about a smart approach. It's about, an educational approach with, starting low and going slow, and again, whether it's the medical benefits or the recreational, healthier lifestyle approach. But it's about education, it's about storytelling, and I think that's the one thing that the industry needs to get behind, and it's not about, exploiting a lifestyle that is fun and just getting high, right? I think there's a massive amount of people that, there's a chunk of people we like to call acceptors that would take something from you or I, but they're not ready to walk into a dispensary to make a purchase. Why? Just because there's a stigma. They're uncomfortable. They're intimidated. So, it's, THC has its own issues with the barriers. We, like to believe that, we're finding ways as a third party that's non-plant touching, that's not a retailer, that's committed to education and committed to doing things a certain way with never showing partaking or never saying certain words, and kind of steering the course of what today's consumer, how they ingest media, how they ingest marketing, what ways they're spoken to and what ways they find acceptable. But it's, there's a lot. There really is. There's a lot of work to do, but, it's got to start with content, with storytelling, and an approach that is approachable for that new consumer.
Awesome, thank you. The next question is for Dan. Dan, why smoking is one of the biggest hurdle to making cannabis socially accepted?
All right. Yeah, let me clarify. I used to smoke for 15 years, cannabis, and I quit smoking because of health reasons. I I'm a runner and I looked for healthier alternatives to smoke. Cannabis users tend to forget that cannabis odor and smoke is something that can intimidate some other folks that don't use cannabis or otherwise use cannabis but don't smoke it. So it could be a big problem in a social setting when you have smokers and people that are intimidated from the smoke. That's first and foremost. Second, I think we all know that smoking has its negative stigma, and we're trying to change the stigma. And I think eliminating smoking would be a big part of it. It's healthier way of consuming cannabis. It's more precise. It's also more tasty. Ask Andrea. When you taste the terpenes of a specific strain, it's better to vape it rather than smoke it. It's like a fine wine or a fine steak that you need a certain temperature to enjoy its both medicinal and recreational benefits. Same with cannabis. It has its own temperature range that goes very well with cannabis. And you know, part of the challenge is to how can we change it? Because smoking is very iconic, right? We all saw Brad Pitt or Jack Nicholson, for that matter, smoking a J in one of their movies, right? But we never saw them, I don't take a sublingual tincture or holding a vape in their hand, right? And I think I hope that it will happen, but smoking obviously is sacred, and we're smoking cannabis for so many years that it's definitely a process, a long change. It's not going to happen very, very quickly. With that said, I heard that 1/3 of sales in dispensaries are vape pens. So it's definitely getting out there, although vape pens is definitely not something that I personally recommend. I think other type of vaporizers, as well as, again, edibles, drinkables, tinctures, are safer than both vape pens, most vape pens in the market, as well as smoking.
Thank you, Dan. So since we only have about 3 to 4 minutes left, I just wanted to see if the panel, any one of you guys have any things to share for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, so that way the rest of us can be able to hear your thoughts and things like that, and then we can wrap up. So we start with Varuni.
I really liked what you said. I think, so this year at Miss Grass, we developed something called a higher standard, which is essentially us being really transparent about the criteria that we use to curate and select the products that we sell in the spirit of education and information. Things like product ingredients to lab results to usage and need states. So I think, again, as brands, our biggest role in the industry for the next several years is going to be to take a position of education and information to help our consumers all be informed, because information is power as well as education, and that's what's going to be the change in terms of stigma and social acceptability and helping everyone define their own version of wellness.
Definitely. Thank you. Chef Andrea?
I just think it's important to bear in mind that we're new to this, and cannabis is true to this. This plant has been around a very long time, and to that end, we're still kind of in the exploratory stages of being reacquainted with it. And it's a very exciting time that we get to think about it in a different way in terms of wellness and being very intentional about our delivery of the plant and how we use it and how we think about it. So again, it's a very exciting time, and we just have to have an open mind and continue the educational component of getting the masses acquainted with it. So.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Because for me, as a healer, I think it's important to take in the physical, right? How you're standing, look at yourself now, And are you standing correctly? Are you sitting correctly? Are you ingesting your food correctly? Are you consuming your medicine correctly, right? Take all this into perspective and try to heal yourself, because this plant will heal you if you let it, right? Whether you put it on your skin, you eat it, on your hair, wherever you choose to, right? Smoke it. We all have our own ways to using it, and we all have to figure it out through healing your mind, body, and spirit. So don't forget. And follow me on Instagram, Bodywork by Aaron.
I would say one of our goals is to be a more responsible society when it comes to cannabis consumption. Consume cannabis in a mindful way, with intention. If we want to shift the stigma around cannabis, we have to prove the world that it's a better substance than what they thought. Better than alcohol, better than opioids. And in order to do it, we need to be responsible. Again, consume mindfully. Be active, you know. Not only stoners are using cannabis, but you can be a runner, you can be a lawyer, you can be a mom, and still be a good parent like myself and consume cannabis. So shifting the stigma is definitely something very important to what we do, and let's be all responsible and mindful to cannabis consumption.
If I can add, you know, at Flowertown, we're trying to cast a really wide net. And, you know, we're looking at working with brands and other companies and folks like Miss Grass to create kind of a uniform front, right? Because there's a lot of work to do, and, you know, and especially in California, you have a massive black market issue, right? You have illegal retailers way, you know, exceeding what is legal. And when you're going to a black market retail store, you're buying black market products. Are they harmful? Are they lab tested? No, you know, they could be harmful. So I think there's a lot of public service. There's marketing, there's storytelling, there's public service, there's, as an industry, and at Flowertown, we're looking at getting with people to do things together, because it is expensive, and it does become cost prohibitive to do certain things. So, you know, for us, it's about, there's a lot of work to do, and you know, again, we're all here because we'll never see another opportunity like this in our lifetime, but there's constant stumbling blocks, and you know, the runway gets longer, and you got to take a step back, and you got to readjust, and I think it's more important than people working in silos is people working together to make sure that, you know, the opportunity is not the core consumer. The opportunity is the general public. You know, for what we see, numbers of 71% of adults 21 plus are not walking into a dispensary. And a big chunk of the ones that are shopping at illegal dispensaries. So it's just, there's a lot of work. You know, we're marketers, we know how to move the needle. We've all, at my team, come from very, very crowded markets. You know, whether it's an Apple product or redefining car brands or, you know, large CPG. I mean, and we can move that needle, and we know we can move the needle in this industry, but we can't do it alone. And I think there's a coming together that should happen, and, you know, we chip away at it every day, but I think education, public awareness, information, storytelling is imperative.
Definitely. So are we on time? No. Yeah. Sorry, guys. So can't take any questions. And thank you, everyone at the panel, for coming and sharing with us what you do and how you do great at it. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, we do our own drinks and we sometimes work with other brands as well. Not at events. So every day event, and on top of events, not always when we have it available. Actually, not the beginning of the habit on it's DVD. Godfather of the KC or the Godfather of the I mean, let's take it off. Like 20 minutes. Everything is on my Rasta.la website, the Rasta.la. Members only. Do a lot of things. The next round for instance is 2 years. The 7 dishes are only one has
Hey, man. Thank you for being here. So appreciate it. He's not coming. She's not coming. I'm going to the boys' room for meeting. Good, man. Just go to Dennis so I can sit down also. Yeah, if I can. Yes.
Hi, Mike. Hi, nice to meet you. They threw me on here last minute.
Like you did, let me show you how last minute I am. Your last minute was
You're
like way ahead of the curve.
I think I was this morning.
And your moderator, yeah, I just saw this.
I do the Emerald Cup products and the So Tim was the founder of the event, and I've been with Tim as a partner for 9 years. No, it's awesome, huh? It's really amazing.
It's like really, truly proper. It's not like the other cup. It's not like the other cup.
Not like the other cup, exactly. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, the big sponsors. I mean, the big sponsors always win. But it's not like that.
Yeah, it's like I was top 100, but I didn't get any money. And so they approached me and said, like, if I hit, I'm in. And if I'm not, I'm not. Like, it's supposed to be journalism, not advertising. So I let Tim Belushi.
Did Tim come down?
He was like on the cover, and everyone was
Did
like,
Tim come down?
No, Tim got stranded in Oregon. His car got stranded, and then
stuck in Oregon. And
Listen, I used to hear that excuse when he was bringing me weed at my dispensary, so that doesn't fly anymore.
Well, no, I guess he ran out of gas driving home.
Oh, no,
So
I've heard all this shit, okay? Oh, yeah, the Kush I'm bringing you is stuck on the 101.
Yeah. Sounds all like
Actually, he's really disappointed.
The Californians. If you could speak directly into the mic, that would be fantastic.
Right.
Because with this mixer, if you are this far, you won't register.
So speaking obliquely into the mic really isn't going to work.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Because I really like oblique. Okay.
That's how close your patient is.
Oh, really? Okay, wow. Like,
I mean, this is the trick that she's doing.
So good. Well, I was going to praise Tim, but now I'll just say what I normally say. Yeah, I'll just tell the truth.
There you go. I'm interested in every topic other than the one we're talking about. This is going to be great.
No, I like this topic
because
it's
topic we're
complete
talking
bullshit.
about?
So it's great.
Oh,
strains for specific conditions. The science of it.
Oh.
Yeah. And if you believe that,
Michael,
how you been?
Who's Mutilati? Okay.
You want me to leave?
Hey man, how are you? Where are you sitting? Where are you sitting?
Where do you want me to be? Somewhere else? You sure?
Morning.
Michael. Okay. Okay, great. Let's do it. Are you sure? Absolutely. Nope, you're done. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello. Let's do it. Okay. Let's sit down, guys. I did that organically with breath. Okay. I'm the person who's been here since 1991 as the non-professional comedian. So any laugh I get is bonus. Literally, I've been speaking at this conference twice a year since 1991. If you held me up in an elevator and I only had about 40 seconds, I'd say I'm a mental health, economic development producer and entrepreneur. I've helped start a bunch of companies, done a few movies that you've heard of. Everything I do is social impact. I'm also a lucky hypochondriac, and that's why I'm here right now, because I'm interested in anything to do with one of these days, if I ever get sick and I'm in my 60s, it'll be there to help me. Somehow or other, I'm always pretty good. But I've watched Victor pivot with the trends, pivot with culture, pivot with business on this space, and I have been moderating a panel in this space pretty much since the beginning. Now, I have a little bit of history in the space. It's about 35 years. I was actually put through grad school, through Harvard with a little pot money, but let's not go there. I know that nobody's recording this, so they're not going to go back and double check the records, but I started working with a group down in Santa Cruz, which pretty much everybody's in that business, 35 years ago, and it turned out to be Tim Blake from the Emerald Cup. I went to his first Emerald Cup about, I guess, 2003. It was a little party in his living room, about 80 people. Now, does anybody not know what the Emerald Cup is? Any hands? You all know what the Emerald Cup is? 25,000 people, growers, botanists, geneticists, etc. Tim was supposed to be sitting here, and unfortunately, he was not hurt, but he had a car accident. This last 24 hours has been a very strange period for a lot of people. My flight was canceled. Multiple other seats were canceled. I've lost 3 speakers, but fortunately I've gained 3 speakers, although one of them is late, hoping he doesn't have a car accident. So on that note, I'm going to segue a little bit and talk about why I'm personally interested in this space. About 12 years ago, a friend of mine that I met through Tim Blake announced to me that he had 15 days to live. He was going into hospice, stage 4 pancreatic cancer, stage 4 lymphoma, and he was already deep into CBDs as medicine, and he got his doctor at Stanford to do something illegally and without anybody noticing it. He injected a very large dose of CBDs directly into his pancreas. He's going to be arriving here in about 20 minutes. He was literally the FDA's first federally registered pot patient. When I saw him live, and not only live, raise a bunch of money to start his own labs 12 years later, and then I watched him help another person, a woman with cervical cancer, twice surgically removed, and then it came back, and this time they got rid of it with CBDs. When I saw my own wife eradicate her migraines with CBDs, the lucky hypochondriac in me got excited. Modestly so, I don't want my heart to spin up, but I realized that there was a great opportunity, but I was a public figure. Again, I work with the UN. I do a lot of very interesting philanthropic projects across the planet. I couldn't actually get actively involved. I was invited over the years to leave a little extra room in my trunk for a couple pounds here and there so I could make a little money. I always said no. But with our the Farm Bill and the migration, the race to the CBD business as a real solution, I got very involved in with hemp, and a business with 25,000 opportunities in terms of uses, with an opportunity to truly make a difference in the world. I got very involved and immediately began building a global ecology of microecologies that are complementary. On that note, I'm going to talk now specifically about our panel. I came up with this title with great joy and clarity, matching strains to maladies. It made a lot of sense to me, and so last year we did the first strains to malady panel, and multiple of the speakers here were on that panel. And one of the women I invited was a woman I met while having my son take horse riding. Her son was taking horse riding, which was amazing because he had epilepsy. He would average about 100 epileptic attacks. It was either a day or a week, and I don't remember. And his mother happened to be a postdoc researcher at Stanford. Her name was Dr. Catherine Jacobson. I'm not sure who you've heard of her, but it was her that initiated the research that got the first FDA patent on the application of CBDs to epilepsy. The first thing she said to me very softly was, I hate to tell you this, but I think you can't actually talk about matching maladies to strains because CBDs work for everybody. And unlike the medicines that the FDA approve, which has been so facilitated and boundaried and reinforced, and I'm not going to say paid off, by the pharma industry so that it's one drug for one outcome for everybody, CBD is not like that. It's genetic. It relates to all the different body types, the genomics, the aberrations we have. It's a complicated subject. But does that mean that we can't be thinking about how to, number one, raise quality control to the point where we know exactly what we're getting, it's organic, what the soil is, what the processes were, but more importantly, we can't match strains to specific outcomes genetically, much as me in 23 or 23andMe. I'm slick, by the way, which means I get it right, but I'm thinking backwards, which is hard to contemplate. Anyways, there's no reason why the research that must get done can't get done, and I promise you, 3 months after the large corporates start to buy into this business, it will be legal for research. So the purpose of this panel is to address this topic, share our knowledge. These are experts in the space that have dedicated their lives to it. And without further ado, I'm going to begin. My strategy is always the same. Have everybody introduce themselves because I'll blow way up. Watch what I do with myself. I actually sell women's shoes at Nordstrom's, but I'm good at speaking. I'm going to have them introduce themselves. I've asked each of my speakers to think of 3 to 5 trends that they've observed, and then the conversation begins. And if you don't ask questions, I will make you ask questions. Son, please introduce yourself.
Sure. My name, I guess I have to switch.
I'll do it. My name is, okay, go on.
Is that, can anybody hear? Hello? Yes. Test, 1, okay. So my name is Sundarajan Mutialu. My nickname is Sin, but now has been changed by Jeff Lowenfels, and hopefully some of you know him as Sun. I'm a Chief Strategy Officer at Azentive. We're a wellness, sustainability, and emerging technologies company. I'm really a technology evangelist and try to find the right kind of more biomimicry technologies to live with, to work with nature. My basic task is to leverage these kinds of technologies for a win-win situation, not only with the people that we serve, but the people that we work with. And so my educational background, basically advanced materials. I'm a plasma physicist, and working with very large corporations, I've decided now to move more into nature and more into biomimicry, and obviously getting through Berkeley, I was also and continue to be a user of this beautiful plant. So I basically enjoyed that as I was doing my education and studies. Aligning with Mother Nature is basically where I'm at now, and we developed a mini sun. We call it the Sun on Demand, to be able to bring in sun indoors, not an LED, none of these kinds of lights, but the full complement of sun. And so we're changing the industry a little bit. I think that's all I've got for right now.
Okay, Tim Blake, who I was talking to before, couldn't come. Tim is a dear friend of mine of 35 years. One of the things I didn't mention is I'm building a global ecology of associates that I know that share values. Values alignment is very important in this business. Tim, unfortunately, couldn't make it. but he said, I couldn't do you anything better than introduce you to the chief geneticist, the plant whisperer, and the beautiful fellow that I work with, who I know only by voice on the phone. And that is myself, because he thinks that I'm talking about him. Only kidding. Michael. Interesting enough, Michael Angeletti. Oh, there you are. Sorry, you're next. You actually were sitting next to Michael Bacchus, who looks like another Michael Bacchus, who I know, Michael Bay from the movie industry. That's why my brain slipped for a second. Michael, why don't you introduce yourself next? Because, and then I'm going to go back to you, Michael.
I'm fine, thank you.
Excuse me. My name is Michael Angelotti. I'm the product developer and geneticist for Emerald Cup products. I've been a partner with Tim in the company for 9 years, and basically I've kind of taken the mountain approach to the mountain outlaw approach to how we did breeding. So it was, we pop seeds, we look for the phenotypes that are going to express the best in the environment that we're growing them in. So we have to deal with issues of molds, mildews, the temperatures, the heats, all those different things like that. And that was really how I got my breeding, was able to make these strains that would have specific outputs and to make a specific product. And what I was most interested in is doing non-solvent extractions. So we're only using cold water and ice in order to make our products. So everything that we put into our tinctures, everything that we put into our rosins and our products are all extracted using only water. And that's, I think that's a really great thing when it comes down to the medicine, because you're not dealing with any of these kind of harsh chemicals or solvents that are still going to be attached into the cannabinoids and into the DNA of the plant itself when you're using that to make the products. The Emerald Cup is an amazing event that we're going on our 16th year right now, being in Santa Rosa, and just watching the event grow from when I was first attended 9 years ago to, just as David said, in the backyard with maybe a couple hundred people at Tim's house, and now we're at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds with 25,000 people attending. It's just a really an amazing thing, and it's an amazing movement that we have going here with the cannabis and this ability to hear and to actually get rid of all this kind of prohibition and propaganda that has been told towards us about it being bad. It's really amazing to see where we're going right now with this plant.
Here. I'm so happy to meet you. We interacted on the phone, and it was wonderful working with you. And now, Michael, I'm going to go back to you. Michael, please introduce yourself.
My name is Michael Bacchus. I've been working in this industry for about 13, 14 years now, and my interests primarily these days are focused on trying to reduce the preponderance of BS that is thrown around with great velocity. The thing that's wild about the cannabis business right now is people are passionately certain about things for which they have no evidence whatsoever. And they're trying to get you to write a check and give it to them based on what's coming out of their mouth rather than what's coming out of their warehouses. And this is real.
Come out of their mouth versus what's coming out of
their warehouses. Okay. And so I think we have to get just a lot more realistic. And the reason, if we want to be taken seriously, we have to align our words with our production. And it really is a big deal. For example, you'll hear claims that, and this panel's about those claims, you'll hear claims that specific entourages produced by the cannabis plant are advantageous for particular symptoms and maladies. And the thing is the evidence base is a little thin on that front. I just got back from teaching doctors in Hawaii last night, and I teach doctors around the US, and I stay in touch with a lot of researchers. And the thing is that everything is looking optimistic, but a lot of people are taking that optimism and trying to convert it into proof. And the truth is, in a lot of cases, that proof currently does not exist. And here's a thing that I talked about the last time I was on one of these panels, which is the cannabis industry is operating under a very interesting bias, which is called survivorship bias, which means that the people who claim to be cured by cannabis products, well, those are the people who survived the cannabis treatment. okay? People who had illnesses that did not respond, and often that is the vast majority, died, and they're not here to say, well, it didn't work for me. And while I love working with patients using cannabis products, I control my mouth because I don't want to promise more than can actually be delivered. There is nothing more terrible than talking to a patient who's using everything in their power and all of their family's resources to try to survive a catastrophic illness, and some person in the cannabis industry is basically blowing smoke up their butts. And that's really unfortunate. It happens way too much. So I hate to be the naysayer here, but actually I want a really, really promising future in this industry, and the plant is capable of providing it, provided that we get a little bit more attached to reality and a little bit less attached to fundraising.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that that's the greatest filter we've had so far. And the BS is immense. On one hand, everybody's trying to get into this business. On the other hand, I think it's the last major epic till the next one. Who knows when it's going to be? Unlike blockchain, where you had to have money to get in, at least 10 million to 100 million to actually build a reasonable fork. With this business, if you have good soil, a good heart, and you can talk to people, I believe this still is an amazing opportunity for vast numbers of people. Go ahead.
Let me say one thing. Yes, I agree. So here's the deal. You have to understand the difference between craft and commodity ag. If you understand craft ag, and you're willing to put your hands on the plant, all right, and really bring out what the plant's capable of, as opposed to seeing how big a greenhouse you can build in Desert Hot Springs, which is, if you think about it, what a great place to build a greenhouse. But if you can actually get your head around reality, there's an amazing opportunity here to improve this plant. This is an incredibly plastic plant that can be kind of communicated with to do amazing things. But you have to have your hands on the plant. Craft versus commodity.
Yeah, this is, it's an amazing world. All the complaints that the folks have in the business is A, all these people are coming in from the outside now and don't know what they're doing, and B, they're losing their opportunities. And on this very panel last year, one of the startling realizations I came to was that because of the FDA and because of the corporate momentum and cash, it's going to be a very hard market for anybody to be in, at least on the cultivation side, unless you have access to water, labor, land, and access to distribution, unless, as Michael just said, you have access to the soil and you are an artisan and can develop something and produce something that's different than other people have, and you can prove it out. On that note, I want to introduce you to my next speaker, who I didn't even know existed a day ago, which is shocking because he's actually quietly one of the most active investors in cannabis for more than half a decade. Paul has actually invested in 150 cannabis companies, and he's Canadian, which means he's a good guy and got good values. And we had a great chat, and I really like where he's going. And I'm going to let Paul introduce himself, and I'm very grateful to you for coming. By the way, I'm half Canadian, which means I'm half good.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me here today. It is true, I will cop to it, I am from Canada, but I'm a recent resident, transplant to Los Angeles, so I have the privilege of getting to go back and forth. Toronto is the most powerful city in the cannabis industry globally, there's just no doubt about it. We're often referred to as the wallet of cannabis, and while I certainly appreciate the distinction between craft and commodity, cannabis is an expensive industry. I live at the intersection of finance in this industry, and it is expensive. Some of the largest companies in this industry that I've had the pleasure of being associated with have raised now into the billions of dollars, literally. I can name those companies by names: Kronos Group, Canopy Growth Corporation, Aurora Growth Corporation, or at least Aurora Cannabis. So this is a very expensive industry, but I want to start by the most important part of my resume, which is that I'm a cannabis user and enthusiast and have been for most of my adult life. I didn't bring cannabis products with me today. They just happened to be on my person when I arrived here because I'm, as I said, a near daily user of cannabis. And before I unpack quickly what is my resume in cannabis, I'll say I started as a user, meaning that as a user, I'm evaluating the user experience, which is what I think we're ultimately talking about here. And what I'm evaluating it is, am I going to get a sterile and standardized and predictable response every time? And is there going to be oversight on my supply chain so it's not caveat emptor or buyer beware? As much as I appreciate the good faith intentions of growers that are not subject to regulation and testing, and I'm sure that they're doing their best, I wouldn't put any product in my mouth or on my skin that didn't have some oversight. We go back to like the books that Sinclair Lewis wrote about the food industry, which led to the FDA. I've been to growers all over the world that are just, quite frankly, powdery mildew incubation centers, and this is showing up in product that people are consuming. So I want a better product, and the better product's going to come from the regulated market. It's going to cost a lot of money, straight up. I want a better product because I look at this as a wellness product. It has improved the wellness of my life immeasurably. I can squish every stigma there is about what a cannabis user looks like, but I'll just quickly tell you my resume. I'm an attorney by training. Don't hold that against me. I had the foresight to leave. But it's a great industry, and I worked in social justice as an attorney in criminal defense and constitutional law. And I've been an independent entrepreneur most of my life. I entered the cannabis industry in 2012, and I started a small company in Canada called PharmaCann Capital Corporation, which 3.5 years later was corporate rebranded to the Kronos Group, which is now I think the third largest cannabis company in the world, the first cannabis company to ever trade on NASDAQ, and received about a $2 billion investment from Altria. This is all about an idea that came out of my basement when I was contemplating what the future could look like in Cannabis 2.0. So I'm certainly a good person to attest to what is possible from a company building side. I've had the great fortune of participating with a number of other really wonderfully run and well-intentioned companies across pretty much all major borders in the United States. I sit on the board of Ianthus Capital, which is one of the big MSOs, and I've really had the good fortune of touching a lot of great entrepreneurs, and this is my mission from here on in my career, is to help the great entrepreneurs navigate the myriad potential pitfalls and opportunities that go in front of them. If they're going to grow a business of any size, he or she is going to need capital, and taking on outside capital is a very scary thing for small entrepreneurs. Everything changes when you take on outside capital. There's a whole myriad of challenges that if you're not ready for are going to overwhelm management. So this industry is moving at just warp speed. We have an expression, cannabis years. 1 week in cannabis is like a month in another industry. From where it started when I entered in 2012 to where it is today is absolutely just dynamically, seismically immense beyond anyone's imagination, but the future is even brighter from where we are. So I'm interested in this panel. Everyone that's on this panel comes in with a great pedigree. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for your attention today.
I come from a law family, so I understand liability as a concept. As a lawyer, I mean, this particular topic must be more stimulating than almost any other.
Well, I have an expression. Another company I founded is called Title Royalty Corporation, trades publicly in Canada. And it's not for nothing that 3 of the senior members of the executive team were lawyers, myself, our general counsel, and our president. And we had a sort of a neologism, which is how not to break the law while you're breaking the law. And what I mean by that specifically is anyone that aids or abets any participation in the cannabis industry is committing an offense under the Controlled Substances Act, just by being a party to the offense. Lending capital is aiding or encouraging or assisting. But that was not the law we were worried about breaking. I was prepared to wear that potential risk. The laws I was worried about related to the transportation of money across state borders. We could get into mail fraud, we can get into proceeds of crime, and an aggressive attorney general can take the RICO statute and turn it into prosecution just about anything. So there is just a tremendous amount of legal liability, and I would again encourage any entrepreneurs in this space not to discount the way that that could be an unexpected headwind that could absolutely torpor their business. So I've been involved in several businesses in several industries. This is as complicated an enterprise as probably I've ever imagined. It takes just a tremendous degree of symphonic skill sets. Talk about the entourage effect. The level of people you need to build this out is just incredible. So that's just one of the myriad of challenges.
So I'm going to go fast, but I am going to tell you one more story because I can't resist. Last September, during the General Assembly at the UN, I produced an SDG award show. How many people here know what the SDGs are? Okay, that's the Sustainable Development Goals. That's the plan that the UN put together to bring peace and prosperity to the world by 2030. You should look up UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It's very important. I produced this show, and I had a number of interesting people there. The CEO of Unilever, a Nigerian king. Akon was one of my beneficiaries, Whoopi Goldberg, etc. Akon, the show was from 7 to 9. Akon showed up at 5 minutes to 9, just in time for his award. The awards almost didn't make it, but fortunately there was this, one of the guys I was working for turned out to be CIA, not working for, but was helping me. So he showed a badge and the awards made it 3 minutes before. Why do I tell you that story? Because Dr. Roy Dittman arrived perfectly in time for the last poll. I called him up an hour ago and he was in Anaheim and agreed to come and speak at my panel to replace Cameron Kalush, who saw that he couldn't make it. His father is in the hospital. So Roy and I have not talked in more than a decade and a half, but we've known each other for more than 2 decades, and I'm going to thank Roy for introducing himself now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Roy Dittman, and I founded the companies Nanospherics and Biophysics back in the late 90s, early 2000s. We were the first ones who innovated kind of drug delivery in a natural way, and also we invented the first spray insulin at the time. At the time, we were looking at nanoparticle delivery systems and nanoparticle stability. What I mean by stability is like when you take a structure of a protein or any kind of substance within, say, a CBD structure, including the oils, the proteins, the carbohydrates. How accurate is that information flow, that communication, from the molecules to our cells? So, for instance, if you take insulin, the FDA allows as much as 40% damage to, say, insulin, right, as an example. Well, what happens when there's that much damage to a protein molecule such as insulin, is that people end up having their legs amputated because of the immunogenic response. Now, the other thing that happens is it just doesn't work. So a lot of the drugs today, unfortunately, especially the biological medicines, don't work properly. Mostly this is because of the freezing process. So when we freeze certain kinds of proteins, for instance, protein-based therapeutics, which are the big money makers, there's tremendous damage to those structures. It's like a lot of people don't aware that when you freeze something, it causes just as much damage as when you heat it up. But it's actually, it's a fact. So what we pioneered was a way to bypass freezing in what's called the glass phase. So it's a glass phase means like very rapidly, it's flash freeze frozen. It's not really an accurate term because it's beyond freezing. So it's in that state of perfect accuracy, you might say. So there's less than 2% damage compared to 40% damage. So at the time, McClellan, who was head of FDA, came and met with our entire team at UT Austin School of Chemical Engineering and College of Pharmacy, and he said, look, this is a major breakthrough. I'm going to require every pharmaceutical company in America to use this process, obviously. The FDA had written a big Bible, this thick, about the problem of spray freeze drying. Big problem in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Does this apply to dietary supplements? You bet. Of course it does. It applies to many things that are being created into powders, for instance. And what does this mean for the average consumer? Well, it means a lot to all of us. For instance, when you look at the structures in nature, the most fragile structures are those which are the most effective and powerful also. This is the way the cellular communication occurs. So if we want to preserve those structures properly, we have to process minimally in a non-toxic way to make sure that the communication of that plant or that protein is accurately now being communicated to our cells, and actually also even delivered through the cell membrane in a graceful, non-violent way too. Obviously, there's ways you can force delivery, and there's ways that you can force information. But as we know, with waterboarding and other techniques, they don't really work that well in human example, right? So it's a kind of similar kind of an analogy. We don't want to force anything in nature. Okay. So anyway, so the point being though that this is advancing. Like you were saying previously, I agree that we're moving very fast, very rapidly through this, and it's very exciting. I'm very excited about how these technologies can be applied and moved on into the end product, which is all of us, so that we can help our families, doctors can use this in their clinical practices to the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Brilliant. I have never said that, actually. I'll say it again. Brilliant. Roy, it's great to see you again. Thank you and Chris to be here. Just for 1 minute, Chris, do you mind standing up? This is the man that is supposed to have been dead about 12 years ago, and he got his doctor to inject CBDs directly into his body, and he's still here. So, Chris, thank you very much for taking your life into your own hands, and the government made him the very first registered, federally registered pot patient. Got it. I've been given the 5 minutes. That's actually not right. I probably have 7 minutes. I'm going to do something radical myself. I'm not going to inject anything to myself, but I'm going to inject something new into the board here. I've asked each of my speakers to put together 3 to 5 trends, but I don't think we have time for that because I also want to do something very importantly. I like to want at least to get 3 questions, so I'm going to start questions early on the questions. What's your question?
If you had one piece of advice for an investor or something that you feel is the best investment trend moving forward, most likely to be successful, what would you say?
You got a grandmother, she's qualified with the SEC, so she can still write a check, but she's naive. What would you tell her?
I mean, my generic advice is to be really careful because I am certain that more money will be lost in cannabis stocks and cannabis companies going forward than is made. And so this is a tricky thing because there's a lot of FOMO where you're hearing about everyone, striking gold on cannabis stocks, but more will fail than will succeed. And I do believe that we're not in a bubble because this is a real economy that will be worth trillions of dollars. But my success has been because I took years building sort of an information pipeline and collecting a lot of data points and being able to really start creating an evaluation metrics using quantitative and qualitative analysis. So I would say the short answer is if you're not an expert and you want to be in the space, the best thing to do is to invest in one of the funds, like one of the ETFs, because then you're going to outsource, you're going to pay a small fee, but you're going to be able to diversify your portfolio with money managers that really understand the space. And while I'm generally anti-fees and I'm more into the index, don't like to pay money managers, this is such a disruptive space and there is great opportunity but great hazard. Just picking 1 or 2 stocks randomly I think is really dangerous and you're gambling, not investing. So my advice is if you don't know the industry, find an expert, invest alongside them.
Great response. Go ahead. One of the 3 what?
In other words, one of the 3 things you asked us to do.
No, we're going to get some trends. I just need 2 more questions from the audience. Go ahead. Yep. That's good feedback. So just 2 more questions and that's where we're going. I just want to make sure, okay, I was told yes, please. The FDA is, the latest whisper I got is they're going to start shutting down manufacturing and processing across the United States that doesn't meet GMP certification, which is something that the pharma already does. So we're beginning to see the battle brewing already. And again, the FDA is all about one product for one solution. This doesn't work for that, so I can't speak. Does anybody else want to speak to that?
I do, actually, if that's okay. The FDA is holding hearings right now seeking public consultation, but there seems to be a momentum towards having some regulation on CBD, and there's an expectation that there's going to be a sweep of products coming off shelves, and there's going to have to be something, either it's GRAS, generally regarded as safe, something short of FDA approval to give some authentication to the consumer. On the other hand, I think the Farm Bill, the key takeaway from the Farm Bill is it cedes authority to the FDA, which could be a good or bad thing depending on the FDA's mood towards it. So we're in a wait-and-see attitude, and I think just to go back to the development of the industry, that's another scary point, is why CBD is all the rush right now. The FDA is one keystroke away from completely disrupting that economy.
Roy, you want to say anything since you've been speaking to the head of the FDA? You want to speak to that?
Yes, a little bit. Well, one thing I wanted to do is to acknowledge Christopher Holliger, because he was one of the main pioneers in the nano CBD area, and this is going to make a big difference, I believe.
Chris, do you want to say something for 30 seconds? That's great, man. And watch your television screens. You'll be hearing more about Chris's life. So let's do this now. We've got 4 minutes. Let's see if we can push to 5. Everybody takes 1 minute to share your trends, if you can, starting with Sun. I know you put about an hour into them. Just share some quick trends on matching strains to maladies.
Yeah, very good question. So a little bit disruptive here. Everybody's different in this room. Everybody's CBD receptor is different. You're in a different part of life. You have a different physiology. There are no strains that are going to be perfect for everybody for every malady. You have to find the one that's best for you. But what I will say, though, is the things that are available right now are Me Too products. 80% of what's grown out there are either in greenhouses or in indoor grows. So you're buying poison, mostly. If you're buying outdoor with regenerative farming, then you're buying a medicine. You have to be an advocate for yourself to be able to find the right strains for your... I can talk to you later about specific strains, and I think Mike as well here on the board after, because I know we're tight for time.
So it's all about trust. Go ahead.
It's all about trust. The other is education, and I think you have to think about how to educate yourself and understand that the CBD strain trend that's going on, you need a little THC, otherwise it doesn't open up. You just don't buy CBD and it happening, right? And that, I think, is a problem of the Farm Bill. To be able to do that is just say CBD everywhere and you're fooling the public. You really need to know what you're putting in your body.
Thank you. The key word is trust. You can just mention them, but don't even describe them. Quality with yield and differentiate, not yield, it's quality. Go back down a little.
Sure.
Okay.
So I'm saying it's quality, not yield, right? If you're pushing yield all the time, you're not making good medicine.
I'm sorry we only had 45 minutes, by the way. This should have been 2 hours. Michael, you are extremely qualified to opine. What are you observing?
I mean, the truth is that what was just said is actually pretty correct. The chemotypical fingerprint for a lot of the genetics that are currently available for patients, there's not a lot of variation. So you see a lot of clustering around things like high THC, limonene, caryophyllene, myrcene strains being popular. Now you're starting to see things like the Colombian genetics kind of come back in the form of cookies from Oakland. That's a high caryophyllene strain. That's really interesting because you have a combination of a CB1 agonist and a CB2 agonist, which means that for a lot of conditions that are inflammation-based, the combination of caryophyllene and CBD or THC potentially provides another therapeutic pathway. I think it's going to be the big thing probably in late 2020. But right now, the truth is that we still have to characterize these genetics a lot better than they're currently characterized, because most of the labs that are testing these genetics are terrible. And they can't even find what the predominant terpene is in a lot of these varieties. A very famous lab in the state for years said that the predominant terpene in Jack Herrera was myrcene, when in fact it's terpinolene. And matter of fact, it's terpinolene by a mile, but they didn't even test for terpinolene. And so there's still a lot of testing out there in both the United States and Canada that is highly flawed from providing an accurate characterization of what's in the plant. Until that's fixed, we got to be a little careful.
Make your point, and then I'm going to the next Michael. Son, make your point. Make your point.
Well, one of the things that I just want to make sure people understand, we're digging into what the problems are out there. There is solution. The solution is you've got to do regenerative farming, and you have to do that indoors to be able to do that in living soil, and you have to put the plant first. If you put the plant first, you're going to get the quality medicine, you're going to get an investor, everybody's going to make money, but you got to put the plant first. Not all the additives, not the chemicals, none of that.
I'm being pushed. Let me go fast. Let me say again, Michael, your turn.
Okay, I will speak directly to the question and that the woman asked earlier, which is which strains are have certain healing and beneficial effects to everybody. And what we see here in trends is, first it was this THC, which one's going to get you the highest, and now it's CBD, and which one is supposed to be like this miracle drug. But we're really looking, and we're missing out on the modern cannabinoids, the CBG, CBL, CBC, which are coming from these land-raised varieties from all over the world. If you're looking for a varietal that has high CBG, then you're going to start looking at these European ancestral hemp varieties that you're going to find. If you're looking for something with high in CBC, you're going to start looking at the northern Indian and say Uzbekistan strains, these narrow leaf drug types. And if you're looking for the CBL, which is going to be an offshoot of the CBC, you're going to still find those in the Afghanis and the Pakistans and the Thai plants.
Final thought on trends that you're observing, Paul?
Yeah, I think the medical market's just completely broken. It needs to be reformed in every way. I mean, as long as we're going into a bud tender to guide us as to our decisions as to what we're taking as medicine, that's just ridiculous.
Bravo.
So I just want to say, I view the future of medical as huge, much more significant, material, and important in the world than the recreational market, but I see that we're going to have to get to advanced, targeted formulations with some efficacy and authenticity, and we'll get closer to, I'm not saying that you take this pill for Dravet syndrome, and you take this pill for anxiety, and you take this pill for neuropathy, but we're going to get something closer to you smoke this for that, and you smoke this for that. And I think that we're getting there. We're collecting data sets. The point is that there was sort of a Cold War or chill on collecting data sets, and while I agree that every sort of endocannabinoid system is unique and idiosyncratic, there are some general trends with always exceptions, and as we get more and more data, as more and more users report what's working and what's not working, we can start to at least create some data sets that might reliably correlate why this strain of indica is good for a certain condition. So this is going to get better and better. By better, I mean the patient's going to be more informed and going to be able to take less trial and error and get right to the outcome they're seeking.
Data, IoT will be part of that. Go ahead, Roy.
Well, one thing I would like to add in terms of a current trend that I see happening already is the move towards nanosizing the particles in the CBD cannabinoid fractions. And I got involved personally because Dr. John Hicks, a famous pediatrician, told me one day that he was getting tremendous outcomes with application for babies with glioblastomas, which I found hard to believe at the time. But he was adamant that I should look at his data. I was very impressed, to say the least. That was 5 years ago. I'm author of a book, Brighton Baby, so I'm a perinatal specialist myself for most of my career. And it was very interesting for me. I was shocked to find out this was working so well with infants. So when you nanosize the particles like that, what that means is it goes into the bloodstream just like an injection. So, that's really amazing in how it applies to babies. That's how I got involved personally.
Chris?
So I see that happening more so.
Okay, closing thought. And Chris Chris, come here, please. Your closing thought, son? You had a closing thought? Yeah, come here. Come here. Chris, your closing, son, your closing thought?
Oh, no. The other thing I just wanted to answer on the land races, you want to look at Juanita Lagrimosa, Afghani, Oaxaca from Mexico, and Panama Red. Those are land races that you can work with. And if you're going to look at autoflower, Panama Red's a good one to go to because you want to get that 90-day, because everybody's trying to get more production, right? Stay with the land race, do the autoflower, but do it indoors in living soil, and then you can really do production.
Look at epic.blue if you want to see something. That's a company with 200 landrace strains from all across Asia. There is hemp all over the world. There's hemp inside of us. We have CBD in our bodies already. It got stopped 80 years ago for business reasons, and now it's back for business reasons. I want to close with an applause for the man that made all this possible in certain specific ways. Thank you for your bravery. Christopher Holland. No more questions. Thank you so much.
I would like to say it's really important that everybody either use a broad spectrum or full spectrum in whatever cannabinoids it is that you ingest or put onto your body. In the manufacturing of our products, we've discovered that nanotechnology and the cannabinoids can reverse the aging process. And I have some bottles over there I'll give away.
He's 94 years old, if you can believe it. Anyway, he got a doc, inject a needle into his body 12 years ago or 13 years ago, and he's here, and we're all going to be here for a long time because of him and many others. Thank you.
Kronos Group. Impressive.
Lucky? Well, luck is when preparation meets opportunity, but it was a lot of work here. But, we had 3 names. You first called it Vortican. It was my brilliant branding. Boy, am I good at naming going. Then Pharmacan Capital when we went public on the Toronto Stock Exchange. And then in May of 2016, the company corporate rebranded to Kronos. The rest
Thanks.
is
2016, I bought stock last year.
May 2016. Hi, yes.
What's up?
Let me get them.
Yep.
I give you my email address if that's helpful. If you want me to have my do I have that undertaking?
You're welcome.
This is really bad. Imagine like you got a monkey drunk.
I might read. So you're in LA now?
I go back and forth. I have a home in West I'd be happy to chat. Yeah. It's not, you are in the field.
I'm not looking for funding.
No, it's just really nice
but I want to talk to you.
I
Can
do
I get
as
a
well.
card?
Yeah, I don't have to because I'm a terrible business person.
But can
my
we talk?
success. Can I send you an email?
Yeah.
Well, 100%. And I
Yeah.
can give you an email. I would love to talk.
Yeah.
I was really fascinated by everything you said. I think everybody felt like really smart person in town. It's not familiar.
Okay.
How you going? I know somebody else said talk to you at the panel. But I was just going to just say very much here in the industry because we are pharmaceutical sales forces have been deployed. For example, one of the Canadian companies that trades in Europe on the NYSE is called Tilray, a very well-known company. Tilray, Tilray. Oh, that was great.
Mordecai.
Yeah,
You can hang? Come to lunch. Yeah.
I'll be back tomorrow too. Really appreciate it. Thanks, brother. You did a great job. You're
Thank
so
you.
engaging.
Thank you.
So they're in business with they have an agreement with Sandoz. Sandoz is owned by Sandoz, S-A-N-D-O-Z, right? Which is owned by Novartis, right? So I'm saying they're like that's a big pharma play moving into cannabis. Do you need me to? Yeah, absolutely. I'm heading back to Canada on Monday, but send me an email. I always respond. So if I don't say, hey, asshole, you said you always responded, respond.
I don't know if I'll call you.
Like funny quotations with like a smiley face next to it.
Thank you.
Hey, Laura. Hey, Laura.
check. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
We're good.
Good afternoon. Everybody got a sandwich? So, I'm Marty Perlmutter. I'm a friend of Victor's. I bailed him out of jail, so he told me I can introduce this. Hey.
What time is this supposed to begin?
12:30. We're 5 minutes late.
Then tell
roll
everybody,
it.
please take your seat. We're getting going.
Okay, gang, everybody grab your seat, grab your sandwich. We're ready to roll. We got an hour, and we have some really, really good speakers.
Tell the streaming people that we're going to turn down the audio during the video.
Right. Okay, so the person who's moderating this afternoon is Michael Miller, that tall, good-looking man. Michael Miller writes about cannabis for the LA Weekly. He is a journalist, but he's also a lawyer and an investor. He runs a fund, so your worthy cannabis ventures should be brought to his attention. And Michael has two guests. His second guest is Jim Belushi. You know the man. His first guest is somebody impressive in every way. Marvin Washington. Marvin Washington, who played for the Jets, the Broncos, the Niners, 11 seasons as a defensive end. And I turn it over now to Michael Miller. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Victor Harwood, thank you for another great Digital Hollywood.
I'm dead.
1, 2. 1, 2. Okay, here we go. All right. We'll have a really fun, compelling lunch session today. We have two extraordinary speakers from different walks of life. One, legendary NFL ball player Marvin Washington. But today the focus will not be on the NFL days, although we'll have a brief introduction. The story will be on what Marvin is doing now and how is he shaping the future of new medical cannabis. Marvin, it's great to see you today. Thanks so much for coming.
Hey, thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Let's go in a little bit early days of Marvin Washington. You played 11 years in the league.
Correct.
And I imagine you had a couple bumps, a couple injuries during your way.
A few. Everybody talks about surgery, but minor surgery is something that happens to somebody else. I've had 7 major surgeries and probably 3 scopes, so I'm well versed to surgery and pain management and all that other stuff that goes with the NFL.
Sure. Well, let's talk a little bit about the NFL. As you know, along with the NHL, the NBA, and Major League Baseball, because cannabis is federally illegal under the Controlled Substances Act, they are not allowed to even suggest that cannabis is used. In most of my discussions with commissioners, league owners, and players, there's a wink-wink. We know that they do it, but we can't do anything about it. But on the other side, I'm comfortable saying that the leagues are one of the biggest legal pushers of opiates, not only in America, but in the world today. Give me some of your thoughts about the use of opiates in the big leagues and keeping players that are injured on the field so they can continue to play and bring money into the sports.
Well, The whole thing about the NFL is ability, and so the biggest ability that you're going to have is availability. So you have to be available to practice and to play. You can play hurt, but you can't play injured. And so by the week 16, week 17, or later on in the season, everybody's playing hurt. And you can have guys in walking boots and soft casts all through the week, but they're playing on Sunday. And so with the NFL, with their opiates, as you said, they give them out. And I really don't blame the trainers, team trainers and the doctors, because they're not educated, because they've been told and lied to by these pharmaceutical companies. But the NFL that I played in, the pharmaceutical routine started in January and started in July and ended in January, February, and it's still going on. And if I have, a broke finger or I break my leg, of course I'm going to want some opiates, but not for a month, not for 6 weeks. And so what I want, particularly with the NFL, is to have an alternative to opiates and the benzodiazepines that they give these guys just to get them to play and to practice. And I think that's happening. The NFL is the biggest sports league in the world, but they're probably the furthest behind. You look at the NHL's policy where cannabis is not there, they don't test for it, they don't suspend for it. Look at the NBA, cannabis is not on one of their drugs of abuse. And Major League Baseball is the same way. The NFL is the only one that is still finding these guys, suspending these guys, humiliating these guys, degrading these guys with these fines and suspension for cannabis, which is going to be a moot point anyway, because in 2020 they're renegotiating their CBA between the NFL and NBA. I think they're going to have a sensible cannabis program then.
But, since it's a states' rights issue, if you have an NFL team, for example, in Texas, the Dallas Cowboys, no matter what the union agreement says, if it's illegal under the state, one of those ball players for the Dallas Cowboys, if they're injured, they're going to have to remain taking opiates instead of cannabis.
Well, we would like to get them, maybe a broad spectrum or full spectrum CBD that's less than that state of Texas regulates right now. I think it's 0.05. Or they can take a CBD isolate and have other ingredients in there that do the same thing. But the one thing that the NFL can do is they have something called a TUE. It's called a therapeutic use exemption, that they let these guys take Adderall and Ritalin with that have ADD and ADHD. I would like to see that in the legal states for cannabis. And that will cover probably a third of their leagues. But I don't think it's going to happen. But like I said, in 2020, something is going to be done because it has to. This is the way that not only sports leagues, but society is going to medicate themselves in the 21st century with cannabinoids, because we've gone down that opiate trail for the last 80 years, and it's wreaking havoc on America. And it doesn't matter whether you're urban or rural or whatever, it's hitting all facets of our society.
Absolutely. Well, that would be a great direction if that actually happens. So everybody in this industry, which I find most fascinating, is in it because of a personal story. They helped a child, they helped a parent. What's your personal cannabis story?
My personal cannabis story is coming out of the NFL dark ages and not knowing about it, and then in 2006, Mike Webster passing away and Benjamin Amalu came out with chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, which nobody had heard about. At least the players. I believe the owners knew about this probably 40 years ago. But that repeated hits to the head and head trauma can cause some brain malfunctions. But between 2005 and 2012, we lost 22 guys to suicide, including some of the names that you can't tell the story of the NFL without, like Dave Durson and Mike Webster and Junior Seau. So I got involved with a group of players, and we're trying to find something for it, and everybody's coming out with, different shoes, knee braces, mouthpiece, helmets, but that's not going to stop a concussion. That's not going to mitigate the symptoms of a concussion. Then I heard about the government had that patent 6630507, that says CBD acts as an antioxidant and neuroprotectant for the brain in relationship to concussions, and so I did a deep dive into it. And that's what I was pushing. But being in this industry as an African American, it's taken me so many places. So I'm all in. It's personal with me as an athlete. It's personal with me as an African American in this industry and in this country, and it's personal with me as a businessman, because I want to see this movement, and I don't call it an industry. I just say we're a movement with an economy behind us. I want to see us grow and do it the right way, and we don't have to hype it up and say it's doing all these this, that, and the other. Just follow the science, tell the truth, have good business practice, because we already have an eye on us, the whole country, and let's do right and bring this thing into the 21st century.
Yes. So 2017 was a big year. In my hand is an 89-page legal complaint. And while I normally would never suggest reading an 89-page legal complaint, even as an attorney, this is an extraordinary document because it tells the story, a series of stories, not just the story of the history of cannabis, but the history of a number of individuals who were harmed. And you, along with 4 other plaintiffs, filed a lawsuit against some fairly prominent people. Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions, the former Attorney General of America, the DEA of the United States of America and its director, the United States of America itself. So I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of this complaint so you don't have to read all 89 pages. And you will find it very compelling. And if it doesn't bring tears to your eyes, as a child, or as a parent, or as a grandson or daughter, I would be shocked. So this was filed in June of last year on behalf of 2 young children, an American military veteran, and Marvin, a retired professional football player. By way of brief history, despite the 80 years of stigmatization of cannabis in the United States as a supposed gateway drug used primarily by hippies and minorities, there's a long and rich history spanning thousands of years of people from virtually every part of the world using cannabis for medical, industrial, spiritual, and recreational purposes. A number of names you may recognize are George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Monroe, Abraham Lincoln, JFK himself, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, and the one and only Barack Obama. An assortment of the most intelligent and accomplished American statesmen, if not global statesmen. The criminalization of cannabis, a drug that has never killed one human being, arose out of the enactment of legislation underwritten by illegal racial and ethnic animus, and was implemented and enforced at the federal level by those who chose to disregard scientific properties and benefits, and who were motivated by hatred and bigotry. The plaintiffs were seeking a declaration, not only because under the 10th Amendment, the doctor and patient relationship is constitutionally between the states, and there should be no federal involvement at all, but also because it violated the Due Process Clause and the 5th Amendment of the Constitution. Now the plaintiffs, an extraordinary group of people. Let's focus on other than Marvin right now, because he will tell his story. The first, Alexis, a beautiful young girl from Texas. At the age of 7, Alexis began experiencing seizures and was eventually diagnosed with a condition known as intractable epilepsy, a seizure disorder so extreme that a patient's seizures cannot be safely controlled with any FDA-approved drugs. By reason of this intractable epilepsy, Alexis often suffered from multiple seizures per day and spent most of her school day in the nurse's office. After 2 years of doctor's visits, urgent trips to the emergency rooms, her family exhausted traditional pharmaceutical options to stop what Alexis, this beautiful 11-year-old girl, called her seizure monster. And guess what? The tinctures of THC and CBD worked, but because she lived in Texas, she would have been arrested with her parents for taking the medicine. Plaintiff number 2, Jose Balin, an American war hero, served in Iraq and witnessed things so horrific, things that no human being should have to see, that he suffered PTSD like so many of our veterans and could nearly not function. No drug helped him. The only thing that helped was cannabis. And because he lived in a state where it was illegal, he could not be helped. Plaintiff number 3, Jager Cote. If you're a parent, this is going to touch you at your core. A 6-year-old boy today. He suffers from a rare congenital form, something called Lay's disease, which should have killed him at the age of 4. At the age of 1, he was in hospice, like a terminal cancer victim, and screamed out in pain daily. No medication helped him. The only thing that prevented his suffering was a tincture of THC and cannabis. And but for moving to Colorado, his mother and father would have been put in prison. Marvin, tell us, how did you get associated with these people?
Well, I was approached by the law firm Hiller, PC and Company probably a year before the lawsuit was filed. And so when they approached me, I was kind of skeptical about it because I know that High Times and Normal had these lawsuits against the federal government and they went nowhere, and the government would delay, deny, and then they would die out and they would go on in the courts for a couple of decades. But then once I got my hand on that brief and saw how well it was written, and it was like a history of cannabis and hemp throughout this country, that kind of piqued my interest. And then once I got to the late 60s, early 70s to see why cannabis was put on the Controlled Substance Act by Richard Nixon, who had a report, the Schaefer report, that said everything we know about cannabis today, that it has medicinal benefits, it's not a gateway drug, it's not addictive, it's not going to, it doesn't raise crime and all this stuff. But Richard Nixon put all that aside because he wanted to go after two groups of people. He wanted to go after the counterculture people of the 60s who were protesting the Vietnam War, and then he wanted to go after African Americans. And he put it on the Controlled Substance Act, and so you went from 1972, where about 30,000 African American men were in prison, to 1973, when cannabis was on the Controlled Substance Act, it almost went up tenfold. So we had 300,000. So that really started in earnest the war on drugs. And being an African American and growing up in the inner city, I see what that has done to the families and the structures of our communities. So I was kind of pissed off about that. And so that's why excuse my language, that's why I joined the suit. That's why I recruited Jose. That's why I got Alexis, because she's from Texas. I'm from Texas. She's a Texas refugee living up in Colorado. And we wanted to present a strong case to the government, and not saying legalize it, but saying that it was illegal the way it was put on the Controlled Substance Act, and it's unconstitutional. And so we've gone from there. We were in district court, and the case got dismissed. But I wasn't worried about that because I knew we end up whether we won it in district court or where we lost, we're going to be in appellate court anyway. So that's where we are now. And then when you look at the reason why cannabis is there, half of it's or more than half of it has to do with the negative, racial connotations. And then at the time, the AG was Jeff Sessions, but you look at his full name, Jefferson, named after Jefferson Davis, Beauregard, named after the general who bombed and started the Civil War, Fort Sumter. So he's seeing cannabis, or he would call it marijuana, through the lens of the lie that we've been told about this plant for the past 80 years. And so it was kind of personal, and just because Jeff Sessions is gone, this thing is still carrying on, because it has to happen, man, because like I said, we've been lied to, and we are on unorganized truth. We're going to get some organized lie, because I can remember in school that it's a gateway drug and reefer madness and these government endorsed programs telling a lie about this plant. We need to come together and let the whole nation know that it's a lie. Medicinal marijuana, I believe, needs to be in every medicine cabinet in the country. And recreational or adult use, I'm fine with it, leave it to the people, because we have other societal ills like organized sports gambling, alcohol, tobacco that are in our society. So let's bring in something that's going to heal this nation. As Bob Marley said, it can heal the nation. But I'm fighting for, not me, because I don't smoke, I'm a CBD guy, but I know that we need to get this thing off the Controlled Substance Act. We need to decriminalize it, and then we need to make whole the communities that were affected the most by prohibition of this plant. Because even if you're a Caucasian in this country, cannabis probably is legal. African Americans and the minorities, we're still getting arrested 8 to 10 times higher behind this plant that's doing no harm. So we're still fighting the fight, and I'm there for it, and I feel that when they look back at the history of cannabis, maybe I have a small part of that, of where it's going to be in 30 and 40 years from now.
Thank you. So here's some fascinating anecdotes. World War II, the U.S. military coined a term to give sailors at sea for many, many months some time away to relax. And it was 2 words that was taken by Madison Avenue in the 1970s to sell us Americans discounted intoxication. And those 2 words were the words happy hour. Think about it. The US government created those 2 words. Last year, $74 billion of alcohol was sold. $2 billion was used to convince people like you and I, through sex and aspirational marketing and sports marketing, to consume something that has 0 benefit to our bodies, that kills thousands of people every year. It's extraordinary. Imagine if the cannabis industry had a Madison Avenue moment, and instead of the word stoned or buzzed or high, they came up with a new terminology, a terminology of health and wellness and medication. Marvin, give me your comments on that.
I think it's going to happen, because I always tell people, it's like when Colorado and the state of Washington went off, I think that was 2012. That was only 7 years ago. So that's like the Wright brothers taking off at Kitty Hawk, So we're in the very, very infant stages of this deal. We're not even in the jet age. We're not even in the twin propeller ages. We're still pushing the plane down the runway. So this thing is gonna, look way different in 10 and 20 years or 30 years from now than it does now. But I do believe that this is the way we're gonna medicate for the rest of, the 21st century and beyond, because we've medicated with this plant for 10,000 years until, the 1930s, and we know the reasons why it was put illegal, but it's gonna surpass alcohol. You know, because whenever you're talking about alcohol, and I'm a criminal justice major, and I know about it, I went ride along with cops and whatever, ask a policeman about the domestic violence calls and ask them how many alcohol is involved in domestic violence calls. Probably 95 to 100% of them. But ask them about cannabis and tell you no. He'll tell you no, but they're still arresting people. You know, I was coming down on the plane reading about a 71-year-old grandmother that had a broad spectrum CBD, and she spent 2 days in jail in Texas, and she was barely above 10% of THC. We have to get away from that. We have to get away from this. See it, normalize it, see it as medicine, and we're going to get our Madison Avenue slogan. And one of the things that you'll never hear me call cannabis is marijuana, because the etymology of that is racist. They wanted something
That's absolutely right. For many of you who don't know, here's an extraordinary anecdote. Between 1860 and 1937, the number one doctor-prescribed medication was opium or an opium-based drug. Number two was something called cannabis. And cannabis was even recommended by physicians to children with whooping cough. The term cannabis went away, and the word marijuana came to being because marijuana was a term used by Mexicans after the Mexican War in the South when they brought that there, and our government converted a scientific and botanical term to what became a racist word to stigmatize people of color, Jews, African Americans, and anybody they didn't like. So it is absolutely correct. But let's go a different tact, okay? We are right now, 33 states in America are legal. Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, Guam, the U.S., Virgin Islands. By the end of this year, probably another 6 to 7 states will fall. The genie, guys, is out of the bottle. This is not a question of if, it is a question of when. There are now 28 bills before the House of Representatives, and one is likely to pass called the States Act, which will put as full-time legislation basically what was the Rohrabacher-Farr bill, which said you cannot use money out of the federal budget to attack citizens in a state that are doing something legal in the state where they live. That should pass. The bigger issue is the federal level. It will start, as it does in every state, with decriminalization. Then it will move into medical, and then it will move into adult use. Now you note the term I use, adult use, and I hope it's a term that you all use going forward. The term recreational is bad. The term recreational was created by the New York Times. It is a media-created word. You do not say you drink recreational, okay? Think about it. Every legislation in all 11 states that have an adult use bill says the Adult Use and Compassionate Act. It is about responsibility. It is about people over 21 or older. It is not recreational. With respect to the federal government, whatever we feel about our existing president today, we do know that he is one of the shrewdest politicians to sit in that seat. Every Democrat who is running for office has a pro-cannabis position. Even Mr. Biden moved in that direction in the last week. My thought is, and I wrote about it on April Fool's, and it's funny because half the world thought it was true, was Trump legalizes. And I wrote an article based upon what everybody would want if it was. 8 days later, The Hill, one of the top blogs in America, basically plagiarized me, but that's okay. It's a fantastic form of flattery. and basically said, should Trump take the vote away from the Democrats? I believe that he will, because if he does, he will get a part of the people of color vote, the mothers with sick children vote, the children with sick parent vote. Marvin, what are your thoughts on that?
I've always said that. Ever since he came into office, that would be something that he would do to ensure that he has a second term. This would be something that he can say that the past presidents didn't do and had an opportunity to do, particularly with his predecessor. I know that there are people that are lobbying that know him personally that go down to Mar-a-Lago and talk about it with him. I believe it's going to come. I would never go to the White House because I get roasted by my community. But
Go ahead.
it would be wonderful if he did it, because when the prohibition of alcohol ended in 1933, it took until 1951 for all states to get on board, and that's what we're seeing with cannabis. And the rules and regulation of cannabis changed from not state to state, but from municipality to municipality. And we need some federal guidance. And then once we get the federal guidance, we're going to become an industry, just like the tobacco industry, just like the trucking industry, or any other industry. But right now, we're just an economy we're just a movement with an economy behind us. But I think it would be wonderful if he did it. I wouldn't say he would get my vote, but he would get a lot of votes if he did do it. And he wouldn't get my votes because of some of the social issues, what have you. But if he did it, he's a very shrewd politician. I can see him signing an executive order, legalizing cannabis and then taking it to the Hill to get the regulations and rules for it.
That would be an extraordinary thing. We'll see what happens over the next couple years, but I'm betting on it, guys. I think he takes it away from the Democrats, and that issue goes away, and the election in 2 years becomes even closer as a result. Imagine cannabis moving the election needle. Who could have ever imagined that?
Well, I did, and I hope it does happen. I did.
You heard it here.
But
you heard it here.
I was hoping Barack would throw a big finger and do it on his last day in office and sign an executive order, but that didn't happen. But President Obama. But Trump can definitely do it. And then, I know this may not sound very popular in this space, but I welcome big pharma, I welcome big tobacco and all that, because they can't reinvent the wheel. And we're going to get the billions of dollars of research and development that they're going to bring to this plant. So everybody knows about THC and CBD, but what about the other cannabinoids? I believe that these other cannabinoids that are unexplored, they're going to do things to this country that opiates or benzodiazepines could never do. And like I said, this is the way we're going to medicate in the 21st century. So this thing is happening, and particularly when they do come in here and the tide goes out, we'll see who's naked and who has a good company, or who's just making a stock play, or whose CBD is doing what they're supposed to do, said it's supposed to do in all these different strains. We'll see.
We will see. And for those of you that don't have a strong science background and have not attended a lot of science conferences, they're all living mammals have an endocannabinoid system, which was discovered in the 60s by Dr. Raphael Mechoulam in Israel. The endocannabinoid system creates homeostasis in the human body. And as Dr. Mechoulam told me in Tel Aviv, Michael, whether you believe in God or Mother Nature, there is nothing in our body that was put there unless we need it. The fact that we have a response to the cannabinoids, which, by the way, 144 have been discovered to date, most of them in the Technion in Israel. Only 2, THC and CBD. There's 142 other cannabinoids. There is the belief by most scientists and researchers that those cannabinoids, or the combinations of those cannabinoids, can and will replace all opiates, and can and will replace all central nervous system drugs, including Prozac. The number 2 reasons that cannabis is prescribed is for anxiety and for chronic pain. that affects, those two things affect 65% of all Americans and over 50% of the world's population. Imagine that. Marvin.
No, I can see it. It's going to happen because people, if you do some forward thinking and think 20 or 40 years from now and where we're going to be, they're going to think we're in the dark ages. They're going to look back and be ashamed of our lack of knowledge about this plant, and it's been here for 10,000 years, and we made it illegal and we demonized it. This thing is going to happen, and I'm happy to do my part, but I know this, that the dynamic athlete that's going to bring cannabis to middle America and make it acceptable all over the country and all over the world, he's probably in junior high right now. Like I said, we're still early, so I might be pushing up daisies and what have you, but this thing is gonna happen. But we have to keep doing things right because we're placeholders for the generations that's gonna come after us and really take this thing to the next level and discover all the other 142 cannabinoids. And like I said, they're gonna look back at us and say, what were they doing? But they're going to know that a few people, or small people, knew what was happening and is trying to help it and have moved this thing along to where they can take it and take it to the next level.
Thank you. So Marvin, as we wrap up, what are you doing today in the cannabis world? I know you have a number of business interests. You are an educator and an advocate. Give us an overview of what your day is like now with respect to healing. Talk a little bit about Athletes for Care, an extraordinary nonprofit organization. I think we're up to over 100 ex-professional athletes, NBA, NHL, Major League Baseball, who are now coming out and speaking about the damage that opiates did to them during their playing days and the benefits of medical cannabis use.
Day to day, just trying to get my day organized. I got on the plane at 7, but I forgot my socks. I
thought that was a style.
I got on the plane, yeah. So I changed on the plane in the bathroom, and I got in the bathroom. I kept looking for my socks. I didn't have my socks, but day to day, it all depends on the day. You know, I try to help out. Like I said, one of the big things is they're trying to, and my attorney, Michael Hiller, they're writing the rules and regulations for New York State. So I'm trying to make sure that there's a social equity component in there to make sure that the communities that have been disenfranchised and hurt the most, that they have a level playing field with cannabis. As Al Sharpton says, we don't want the white people going to the bank and we keep going to jail. So I want to do that. I want to normalize it in athletics. Make sure that cannabis is an alternative to the opiates and benzodiazepine that the team doctors and team trainers are killing these guys with. As a businessman, I want to continue to do good business practices and expand the reach of cannabis not only in America, but South and Central America, the EU, Africa, up in Canada. We wanted this thing to keep growing, and the whole thing is like I'm not afraid to tell people that I'm in the cannabis space, because when I go home to Texas, people don't know that CBD doesn't get you high. They won't even take my products, because we come to these conferences and we're preaching to the choir, because only 10% of the country knows anything past THC. So you have to stick to the science and tell people about this plant and the medicinal benefits of it. Because everybody thinks people just want to get high and smoke and get high. Well, they're smoking because they want to feel better. And it has all these medicinal benefits. It's helping out veterans. It's helping out senior citizens. My mother's 85 years old, and she takes cannabinoids every day. It's helping out athletes. It's helping out, people that are dealing with the daily anxiety and stresses of life. And, when you look at it, you get all these anecdotal reports. When cannabis goes into community, alcohol consumption goes down, and that's a good thing. So I'm just trying to push this thing forward. I think we're all swimming the same way right now. The race really hasn't started. We're all running the same way because the race hasn't started. So let's do good business practice. Let's help each other out, because we're all a collective, and keep pushing this thing forward.
Thank you so much. Great. So in conclusion, we're going to have a moment here. And people who know me know that I'm not too afraid to speak my mind, and I don't mind a hater every once in a while. If you can believe, after my Trump article, I got my first death threat. It was kind of cool. Everybody should have a death threat. Some crazy guy in Covina who thought I was attacking our president. I wanted to take a film crew and knock on his door, but the FBI suggested that wasn't a good idea. But I've been thinking for a long time that the industry needs an anthem, something that people hear and are moved by. Do you remember We Are the World? Remember how you were inspired? I had the good fortune to work with Quincy 20 years after to raise money for the victims of Darfur on We Are the Future. And I've been thinking, what if we had a song? What if we had an anthem? And if that anthem was played and every single dollar went to the nonprofits like Tracy Ryan Saving Sophie, or Marvin's, or Alexis in Texas, or Jager, who's a day away from his life going away. What if that happened? So I talked to a couple of my music buddies, a couple folks out there. Can you help me write something? Can you help me? And yeah, of course, they all said they'll help me. End of the day, they said, you get the song done, we'll perform in it. So one crazy night, 4 a.m., I had an idea, and I wrote it down, and some people thought it was a good idea. So we're going to talk the words today. And we think this thing is going to have some momentum. We're going to record it with some extraordinary people. We're going to put it on iTunes. Every dollar raised is going to help anybody who needs help, whether it's veterans or children or the elderly. So Marvin's going to help me today. Marvin is going to be my Snoop. So we're going to give this a shot. You promised. He said he had courage. All right? So here we go. And it should not surprise you. Here we go. The song is called Dear Jeff Sessions. My first hate mail is going to be from his wife. I hear it coming now. So here we go. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, Monroe, Alabama, like Harper Lee, named for a general who bombed Fort Sumter, president of the Confederacy. Selma's holy sail, laying beneath your young boy's feet, father's words of hate and anger are what you took to sleep. Boy Scouts taught values in your community. You became an Eagle and learned seriously. Studying law in Tuscaloosa, college in Montgomery, made your apple fall not far from the family tree.
Dear Jeff Sessions, help me understand. You teach the words of Jesus throughout our beloved land. To help those who suffer, a plea from Sanjay G. God created nature, nature created weed. Dear Jeff Sessions, will you help me please? Mama's got glaucoma, daddy's riddled with disease. I may not make them better, I can take away their pain. Blind to color, race, religion, please help them today.
Jefferson Beauregard Session, you served in the Army. Rising to rank of captain helped shape your philosophy. Respect, work, faith, and country were virtues at your core. So long as white and hetero were the faces behind your door. From law and private practice to district attorney, Obama's 44th Attorney General, were they all blind to see? KKK okay? Whites for civil rights a disgrace? Judgeship denied led to your moral lesson. Blacks and Jews are of the human race.
Dear Jeff Sessions, please help me understand. You teach the words of Jesus throughout our beloved land. To help all those who suffer, a plea from Sanjay G. God created nature, nature created weed. Dear Jeff Sessions, will you help me please? Daddy's body is a wasting, baby girl has epilepsy. I may not make them better, I can take their pain away. Blind to color, race, religion, please help them today.
State AG to U.S. Senate, a place from which to lead. Opiates now killing thousands. You choose a war against a weed? Against the rights of women, those of color, immigrants, and gay. Are these the kinds of actions that your Jesus would portray? As a father and grandfather, what goes through your mind when they lay ill? Are you not like us mere mortals? Our tragic memories linger still. A man of virtue, a family of Christianity. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, open your eyes to see.
Dear Jeff Sessions, won't you help me please? Parents no longer with me, ashes floated out to sea. I could not make them better, I took their pain away. Blind to color, race, religion, you must help us today.
Our prayers were finally answered. 21 months was way too long. Your Jesus could not save you, your vision all too wrong. Your pride, your dreams, your virtue, take them back to Alabama. May the nation get a counselor with compassion for all man. Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, your help, thank God we no longer need. Suffering children and the aged, hear whispers of unanswered pleas. 2 more states fell this November, 33. You're on the wrong side of history. And like the father and grandfather before you, that will be your final legacy. Thank you very much. Marvin, Washington.
Hey, thank you. Does everybody know Jeff Sessions is a minister in Alabama?
I think we all show up on Sunday at his church. What do you think? All right.
I'm not going to Alabama.
No, me either, man. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. All right, you got me again. This one's going to be a little bit more uplifting, I promise. Let's hit the video. Nope, no video today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome my friend Jim Belushi. Can you get up there?
I can get up.
All right.
I just took some CBD, so watch this.
All right. Whoop.
Knees are great.
Jim, it feels like I just saw you a couple weeks ago.
In Colombia.
My goodness, what the heck were we doing in Colombia?
We were hunting for the Santa Marta gold seed, the mango biche, and the Punta Rojos.
For all those in the room who have no clue what you just said.
These are great land race streams that Colombia had. In the 70s, when we were getting that ragweed from Mexico, the THC was about 6%. I love a song. No, I don't. They know who you are. Yeah. So they had 6%. And you could actually smoke an entire joint and maybe get high. And then Colombia came in with the Santa Marta Gold, which really kind of changed it. It became much more of a powerful usage. And then in the 80s, they started really blending, and now everything's a hybrid. So to get a land race strain is a very difficult thing, pure thing, and we were hunting for it. And so that's one of the reasons we're in Colombia, and also we spoke at a conference together.
We had a heck of a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun in Colombia. Sure. Beautiful country.
What were some of your favorite moments?
Medellin. I liked Medellin a lot. That's where Pablo Escobar made himself famous. And the tour of the prison and how he devastated that city and that country, and how much it's rebounded since in the last 7 years. And now it's like New York City. It's like everybody moves to Medellin. It's very hip and great music, restaurants, great history. I liked Medellin the best.
I love Medellin
and,
too.
Incidentally, that was the only town I went to that he wasn't in at the same time. So maybe that's one of the reasons I
can completely understand that. One of the fascinating things for me about Colombia was, we talk about stigma with the cannabis plant itself. Talk about a country that has been stigmatized from civil war, from narco war, from rebel war. And the first thing that people think about is all of those things. So they are in a constant state of PTSD as a country. So it was really amazing to bring together another country, another domino that has fallen for legal cannabis in a country that is known as a narco state. So that was
I mean, Pablo wanted to make it a narco country, and make that the export, and he traumatized that country, and they are recovering from that. But I think they've recovered very, very well. I think they're doing great, actually. The legalization of marijuana in Colombia is kind of, they've legalized marijuana and hemp to export. But for the residents of the people who live in Colombia, they can only grow 20 plants for themselves for medicine, and they can't sell it or give it away or smoke it anywhere. So it's interesting that this country is just making just thousands and thousands of plants to export, but their own people still have trouble getting access to it.
It's true, and one of the most extraordinary fundamental problems in Colombia, if you can believe, guys, you can buy a gram of 90% pure cocaine for $3 in Colombia.
Well, I didn't do any of that.
I wasn't even intimating that you were, my friend. This is just anecdotal
I wasn't anywhere near
evidence.
that, although I did fly over some cocoa fields.
But the problem is, and I spoke to a taxi driver who actually shared that, what do you do when beer is more expensive than cocaine? That is a big problem for a government, right? A really big problem.
I guess so.
So Jim, let's talk about what you're doing in the world of cannabis. You just had a phenomenal article that came out in Newsweek. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Belushi Farms.
Yes. I have a farm up in southern Oregon in the southern. Can somebody shut that back door, please? I had a little farm on the river, and then I bought the farm behind me, and I didn't know what to grow. Like, I don't know. What do you grow? Alfalfa. Peyote, great suggestion. That would have been a good one. And marijuana became legal in the state of Oregon, and it was the new agriculture. So I said, well, why don't we try growing some marijuana? And so I met a guy through Dan Aykroyd. His name was Captain Jack. And Captain Jack was a grower from the 60s, and he went to the mountains of Mashar Reef. I can't quite pronounce it, at the bottom of the Kush Mountains. And he went there in 71 and 72 and worked in a village there that was known for their hashish and was along the Silk Road. And so they've been known for their hashish for hundreds of years. And he worked in that village for 2 summers, helping in the fields, and the second summer the elders liked him and gifted him a bag of seeds, land raised seeds, and he brought it back here in 72, and he started growing it from seed to flower ever since. And the reason I knew him was because Dan Aykroyd knew him, and the reason Dan Aykroyd knew him was because Captain Jack was the weed dealer for Saturday Night Live in the middle of the 70s when John and Danny and all those guys were there, and he was known as the smell of SNL. And if you've ever tried this Captain Jack's, you can see that this is where Coneheads came from. This is where the Blues Brothers came from. This was I'd like to change the name of it to Writer's Block, because it's such a creative, joyful experience. And so I got Captain Jack to grow on my farm. And it was very difficult because he did a little time, and he just didn't quite believe that it was legal. He was always like hiding. Anytime there was a plane, he would duck, Jack, it's legal, it's legal, it's okay, it's okay. So I've been growing that along with other great grower, Jeffrey Iverson. Started that grow, and then we went into a more commercial grow. I do 22,000 square feet canopy, outdoor light depth, and I have about 5,000 feet worth of indoor, and I sell in Oregon. So I've been planting it, I've been curing it, I've been trimming it, I have been flushing the irrigation system to make sure that you have to flush it for 2 weeks before you harvest in order to make sure that the ash is white. I mean, I know everything you want to know about marijuana plants because I've been growing it. Anything you want to know, terpene values and how it affects the anxiety, entourage effect? Well, Captain Jack strain is very interesting because it has 4% terpenes, and about 72% of that 4%, about 3% of it, is this one terpene called myrcene. And myrcene is a great terpene. Myrcene can be found in mangoes. So myrcene actually thins out the cellular walls in the brain and make it more pliable for the THC and the CBD. So the three of them have this, what I call an entourage effect. So myrcene is, if you smoked a half a joint today and you had a mango tomorrow morning and then you smoked the other half a joint, your intensity of your experience would be almost 3 times, because that one terpene allows for everything to penetrate better. And it also gives you a much more of a balance. There's no anxiety to it. There's no real stoned feeling. There's a little bit of a high feeling. It's nice to sleep. There's no paranoia. It's really just a beautiful, beautiful plant. So I'm growing that.
And I understand that you have something very special for couples in your fields. Rumor has it.
Well, he's talking about it's one of my strains. I have a strain called Cherry Pie. And I had a harvest party, and I had like 500 people there, bud tenders, dispensary owners, people in the industry. And I played with my band and welcomed everybody and talked about my 6 strains. And someone said, well, which one do you like the best? I said, well, I like Cherry Pie. And I said, why? They said, why? And I said, well, when I come downstairs at night and my wife says to me, are you hungry? I say, yeah. She goes, do you want to go out to eat? And I go, yes. She goes, well, what do you have a taste for? I said, well, I have a taste for a cheeseburger. Oh, that's a little heavy for me, Jim. Anything else you'd like? Well, how about some sushi? I love that place on Sawtell. I had sushi with my mom last night. Anything else? Well, how about a cilantro right here, the natural food? Oh, cilantro. They put that in everything. I can't see. It's like, why are you asking me where I want to eat and what I want to eat when you know damn well we're going to eat what you want to eat and we're going to go where you want to go? So I take a hit of my cherry pie. I come downstairs and she says, you hungry? Yeah. You want to go eat? Sure. What do you want to have? I said, baby, we can eat at Taco Bell as long as you're sitting across from me. And she's like, well, aren't you being charming? Like, am I? So I call my cherry pie the marriage counselor.
And that will be the first national brand in America.
What happened was I told that story and it went through Oregon like fire, and wives are going in, where's the marriage counselor? He needs it. So I don't have any cherry pie left this season, but we're planting extra next year.
America is thankful.
Yeah, well, Oregon is anyway. I haven't been able to get it into the other states quite yet.
So what are you doing in the world of Jim? What are you doing on the entertainment side these days?
Entertainment?
Yeah, as far as you have any shows?
Well, I'm an actor. I act.
Really?
Yeah, I
really?
do a little acting.
When did that start?
All right, well, I started a long time ago. It started in high school. You really want to hear that? Anyway, yeah, it started in high school because I was on a football team and I was a tackle. And the girls were not dating the tackles. They would only date the guys that touched the ball. So I went into the theater and it was like 5 guys and 20 girls. So I had an opportunity I wasn't a handsome man, so the girls got to know me and I finally got a girlfriend. So I kind of stayed with that. Right now, I've done a few independent films. I'm doing a reality show based on the farm.
Let's talk about that a little.
Live Nation and I have partnered up with Original Productions of Fremantle, and we're doing a reality show based on me and the farm and my education and my travels to Columbia and Portland and conventions and something like this, actually. And it's kind of a family show because, the farm is a family. And it's about it's kind of like Green Acres, it's like Hollywood guy grows marijuana. And so it's my education, and through that process, I'll be educating the audience about the health benefits. It's going to have three things. It's going to have music, it's going to have mischievousness, and it's going to have a mission from God. It's the Blues Brothers. And the mission from God is very important to me about the medicine that's involved with cannabis, because I'm a boots on the ground guy. This is my farm, this is my grow, and I go to every dispensary and spend 2 hours at most of them. And some of them have gone back 2-3 times, and I meet people, and I meet the people who are buying and the customers, and most of the people I meet all have a story about whether they got in a car accident and they broke every bone in their back, or one veteran came up to me and said, Jim, I was a medic in Iraq, and I saw things that happen to the human body that no person should ever witness. He says, my PTSD is so bad, they call it a triple for some reason. And he says, I can barely talk to my wife. I got 3 kids that I don't speak to, and I don't sleep. And he said, you're Black Diamond OG. He says, the only thing that relaxes me where I can talk to my family and sleep. And he hugged me with tears in his eyes. And I said, well, I didn't make it. And he said, no, but you're the steward. And that was a change point for me, because I felt, wow, so this is really about me. Then I met more veterans, more housewives, more people that really need medicine. I mean, when they came back from World War I, they saw they didn't know what trauma or PTSD was, so they went for their medicine, which has always been alcohol. And they come back and there's prohibition, and they said, well, screw that. And then World War II, they came back, those men and women that saw horrible things. And what did they do? They came back for their medicine. They came back and they drank. I mean, a lot of us here are my age, some of our parents were stone cold alcoholics from the 50s and the 60s, medicating themselves. We grew up with, parents that were addicts. That was the normal behavior. Then in the 60s, the marijuana became a little more popular, and it was a medicine, but they called it a drug. So now it's a Schedule I drug with cocaine and LSD and marijuana. No, it's not a drug. It's a medicine. The number one fear in life is death. The number 2 fear in life is the collapse of family. Trauma collapses families, whether it's you lost a son or a daughter in the war, in a car accident, there's a disease in the family, epilepsy, cancer, whether you have a brother who died of a drug overdose. In an international way, by the way, thank you, John. It's traumatic stuff, and my family was already a collapsed family, and then when John passed, it just burned everything to the ground. So there's a woman, Heather, in Colorado Springs. She runs an operation where her son had 40 seizures a day. Okay? She did not spend time in her husband's bedroom. I don't mean, relations-wise. I mean just as a husband and wife. Because she was in that bedroom and around that boy 24/7, because he kept dropping. He was on 17 different drugs. She had him in hospice. She got some CBD oil and it went away. It went away. She had like one seizure every 6 months. So she started this organization. And so people who have that similarity, they call and she gives them information. She's a beautiful, spiritual, wonderful, healing woman. And she's the one that told me that 80% of the families that suffer from any kind of trauma collapse. So I believe that marijuana can help families not collapse. Because I think everybody has some form of trauma, whether it's a divorce, whether it's a loss of a job, whether it's a loss of a sibling, whether it's a loss of a home, a trauma of a storm. And people suffer with the rushing of the endocannabinoids in your system and create that trauma. So my brother was a football player. He was really good. He was 5'7". The reason I stutter is because I really think he was 5'6" and he lied. But he was an all-state middle linebacker. All-state, all-conference. In those 4 years, he had more touchdowns. He set records at that school. Not touchdowns, tackles. And he was banging his head for 4 years. And in senior year, I remember a moment, I was watching TV in the living room, and there was a little TV, you know, with the hanger on it, in the kitchen, and it was too loud. The son of a bitch wouldn't turn it down. John, turn it down, turn it down, turn it down. You know, I was just being a dick, you know. So I went in, I said, turn it on. He wasn't there, and I looked, and I went into the laundry room. There were 2 machines, refrigerator, and a cement sink. And John was holding onto the sink, and I said, John, turn the TV down. And he said, come on, man, just turn the TV down. You don't have to go through all this. Boom. And he fell. And I'm like, come on, man. John? Mom? Police were there pulling the tongue out, and he seizured. We didn't know what it was. They did a spinal tap, they did x-rays, they couldn't explain it. But now now with all this information about CTE, I really believe that that's what he was suffering from. And he was straight as an arrow. He went to college, he smoked his first joint, that was it. He became a hippie, SDS, radical, and because he found medicine. And I believe that they didn't know it was medicine. It was recreational. And I believe if we knew what we know about cannabis today, back in the 70s, there'd be a lot more people alive, including John. And Dana Aykroyd always said, you know, if your brother was a pothead, he'd be alive today. And I believe that. And I believe, you know, Dana Aykroyd and my sister-in-law Judy gave me the Blues Brothers IP for cannabis, which is perfect. Because it's not a celebrity, it's a real brand. It represents music, fun, and a mission from God. And for that brand, for me, it covers everything that this represents. So I'll be launching that, I think, in the fall. But the mission from God is the one that I really dig, because I've just seen it happen over and over. And I know marriage counsel is a joke, but you know, I was supposed to get divorced last year, and now we've reconciled in a beautiful way. I think the marriage counsel really helped.
Yeah, just a personal reason. When are you going to start growing that in California?
Well, there's a lot of business around this. I'm getting a lot of business around this Blues Brothers, because in cannabis, the focus was getting grows, then the focus was getting dispensaries and vertically integrating. Now the focus is, you know, grabbing everything, consolidating. And now sitting right in front of every business is, we need a brand. I'm like, hey, I got this wonderful Blues Brothers brand. I'm not a celebrity licensing my name for money. I'm a grower. And I got a reality show to educate the red and the blue, because what they all have in common is medicine, traumas, stress. And so I've been getting a lot of different kinds of business, which has been really great. So I'm hoping to I'm an actor, you know. The business stuff is, I can handle it, but I just need a little guidance with it. And so it's working out. I'm hoping the fall when the TV show releases, and then we can get some talking with different companies, multiple state operators. And I want to launch myself here in California. I mean, I got the Bluesmobile, right? With a joint on it and smoke coming out, right? I want to drive that down Sunset Boulevard.
Do you need a driver?
Hey, you on the street.
Do you need a driver?
Danny will be doing the driving. He's a motorhead.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, the one word that touched me the most in our conversations that you use is the word steward.
We're all stewards here, but I mean, that's what we got to jump on. And that is, it's not just, you'll make money in this business. If you follow, you follow the passion and engage in this plant, because these ladies, these plants are so powerful. I mean, I started just as instead of doing alfalfa, and these plants have brought me into not only an education about the plant and the medicine, but of myself. And it doesn't stop. And this engagement with this plant has been just life-changing for me. And I believe it can be life-changing for the community. I was talking to a bunch of baby boomers, and I said, look, I know what you're suffering from. You're suffering from a malaise of depression, of getting older. And every day you wake up with another pain, you're going, God damn it, I hate getting older. And what you do is you go to the club and have a gin and tonic or a whiskey sour. And the next day the depressants and that alcohol only keep you in that malaise, and you keep in this cycle. I'm telling you, switch. Don't get hungover. You can't OD. I was a bouncer in Chicago. I never had to break up a fight between two potheads. Right? I mean, maybe they got a little bitchy with each other once in a while, Like, I don't know, put that can in this recyclable thing. But, it's non-violent, it's healing, it's human, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful plant. And I know the NFL is going to wise up and help these gentlemen with their pains. I know that senior citizens are waking up to it. Look, my mother-in-law. Am I talking too much?
I think you're great.
I had a coffee.
Hold it. This isn't the mother-in-law from Akron, Ohio. This is the mother-in-law.
Not Akron. Let's not talk about it. We want to go into my white trash background in Akron, Ohio.
I got the same white trash background.
Yeah, they were training me to be a thief, and I kind of broke out. My mother-in-law is 80 years old. Her boyfriend's 84. And Stan Rosen was there. He's 80-something. His wife was 79. And then another couple, they're 80s. And then me. And I'm having dinner with them. And now these people have Fox News on 24/7. By the way, and really loud. All they wanted to talk about was CBD and marijuana. I've never run into a naysayer. I've only run into people who are curious. And that's why I think this show is going to be great, because people are curious, and I'm going to educate them in the show with some good laughs, by the way, and some good music, some mischievousness. But I literally had to go home and get a bunch of my stuff that people gave me, and I gave it to them. Now I got him on the phone all the time calling me for the rub because now his hand works. And, and then the one woman was going, I want the stuff that gets you kind of loopy. I got that too. So everybody is interested. And it's our responsibility to deliver good medicine, non-pesticide, natural, beautiful, tested. Testing is very important. Medicine. And there's a CBD epidemic going on right now. People, everybody and their brother, they're turning their gardens into hemp farms, you know, because there's money there. You know, CVS is going to put it on their counters, and so a lot of people are in it for the money, and a lot of people are delivering CBD products that have 14% CBD. You know, full spectrum CBD. Full spectrum is when they take the whole plant and they bring it down to an oil. And then there's another way you can do it. You can bring it down to an oil, and then you can separate everything out of it, and you get more pure CBD. So 14% full spectrum really is about 7% CBD. And I went to a little place on Montana. They said, "Ooh, CBD coffee." And I went, "Oh, all right." And I said, "Give me the CBD coffee." And he reaches down and gets a little tincture. I go, "Let me see that." And I read it. And there's 14% in this whole bottle. So his 3 little drops into the coffee isn't going to do a damn thing. So what I'm worried about is there's a lot of product out there of CBD that isn't very good, and people are going to take it and go, I didn't feel anything. Screw it. It's a scam. When there's really great CBD out there. I mean, I'm not pushing products here, but you know, Charlotte's Web has a great product. The seeds come out of Oregon, by the way. I mean, my dog is 12 and a half years old, and he's got arthritis. Not hip dysplasia, arthritis. And can barely walk. And I'm experimenting with putting this Oregon CBD oil on these little chips. So I have a test batch. And I've been giving it to him. He couldn't get up the stairs. Now he's climbing the stairs. And it's like you can give a placebo to a dog and he'll know it's a placebo because he doesn't know what the hell you're doing. So, I mean, you get the right CBD, it makes a difference. And I recommend that you have some THC in it because that helps the entourage effect for the CBD.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm talking too much.
No, you're an actor, right?
Yeah, but I usually do other people's lines.
Your lines are pretty good. Yeah, what a lot of people don't know about CBD is that it's an oil-based molecule. 90% of the stuff in bottles, which I say it's the same crap, different bottle, is not water soluble. So just like in vitamins, when you pay $100 for this extraordinary vitamin and you go to the bathroom and your urine is fluorescent yellow, you're paying guys for fluorescent urine. The same thing is happening with CBD. When you take CBD and it's 25 milligrams, if it goes through the kidneys because it's an oil soluble molecule, max you're getting is about 2.5 milligrams. It is a complete scam and marketing
Yeah, so it's a dangerous market right now, I believe. But I am talking to different CBD producers. But I also know, I'm an actor, and they walk me through their manufacturing facility and their CO2, butane and ethanol extraction machines. And they just kind of walk by it because I'm an actor, right? And I'm like, no, let's go back to the CO2 here. Okay, so this is a machine, and okay, what's the critical mass that you use on this? What's the temperature? And they're like, all right, Mr. Belushi, and then I get the real tour, right? So I have a good eye for it right now.
You have a great eye. Well, you have personal experience, and like we were talking with Marvin, most people that are in the space have a personal story and a personal experience.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was led, these ladies led me to where I'm supposed to be. And I'm finding that this is kind of a big circle to the major PTSD that my family experienced with John's unfortunate overdose. And so now it's kind of like the real mission is to let's start healing people. I mean, in Portland, Oregon, right now, I'm speaking with the governor, the policymaker in the governor's office, the OLCC, and the city of Portland, the commissioner and the council members. And I'm trying to create this model that down in Old Town area where all the veterans are on the streets, the people with schizophrenia, the addicts, the homeless people, to give them marijuana. Create a program where pay what you will. If you can afford it, pay for it. If you can't afford it, or if you can afford $2, here's $2, we'll give you what you need. Or we'll give it to you for free. But if you can't afford it, instead of paying, $9 for a joint, pay $11, and that $2 goes to your community. And I believe that once we get these people on the street in this transition of like, I don't have enough money for the alcohol, the drugs, Belushi's giving pot away, what an idiot. They'll go get that pot, they'll give it to their friends, they'll start to spend their money on food because they'll have the munchies, But, and I think after 60, 90 days, I think the enlightenment from the light from Father Son that goes into these beautiful ladies will enlighten them, and they may call their cousin that they haven't talked to in 5 years and maybe get on a path back to family. I don't know, it's just a dream of mine, but legally it looks like we're going to be able to do it. So next week I'm going to a site to see if the license, they can give you a license for a charity. So Dana and I are going to create a charity to run this kind of dispensary, and all the profits will go into, first of all, everyone in Oregon is going to give us a bunch of pot because that's just the way they are for these men and these women. I mean, there was a woman walking down the street in Portland. I smoke a cigar at night, I sit outside the hotel and I smoke a cigar. And there was this one little woman walking with a pink sweat outfit, oversized, pink pants, and a plastic, those plastic bags they carry with a bunch of stuff in it. And 3 nights in a row I saw her, and 2 of the nights she just screamed. I mean, the loudest scream, and it reverberated off the buildings. It was like she was being attacked, and it was just in her head. And all I kept smoking a cigar, looking at her going, God, I wish I can get her a candy bar. Right? A candy bar with some CBD and THC in it. Maybe it won't heal her, but maybe it would stop the screaming in her head. So those people need help, and people do help. There's a lot of people in that community that do help, but more. But anyway, so I believe in the medicine. I believe in the, and I also believe in the fun, I mean, my cherry pie makes me charming. You can tell I haven't had any today. But before my wife comes home, I will take a hit.
You're a very smart man.
Yeah.
Jim, you are on a mission from God. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you
for everything you do. Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Belushi.
Michael Miller, yo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you. And Jim.
Thank y'all. Tomorrow at the Veterans Panel and a phenomenal panel with mothers who are dealing with parental narcissism. Thank you. Have the rest of the day. That's great.
Jim, hold on a second. Before you step down.
Yep.
Mike. Yep. We've got a selfie going on here. Jim, before you step down, wait.
Jim, a quick pic.
One more.
A picture.
Yeah, absolutely. The official selfie of the event. Just a moment. The most important one you're going to do. Okay, yeah, touch the boomerang. After 1, make a silly move, do something fun, smile, whatever you want to do. Ready? 3, 2. Thanks, guys. What's up, World Traveler? You did a great job on it.
Hey, we're going to start on time. Okay. You want to shut this one down?
Yeah, my AV crow's going to take care of just getting the chairs cleared off so you guys have a clean And then, just quickly check on the cheat sheet here. So I believe you're going to 2:45. Do you want me to give you a 5-minute?
Yeah, I know. You usually stand over there.
I'll just give you a little.
This is my favorite one in here, so
Okay.
I'm a veteran.
Pardon me.
Those lights are so bright. Oh, you know what? There's some over here. Okay.
Thank you.
If you want to, it's not really
Want some?
crazy as skills. All right, and let me just get these chairs and this orchid out of here.
Thank you.
So, just speak directly into the microphone. Too far.
Can everybody,
Is it on?
Right. This one's right.
Where's your office?
So I'm based in San Francisco,
Oh, in San Francisco.
but we do have an office down here in Venice, and we have a customer support center in San Diego.
Perfect. All right.
We got a visitor.
Hi, how are you? Yes, of course. How are you doing? Wait, excuse me.
if everybody could take their seats, we got another panel discussion. We're going to be talking about FDA, hemp, CBD, banking, and local. Everybody take a seat, please.
She can give more. Pay it for me.
We're missing somebody? No, I think Bruce is just an empty seat.
Well, tell me when.
He's been talking. Wait, we don't. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, we got a little room. Wasn't there?
Yeah.
Stretch our shit
We'll
out.
try.
Okay, we're going to get started. 1 second. If everybody could take a seat.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. No problem.
Holy jeez, where'd everyone go?
The after lunch break.
It's a tough act to follow.
Jim Belushi filled their brains. They can't handle no more.
Hi, I'm Chris Rock.
Okay, I think we're going to get going here. My name is Mitch Berman. I'm your moderator for the panel today. And this is my third Cannabis Forum event since Digital Hollywood decided to take this up. And over the course of time, I've watched this industry continue to move in various directions. But one thing has kind of stayed in place, and that is confusion. That tends to be the word that defines the cannabis industry for me. Confusion. There's confusion on the legal front. There's confusion about the difference between hemp and CBD and marijuana itself. There's confusion at the FDA. That tends to permeate many of these panels. I've been sitting here this morning and just listening to the other panelists, and that tends to be the word that defines what's going on in this industry. And to add to that, you have the political realm. I know that I was up here, I think it was last October, where we had the leader of the state Senate
with Senate Bill 930, which was going to allow banking in California with regards to cannabis. Didn't pass. We now have a bill, Senate Bill 51, that's a variation of the 930, that apparently is, I believe it's up for a vote on Thursday. So there's Assembly Bill 1356 that will take, in theory, create 2,200 new shops in the state of California versus the 630 that exist today. And as we all know, there's great confusion around Proposition 64, which passed in 2016. That was to legalize for the entire state of California. But if you take just the county of Los Angeles, there are, and I don't know if anybody knows this, but there's 88 separate cities in the county of Los Angeles. We have one of them represented here today with Jackie, the city of West Hollywood, but 88 of them. And if you pick up the LA Times on any given morning, you'll hear about the angst that the voters passed 64, but the cities haven't enacted it. And so there's a lot of confusion, and today we're going to talk about some of it. The panel today is about FDA rulings, it's about hemp, it's about CBDs, it's about banking, and just local initiatives, what's going on out there. And we have a panel of people who have dedicated their lives, in some instances like you, Bruce, you've been alive a long time like me, and you've dedicated a big chunk of your life to this way before this became a subject of real discussion. And so we're going to talk about that, and what I'd like to do is start with a story of banking. And I told this story last time I was up here in October. And it really goes to the heart of how crazy this world is. The fifth largest grower in the state in the country invited me and some others from the entertainment and digital technology business, because he was trying to tell a story about what he was doing with this facility. They invited us up to Pahrump, Nevada to see this place. And during the visit, we were in his office, and we were just talking about, the industry as a whole, and two ladies came in from his staff, and there were like, 100 people working there. And they were wanting to pay a vendor. They said, "Excuse us for interrupting." They said, "Listen, we got a vendor outside, can we pay him?" And the head guy was with us, and so he said, "If you don't mind, excuse me." He got up, he walked to the back of the room that we were sitting in, and there's this huge safe. The safe was like a Wells Fargo safe from the 1800s, and it went to the ceiling. He opened it. It was right in front of all of us. He opened it, and there was well over $2-3 million in the safe in the form of cash, all wrapped in plastic. And he told the lady, he says, "Look, just go get a brick and go pay the vendor." And I'm sitting there going, this is 2018? Really? That's how we're doing business now? And it's all links back to a lot of things we've heard today, particularly at lunchtime, about the federal government and all that. And, so we have all these bills, Assembly Bill 1356, which I think is tomorrow. We had Proposition 64 pass. We've had Senate Bill 930 for banking go down. We have Senate Bill 51, I think is Thursday, is the one I was thinking of. All of this. So, folks, why don't we do this? Why don't you introduce yourself very quickly, because we're only 45 minutes, and I really want to get into the discussion, because I know some of us already been outside here talking about some very interesting things I think we could share with the people sitting here. Jackie, let's start with you in the city of West Hollywood. Tell us a little bit about what you do there, and what really, and I'd like each of you to do this too, what really keeps you going during the day? What's your main focus when you sit at your desk, drink your coffee, and say, "Okay, I'm going, here we go"? What is your main focus? So tell us what you do.
Hi, my name is Jackie Rocco. I'm the Business Development Manager with the City of West Hollywood. Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I basically work with businesses in the City of West Hollywood, anyone that's interested in opening a business or existing businesses that are interested in expanding, and just helping them navigate the the bureaucracy of, all the rules and regulations to open a business. I have also been on the cannabis committee that was responsible for drafting the cannabis ordinance that established the legal framework for licensing businesses, cannabis businesses in West Hollywood. And I mean, on a day-to-day basis, I work with business, again, just helping them through this process. Right now, we are in the process of helping the businesses that were selected during our screening application process to open a business. There are some challenges for some of them, because one of the interesting things is that although I'm at the local level working in government, the state, it's also has developed their own regulations, and they're not always in alignment. So we are dealing through some challenges right now, and there's an assembly bill that Mitch had mentioned, AB 1465, that was hoping to establish consumption lounges, and we're still working through that process.
Bruce, go ahead.
Well, I've been down for the cause since I started my law practice in 1967, and has taken up the mantle of trying to change the laws when I began. When I saw the inequities of what was going on in the courtroom, and I saw plenty of it, because I'm proud to say I've defended more marijuana cases than any lawyer in the United States over those 50 years. But again, I saw the political field of trying to change the law was the only way it's going to happen. So in 1968, I created an organization called CAMP, the Campaign to Abolish Marijuana Prohibition. In 1973, I took on the directorship of California, Los Angeles NORML, the National Organization for Reforming Marijuana Laws. And that's what I represent here today. NORML represents the consumer. We're looking out for the people that use it and need it and want it. We're not necessarily involved with the business of pot. Those are not our constituents. We work for people that have the problems day in, day out with the using marijuana and the results of the laws that have been so inequitable and so unfair and unjust. So my day consists of still defending cases in criminal court. I now morphed into a licensed lawyer as well. I work with several different firms, including my daughter Allison and others, and legalizing their activities. It used to be 5 or 6 years ago a criminal act, and now they're getting awards for having been in the business. And so my days consist of that, and also answering questions on the phone. When I first started my practice many, many years ago, I remember some Hispanic Americans would come into the office and tell me they use marijuana to put on their backs because of pain. And I thought that was a joke. I had no idea there was medical properties attached to the use of marijuana. So over the years, again, I've been down for the cause. I fought the battle. I ran for office 4 times as assembly, governor, U.S. Congress, all on the marijuana platform, and helped open up the political agenda. And I think I did my part in making it more acceptable as a political issue, and I think we've come a long way. And when I hear what happens today, when I just listen to the speakers today, I mean, this warms my heart. Such articulate people here speaking the words that I've been trying to formulate for the last 50 years in such beautiful ways. And I'm really proud to be here. I thank Digital Hollywood for putting this together. And I thank you folks for being here and supporting this effort to educate and promote awareness and freedom. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. So, Peter, you have an interesting background, because you left the peacefulness of the ride-sharing world, Lyft, to go into cannabis. Tell us about what you're doing with Ease, and what your focus is when you get up in the morning and get to the desk. What are you trying to do?
I would be delighted. So I am the lead for policy research at Ease, and for those who are not familiar, Ease is a platform, an e-commerce platform for legal cannabis in California, and as of recently now in Portland, it's easy one-stop shopping for consumers to go to ease.com, put a delivery address in, see what's available from the retailer that services that location. It's delivered to them on demand, makes it very easy for them to make sure that they're buying through the legal market. Everything is going through all the state and local regulations and taxes, and we're hoping that this keeps keeps people in the legal market. So my role as head of policy research is to really understand what information is being produced from academic institutions, from industry research groups, from think tanks that really touch on all the various topics that come up in public policy discussions relating to cannabis. So that can be anything from public health to public safety to environmental rules to access issues generally to economic issues, job creation. So try to be a little bit of an expert in everything with various degrees of success. And then we also look to, Ease as a delivery, as an e-commerce platform has insight into what consumers are buying, where they're buying. We also have access to them to ask them survey questions if they should elect to provide information about more about who they are and what their purposes of consumption are. So we're using all of this. We just, as of January of this year, published our 4th annual State of Cannabis report, which is really shedding light on exactly those issues, trying to break through the stigma and the uncertainty of who the consumers are, and give some real data-based education into exactly that, those insights of demographics and purposes for consumption and products in the marketplace. And I think that's just it's a key component. I think at the very core of what I do, I'm an educator. I educate my teammates, so our government affairs team and our public affairs team, so that when they're out there, they're having intelligent conversations based on reputable research, and then also using our data set to fill in knowledge gaps where academic institutions may be interested in studying it but not able to for funding reasons or restriction reasons, and we as industry can move a little bit faster and really bring this to bear at a time when it's relevant to the policy conversation.
Okay, thank you. Derek, you're a storyteller.
Yeah.
You're the publisher of Civilized.
Yes.
Take us through, what is it that keeps you going during the day? What's your focus? What are you trying to accomplish?
Well, look, I'm a guy who built a media company for himself. In 2015, I became fed up with not being able to see myself in cannabis culture. And, stoner culture for me was everywhere, but I just didn't see myself in it, so I decided to build one, and Civilized was born. And now, 4.5 years later, we're speaking to 5 million motivated, productive folks who choose to enjoy cannabis as a healthy part of a balanced lifestyle. And that's what keeps me going every day. All we did when we started was we began and embraced a post-prohibition mentality about cannabis. And we speak about it like grown-ups to grown-ups. So we're a little bit of news, a little bit of information, and a little bit of entertainment. And it's developing that audience, finding those audiences, and empowering people to come out of the cannabis closet in the legal states and in Canada. It's my contention that the cannabis closet, especially in Canada, is gone, but people are standing in the shadow of it, and it's time for them to step forward. I feel that people can and should feel good about cannabis, and that's what I'm trying to do, eliminate the stigma.
Thank you. Okay, Ariel, super lawyer, protector of cannabis world. Tell us what you do on a daily basis and what's your focus when you sit at your desk. What are you trying to accomplish?
Thank you. My name is Ariel Clark. I am a cannabis business, corporate, and regulatory attorney, and a longtime cannabis and policy reform advocate. I co-founded a law firm called Clark Newbert LLP. We are a women-owned and run cannabis practice. We have 4 offices in California. We now also work a lot in the hemp space. We work with businesses across the supply chain. So that's really exciting. It's also been really exciting kind of being involved in the emerging hemp and CBD industries as well. What gets me up in the morning is doing the best job for our clients as we possibly can and as is practical with all of the changing sets of regulations on a local, state, and federal level. It's incredibly complicated for businesses to operate. We work with a lot of legacy cannabis operators, and making that transition from the unregulated market to the regulated market is a very difficult pathway. As was mentioned earlier, even though 70% of California cities voted yes on Prop 64, 76% of local jurisdictions still ban. We only have retail shops in 10% of those jurisdictions. And the list of challenges for people is just massive. So working very hard for people, always having an immense amount of integrity and thoughtfulness in the legal work that we do is what gets me up in the morning. In addition, the cannabis plant is a healing plant. It's also a plant that has a massive amount of industrial application, medical application. What gets me up in the morning is that I am a medicine woman. I am part of this change of bringing this plant and all of the myriad opportunities that we are just scratching the surface of. I get to help with that. I get to work with tribes, I get to work with doctors, I get to work with other lawyers, I get to work with so many people to create change. I work with a lot of women. I am so grateful every day to wake up and that I find myself in this place and being a part of this change. That is just the beginning, because we're going to see psychedelic type medicines, and we're seeing that more and more. So it's just, in the most positive way, a gateway drug.
Thank you. So, as you can hear, these people dedicated their lives to change. Change is not easy, no matter what it is. Human behavior is such that most people resist change. This is probably one of the biggest change factors that's ever hit us, particularly in this country. And there are those who are out in front, and there are those who are lagging behind. We've heard it all day long. So the theme for me for this panel was, as you heard, confusion. And each of them are dealing with that on a daily basis. I mean, I'll go with you, Derek, just to start, because being a storyteller, that's your job.
Yeah.
Take us through on what you're dealing with and how you're trying to, shall we say, demystify hemp versus CBD or marijuana from itself, and all the different flavors thereof from the, shall we say, cacophony of conservative view that this is going to kill us and it's going to do bad things to our children and all that. What are you doing to demystify the confusion?
Well,
let's just start with hemp, for example.
I'm going to wind it back a little bit, because really, I think, I'm somebody who believes that all cannabis is medicinal. I'm somebody who chooses, I'm an adult use guy. I'm a Friday and Saturday night guy, and it's not lost on me that I'm trying to defend my right to party here. Cannabis was a replacement for alcohol for me. In my mid-30s, I was somebody who liked to have a couple of beers on Friday and Saturday night. Didn't really have a problem with it. Had a problem with it the next day when my hangovers became a little too crippling and started lasting 2 days. And in my mid-30s, I had a couple of small kids with my wife, and I just decided that I wanted to be a bit more present. So cannabis became that thing that I could enjoy on Friday and Saturday night. And what I like to say that I do on Friday and Saturday nights is sand the edges of the world down a little bit. I don't want to go at it with a buzzsaw. I want to take the edges off it. So it's always, for me, been recontextualizing cannabis in a world that tolerates alcohol, which is so much more harmful to individuals and to society. And my favorite story on that is from a friend of mine who was a prison guard at the Kingston Penitentiary in Ontario, Canada, it's been shuttered now, but it was the worst of the worst penitentiaries. With, we do have some assholes in Canada. There are a few serial killers that we need to lock away, and this is where they all work. If he came into work on a Saturday afternoon and somebody said there's alcohol on the cell block, those cell blocks were shut. Those cells were emptied and tossed. Those inmates were segregated, and they made sure that the problem was solved. If he walked in on a Saturday afternoon and smelled a little skunk, he would look at his buddies and just say, well, it's going to be no trouble tonight. And that to me crystallized cannabis. It's responsible for alcohol is responsible for so much harm to individuals and to society. It's a no-brainer. So I am constantly reminding people that it's hypocritical to tolerate alcohol and not to tolerate cannabis.
I'm throwing it open to the panel, any panelist. Let's just focus on just hemp for now. What's going on in California? Anybody have any anecdotes or updates on what's going on just with hemp?
Well, I know what it used to be, and that was that in order to raise hemp, you had to do it together with institution of higher learning for purposes of investigation and for research. Other than that, you couldn't grow it at all, okay? And so that's where we were stuck for all these years, about 15 years now. But now with the new hemp bill, the farm bill, it opened up the whole territory. You're talking just now to Ariel about the Indians, for example. They are now being able to pursue their opportunity as well. What about that, Ariel? What's it do with the hemp and the Indians?
Sure. So some really positive thing with the new farm bill is that tribes, so federally recognized tribes in the United States, can develop their own hemp program just like state governments can. And so what we're seeing in California, whereas Californian tribes are still left out of the California regulated cannabis market, which is absolutely outrageous. Native people in California cannot sell into the California regulated market. That is an absolutely racist, unfathomable state of affairs, but it is. And we're going to keep trying to change that legislatively. But in the meanwhile, these tribes can develop hemp programs and just like other states submit that information to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. In California, there's been some new developments on the hemp side. You can now register with the State Department of Agriculture. You can register as a hemp grower. You pay like $900 and you fill out a form. And you have to use very particular seeds that have been certified. Most of those seeds that are certified for industrial application, so that's something to be aware of. A lot of people are kind of looking at hemp as sort of a really massive opportunity, which it is, but it's very important to remember that it's going to be a patchwork. It is. I think 22 of the 58 counties in California still are disallowing, they still ban hemp. And so we're going to see a patchwork of laws, so it's important to know what your agricultural commissioner in your local jurisdiction will allow. And then also make sure that the crop that you're growing, it has to be under a certain percentage of THC, and you have farmers that are growing crops and it's over that percentage, and I haven't figured out, I mean, I'm not a hemp grower, but I understand there's some types of technologies that will allow you to kind of extract that and get under that THC amount. So a lot of exciting stuff to think about, but definitely more of the weeds that we talked about earlier.
But to add to the confusion that you keep talking about, this is all related to hemp cultivation, but then hemp CBD products are another story, and it's creating a lot of confusion because people see that, well, hemp is now, allowed, and, with the Farm Bill, what it did was that, yes, it allowed for hemp cultivation, but each state has to develop and implement its own set of regulations for retail sale of hemp CBD products, and California is not there. This is creating a lot of tension at the local level because just like a lot of people thought cannabis was going to be the new gold rush, now people are seeing CBD as the new gold rush, and you see a lot of individuals, wanting to venture into that environment and running into all sorts of obstacles and legal barriers because we're just not there at the state or local level yet.
That's true. And the important part is that you mentioned it, is that California is not regulated hemp, so it's illegal until it gets regulated. That's our problem. But by you investors out there, keep your eyes open, ears open in the future, because hemp's going to replace wood products. We'll be making houses with it. There's going to be a tremendous opportunity for investment in the hemp industry in that area. It's not simply CBD or XYZ. We're talking about hemp is going to replace a whole industry of building materials and everything else. And that's the place to think about if you're going to put your money out there.
Peter, are you coming across this at ease? I mean, this is part of your public policy research and should we say the demystifying of the confusion as it relates to hemp? Are you dealing with any of that on a daily basis?
We do. So as of November last year, we also launched Ease Wellness, which was an online platform direct to consumers of hemp-derived CBD-only products. So we are seeing, I believe that we have had interest, we've had deliveries to all 41 states that allowed CBD in their boundaries. So we think, people are definitely interested. And I think if you look at the polling generally on cannabis acceptance, we're there. We're at the majority of people believe that this should be a legal marketplace. So I think this is the next stage of evolution is people are interested in learning more about cannabis and about hemp as a way to experience cannabis without having to worry about that pesky, THC being in there. I think, we've also seen development, especially from older adults, looking towards CBD as like sort of the entryway, but realizing that there's more benefit, especially when they're looking towards sleep and pain relief, actually including THC. So looking at not just the hemp-derived piece, but looking at more full plant or at least THC in combination, that there's benefits there. So their entry point is hemp because it's available and it's easy, especially in states where you may have only a medical program or no medical program. But the interest we're seeing is there for further products in the space.
Okay, I'm going to come back to CBDs in a minute. I want to go to the licensing within the cities. I know, Ariel, you and I were talking about that. You and I were talking about that, Jackie. So again, there are 88 cities in the County of Los Angeles. One of them, West Hollywood, has been out in front. Somebody once said to me when I was a young guy starting a business, hey Mitch, nobody wants to be first, but nobody wants to be second either. Okay, you guys were first. You're allowing for cafes to take license, and I know because of some of the work I do with the mayor of Los Angeles on other things, that back in July when the city of Los Angeles was granted some dollars to go and do cannabis licensing, a bunch of people prior to that, because they got wind of it, probably some people in this room, ran out and they opened storefronts. They took a lease on a building so they could open up their own shop. And they were rubbing their hands together saying, oh boy, here we go. And what happened was nothing, because the city of Los Angeles wasn't prepared for the onslaught. They hadn't hired enough people, and I'm not even sure they're ready now. And I know you may or may not be able to talk to the city of Los Angeles, but I know you could talk to the city of West Hollywood. You want to get a business license today and not get stuck with holding a lease with an empty building, waiting for you to get approved. Take us through what you do in the city of West Hollywood if you want to open up a shop. You can open up a cafe, is that correct?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, and our process is different than Los Angeles in that, keep in mind that, well, a couple of things. West Hollywood is an extremely progressive, liberal city, and we are used to pushing the envelope and just living on the wilder side of life. So for us, moving in this direction, it wasn't a giant step. And also, the other thing about West Hollywood is that, we have had medical cannabis in West Hollywood for, at least 12 years, during, or longer than that, during the HIV/AIDS, epidemic in the earlier, it's just hard to even think that it's been that long, but, the city of West Hollywood made a concerted effort and a huge commitment to the community that we were going to embrace medical cannabis to help our residents and the people that were struggling with that terrible disease. So we've had a history of cannabis in our city. So when adult, recreational use became the law, it wasn't a giant step for us to begin considering that. At the same time, we're only 1.9 square miles compared to Los Angeles, which is almost like its own little state. So we weren't able to just allow just anybody to open, a cannabis business. We have 4 existing medical dispensaries that were allowed to then begin to sell adult retail cannabis. And at the same time, when we crafted our ordinance, we developed a merit-based system for selecting companies that wanted to open a business in West Hollywood. But the one thing that we did to keep the process as fair and objective, but also to give as many people an opportunity to participate in that process, was that we didn't require an address as part of your application during that initial screening process. And what that did is, our objective was that we wanted to get a multitude of applicants, not just big corporations, but small business owners, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, and by not requiring an address as part of that application process, people could develop really innovative and creative concepts and submit their applications and pay the fee for that application process, but not be stuck with a lease while they were waiting to hear whether or not they were selected. And that, we think, made a tremendous difference, because once you sign a lease, you're stuck with that lease, even if it's for a 1-year minimum. And the other thing that it's happening in terms of securing those leases is that many property owners are not willing to lease to cannabis businesses, and some of it is not an unreasonable fear that they have. You know, this is still illegal at the federal level, and they fear losing their properties. And we've been very honest with them because we are the only city that had a property seized by the feds, so we know what it's like. We leased it to a cannabis business about 14 years ago, and the feds came and took it from us. So we know it's a real thing, and once for a while it wasn't much of a fear, but once Jeff Sessions became the Attorney General and rescinded the Cole memo, which had essentially not made cannabis prosecutions a priority for the DOJ, a lot of property owners became really, really fearful of leasing properties to cannabis business owners. So, I mean, I think some of that has dissipated to some extent, but even the ones that are willing to enter the market, it's, property owners that own their properties outright and are not financing their properties through banks. And they're also either, asking for some pretty hefty rents, or they're asking for some ownership stake as part of leasing the property to the cannabis businesses. So, it's something that it's evolving. It's a lot of people are learning a lot from it. Property owners are still a little bit on the fence, but for the business owners that are going into this market, it's an arduous process. It's something that they need to really be aware that you're in it for the long haul, because regulations are evolving and changing. And while we in West Hollywood have completely embraced and welcome, all aspects of it, and especially with the consumption lounges, because we felt that it was hypocritical to say that this product is now legal in California, but we are not creating any legal safe spaces for people to safely consume, just like it was done for alcohol. And we think that's an important part of it, and that's why we authored the Assembly Bill 1465 with Assemblymember Bloom to introduce a license for consumption lounges and cafes. And we hope that even if this isn't successful at this time, that we will continue to fight this battle, because it's an important part of the regulatory structure.
So this is just the city of West Hollywood. This is just West Hollywood. Ariel, Bruce, I know you being legal. Let's talk about outside of West Hollywood, what's going on out there.
One of my efforts has been to get on-site consumption licenses for the state of California, because as indicated by Jackie, there's no place to go. Unless you have a residence, you're illegal. That's like inviting people from out of state, come take our product, come here on vacation, go home on probation, okay? That's what it comes down to, arguably, So this is a very important aspect. And one thing about the new bill itself, 1465. It just came out. It's going to include smoking flower as well, which I think is very important, because people talk about CBDs and XYZs. I've had a lot of conferences I put on under my guise in my particular, another hat that we have, it's 420 Yoga, and we explore different aspects of using the cannabis in different areas. And the bottom line is, what I'm hearing from the experts is, there's a tremendous amount of cannabinoids, and the more different kinds of weed you smoke, the more probability you'll get those in your system. And I think people should try every aspect of weed, whether it's flower, CBD, XYZ, get as much of your system as possible any way you can do it. And number three is, if you really want to know about the laws, please consider being part of NORML, the National Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws. It's doing a wonderful job in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. We're a nonprofit organization. Just go online. You can get our free information about what the laws are, or you can go to LA NORML, or you go on my website, 420 Laws. You get a pamphlet that tells you what the licensing laws are, what the current laws are, because I think people here think they're pretty hip to what's going on, but I bet you 10 of them out of 20 don't know the laws specifically. It's important everybody knows what's going on. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Ariel, from your perspective on your daily
tell us about LA licensing law. Tell them what's going on. It's exciting.
Okay, cool. So the city of LA is probably like the biggest cannabis market in the world. And it's been a very long road to try to get the city to issue business licenses to cannabis companies, which seems wild, but a lot of us along here, whether we've worked with the City of LA or in other sort of educational or in other jurisdictions, we've been trying to push this very massive ball up a hill. Where things are at today with LA and new retail licenses is that later this week, the city will start accepting applications for social equity applicants, which will be the only applicants that will be able to apply for new storefront retail licenses. This pre-verification window will be open for 60 days, and then the city will have 2 rounds of application processing. One will be on a first-come, first-served basis. There will be 100 applicants that will, or licenses that will be issued. Non-storefront delivery will also be processed at some point, and then later on in the year there will be round 2, which will be done a little bit differently. So in short, finally, after so long, the city is going to open up the opportunity for people to apply for retail. But this means that at this point at least, there's no new manufacturers, no new growers, and no new distributors. Where the city is at with regard to those folks, the supply side, is that there are a lot of people who applied who were existing growers, manufacturers, and distributors, and most of those people are still working their way slowly through the application process and waiting to be inspected. But I just would like to say that, you know, Jackie and I sat up here on a panel maybe 2 years ago, and I'm looking at all of these distinguished people, and I'm sure so many of you in the audience, we are all really working together on all of this, and thank goodness, for example, the City of West Hollywood really has come out and continues to fight these issues. Yeah. Thank goodness, you know, and all of us are here doing this important work, so I just really honor everyone.
So it begs a question, in what other cities, let's just forget the state
Long
of
Beach.
there you go, yeah, County of LA.
There's
Pasadena, Long Beach.
Oh, they're all over the place. Okay, you can get licensing in many parts of the state. For instance, up in Lompoc right now, Long Beach, Santa Ana.
Santa Barbara, a lot of the desert cities, because those cities, tend to really need.
Right, but let me tell you something. The City of Los Angeles is going to give out equitable licensing. That's going to take up all the dispensaries. That's going to be the end of the game, because they're only allowing 490 dispensaries. They've already given out 156 of them. So if you add those to the social equity people, up to 2 to 1, that's going to be the end of the story as far as dispensaries are concerned. So in the City of Los Angeles will be limited only to manufacturing and other areas besides dispensaries. But there's many places around the state and the city, not the city, but other cities in the state of California. And there's, as a matter of fact, something very exciting about it. It's a new bill just passed in Congress, in Assembly, I believe it passed. It says that the cities, I think you touched on this, that where they voted more than 50% of the constituents voted for Prop 64, now we're going to be required at least to have one dispensary in every one of those cities or counties. That's going to be about how many? 560 different locations are going to have dispensaries, and every place you go, you're going to be able to buy some weed legally, finally, okay? So that's a weather breaker here. So we're moving in the right direction, but it's a slow process, and like Jackie was saying, it's a gamble to be in the marijuana business, but you have to just tough it out, and I think everybody's going to be okay at the end of the game. I think the feds are going to change their game as well, as been spoken earlier. And so have faith, don't give up.
All right, I know we're getting a wrap up here, so I'm going to give each of you a couple of minutes to wrap up your final comments on what you'd like to see happen over the course of this year for 2019. From your perspective, what would you like to see happen? Anybody can go first.
I'd like to see them sell marijuana like they sell broccoli. And matter of fact, as far as I'm concerned, we pay income tax, we pay sales tax. That's enough bullshit taxes, okay? And if the people can't afford weed anymore, they're going to go back to the black market. It's so damn expensive to buy an eighth. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So something's got to be done here. I'm looking for a new initiative, a new way to look at this whole process to give power back to the cottage industry that really deserves the break that we're talking about when we talk about equitable changes. What do you think about that, Jackie?
Hey, bring it on. I really think that we need to see the state work more closely with the cities in removing some of the barriers. I mean, I think it's still really difficult for businesses to be licensed and be up and running. And I think the state needs to be more in alignment with the businesses and learning. Some of the regulations seem to happen in a vacuum. I mean, when they made July 1st some arbitrary deadline to have all child-proof packaging, I mean, that had a horrible effect. I mean, they weren't thinking about the supply side of it, and then all of a sudden, businesses are having to dump product to comply with some totally arbitrary deadline. And I think this is where we get in trouble and why we see the delays that we see. But I am predicting that by next year, perhaps after the elections, cannabis will be off the Schedule 1.
Okay, 2019.
And I would love to see that. I mean, from my perspective, the biggest barriers we face really are around research. We've given ourselves lots of shackles with that scheduling. To the funding is restricted. Who can do it is restricted. Thankfully we've got Sue Sisley in the audience who has really tried to push it forward with getting better sources of cannabis, real-world sources of cannabis out there into the research space. So I would say if I could ask for anything this year for Christmas, it would be that remove the barriers that are keeping reputable institutions from doing more cannabis research and provide more funding. I know the state of California has money set aside right now from the taxes that's supposed to go towards research, but there is no process yet from the BCC to actually make requests directly to fund research with that money. So those are what's missing.
Thank you. Derek?
Well, all of this is going to be driven by people, and it's my hope that what's going on in Canada right now, people coming out of the cannabis closet and sharing their stories without fear of legal retribution. The government of Canada has given people the legal license to enjoy cannabis, but they haven't quite given themselves the social license. There's still people with a lot of anxiety. But those who are sharing, those who are raising their hands and sharing their stories in social media, for instance, are having an impact with Canadians, but they're also having an impact with their friends and family here in the United States and in England and in Australia and in Germany. So I want to see the numbers continue to move in support of all this, and people to feel more normal and more comfortable about something that they can and should feel good about.
Said by a very proud Canadian.
Hear, hear, yes. Who lives in Los Angeles?
Ariel, 2019.
Wow. Really, descheduling would be incredibly helpful to medical research, to access to banking, to all of the tax issues and the 280E. That would be absolutely incredible. Absolutely echo also what a wonderful dream it would be for the state regulators to work very closely and bills to be passed that would be helpful to cannabis companies. Unfortunately, the tax bill failed, but there are other bills like Senator Hertzberg bill for banking that still advance. So hopefully we'll see more of a closer relationship between the states and businesses.
So I want to thank my panelists, and I want to add a little inspiration before I completely say goodbye. They remind me of an American poet, Ralph Waldo Emerson, who once wrote, "Do not go where the path may lead, go where there is no path and leave a trail." Thank you for sitting in today. Thank you, panelists.
Trailblazers. Yeah. I saw you over there.
Peter, thanks so much. From lift to cannabis, I love it.
It's, where we go from there.
Oh, yes, sir. Hi, I'm Derek.
Excellent.
Love it.
Okay.
Well, in July, I might even be able to be there. So let's talk. Drop me a note. Yeah. Pleasure meeting you. Thanks for your interest. Yes, hi. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know Andrew a little bit, but Steve and I have become close. He came to an event we host in New Brunswick, Canada every year. So the World Cannabis Congress, and we talk regularly. Has he moved?
No, they're still up there right now.
Yeah.
And he's still in Cartagena, I think, for the week.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and then he's coming back. Andrew's in town like next week. We get it together. But
Okay.
You actually are on our short list.
Oh, hi, John. How are you?
We're just going to get together.
Let me come down. This is weird. Hi. Oh no, we're all in the same.
Keith?
How are you?
I'm Boone.
Good to meet you.
We met before,
Pleasure.
man.
You have?
We
Okay.
have. I don't know where, but we have.
Tyler. Okay.
In my world. Hey, I'm Boone. Nice to meet you.
Yes, please. Let me see. We have a meeting at 4:30 or 5.
Lights. The lights.
are bright.
Shades down.
Shades down. I wish I had some.
Shades down.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Julie Rocky.
Keith.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Sorry, name.
I'm Boone.
Hi, Boone. Julie.
Nice to meet you, Julie.
Nice to meet you.
Julie, I'm Steve.
Hi, Steve. Nice to meet you. Oh my gosh, I like can't see a thing.
Actually, no, I have 32. That's probably oh, gorgeous.
So obviously, you want to no, you just want to look at them.
No, I just want to make sure I can read my. I can take notes. So, you're looking great, by the way.
Me?
You must be taking CBDs.
Okay, I do take CBD
You're looking
every
younger.
day. Am I?
By the way, I want you guys to meet. This is my brother Boone.
We met.
We just met. You guys are brothers?
Yeah.
Oh. No.
We're spiritual brothers.
Spiritual brothers.
More than that, we're family friends too.
Very nice.
How's it going?
Thanks, man. Really happy to be here. I appreciate that. And I'm going to be meeting you at 4:45.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Do you want some water?
No, I was seeing if Sue Sicily was going to be on our panel.
She is. She's right there.
Where is she? I gotta go say that. I haven't seen her.
Down. Oh, so we have a little bit more space.
Yeah, I want to be able to sit down too. So no food? No, there's one for you, one for you. You're here. This one, I'm going to move.
I'm gonna go after Sue. My goodness, I should go first.
Why don't you go first?
Okay, sure. Yeah. That's a hard one to follow up.
Doc.
How are you?
My God, it's good to see you.
Oh, do you want to?
I was thinking you were on the panel tomorrow. The veterans.
Okay.
Thanks to you on this one, even better.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you're in with 5 other vets, you know, or all talking similar messaging. So this is better.
Yeah, this is good.
I think so too. All right, I'll let you guys sit. I'm like, hey, I'm Sue Sicily. Good to meet you, huh?
In life or here?
No, just to, yeah.
This is my second one today. Okay, I'm missing one person. Matt, where are you? Good. We'll talk a little bit after. Okay, great. How many people here were not at my last panel at 11:30? Anybody? One person, two people. Okay. I got some feedback that it was wrong for me to spend 35 of the 45 minutes talking about myself. So I'm going to cut it down to 30 minutes. Okay, no one's laughing. I guess I used all my jokes this morning. Okay, I'm going to dive in. And thank you all for being here. So let's close the door. Okay. So for those of you that don't know, I'm a mental health and economic development educator through entertainment and technology. I have been focused on using technology, media, and anything else I can to help every one of us use and realize the full brilliance, the power, and capacity we have in service to our lives and humanity itself. I'm also a venture catalyst and capitalist. I've invested personally, but I've helped start 49 companies that have issued stock and raised money about 25 times. Compared to some of the folks on the team here, I've only raised about 40 million, so I'm a babe in the woods. But I've been very involved in the four of the biggest industries that are out there. AI, I've been involved since '89. AR, VR, some of you know I worked on the Lawnmower Man. I've been involved in edge and distributed computing as well. And over the last 18 months, I had quite a ride in the blockchain crypto world. I have been holding off on cannabis because I'm a public figure, and although I have ownership in some companies, et cetera, but when the Farm Bill came, I realized that it was time to really dive in, because I made the realization that I have probably 60 friends in the business across the entire value chain that are all decision makers and with some of the largest players in the business. So I then thought, what can I do to add value? I will create an ecology between finance, technology, education, and all the attributes that you already are familiar with. And mostly what I'm focusing on is how to get to the point where we have product that's trustable, clean, high quality, and it's not made out of paint thinner, which is one of the stories I heard about a few minutes ago. 3 drops of CBDs in paint thinner sold as cannabis in Nevada about 2 years ago, and they couldn't arrest the person because he couldn't do it federally because the laws don't permit it. And anyway, that's why we're here today, trying to figure out how to transition from a cowboy marketplace, from a rogue marketplace to a recreational marketplace, to a nutraceutical marketplace, to a medical marketplace. We have a number of very distinguished speakers today, and typically what I do with my panel is I try to go as quickly as I can to go through introductions. I have my audience introduce themselves first. I then have my audience members share 3 to 5 trends that they've observed since our last meeting together, and then as quickly as I can, I get us into conversation with you in the audience, because there's no value just to hear things. Maybe you'll get 1 or 2 epiphanies, but if you share your questions that are dominating your mind and the 4 to 6 issues you have in your mind at any given time, then you really learn and you move forward faster. So on that note, Julie, I'd like you to introduce yourself again.
Thank you.
That applause was from this morning, by the way. It's a leftover. Okay, thank you, though.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julie Rocky. I'm the Vice President of Marketing for Cannabistry Labs. We are a research and development intellectual property house, so we develop innovative cannabis products in different product categories and then license that IP and branding out to one state manufacturer exclusively. I joined the company about 1.5 years ago, coming from a little over 10 years in pharmaceuticals and biotech, working in specialty therapeutic areas and go-to-market plans and launches, and started to see a little bit of the research going on in cannabis, also naturally becoming very dismayed in pharmaceuticals, and really excited to join the industry and be part of it and just see where it's been taking off, the momentum that we have. Since the last time we met in October, it's just, even from then, grown leaps and bounds. So excited to sit on this panel with all these wonderfully distinguished individuals and be speaking with you guys here today.
By the way, I just want you to know that the people that are most powerful in this business are those that have had a transitional experience themselves. Julie started taking CBDs 3 years ago. She's older than me. And I just want you to know that nothing speaks louder than personal benefit. But Julie, I'm so happy you're here. Thank you so much. Dr. Sue.
Sure. Sue Sisley. I'm a physician based in Arizona. I practice internal medicine, and I'm also the president of Scottsdale Research Institute, where we conduct clinical trials, FDA-controlled trials, looking at smoked and vaporized cannabis flower only. So we don't study extracts or concentrates, just the dry bud material, trying to put flower through the entire FDA drug development process. And we just completed an FDA phase 2 trial looking at cannabis for treating military veterans with PTSD. That's the study we're probably best known for, but we also do a variety of other trials. We just published a study that we'd done with University of Michigan looking at cannabis as a substitution for opioids. We're starting a new study now looking at, it's an FDA phase 3 trial, looking at smoked cannabis flower for treating advanced cancer patients, so terminally ill cancer patients with who have severe breakthrough pain using smoked flower. So eager to see flower get on the market with an FDA indication and force insurance companies to have to pay for flower.
So you heard the lunch today, and you heard our earlier panel today, somewhat demonizing the FDA. What's the other side of the FDA, the good side?
Oh, the good side is that they are not law enforcement. They're actually physician investigators who are eager to see cannabis, especially flower, put through the entire FDA drug development process. They've been working collaboratively with us for over 10 years. So I think the people who say that they're blocking the research are not aware. They're maybe not really in the trenches with the FDA like we are. We deal with them regularly, and they've been very cooperative and eager to see the data. And they just say, look, if you can show safety and efficacy of flower or other derivatives, then you can get through all the FDA process. But they require data from controlled trials, and that's what keeps frustrating people. Is these controlled trials cost millions of dollars, and most companies aren't willing to invest in that yet.
I said data this morning. Data is really what we need, measurable results. Now, sitting next to Dr. Sue is Keith Spears. This is a beautiful sequence because Keith has been in the finance world all of his life. We're very good friends, full disclosure. Keith has raised $47 billion in his life, and he said to me the other day, who knew I would ever be in hemp or cannabis? But Keith, he and his partners created 120,000 jobs in the United States with his last big fund, a $500 million fund, and now they're doing the same thing in cannabis and hemp with Skytree Capital. Why don't you introduce yourself, Keith?
Thanks very much, David. My name is Keith Spears. I'm just very happy to be here to talk to everyone about what we're doing from an investment perspective. I think we come at the opportunity with cannabis more from a social impact perspective than a purely profit-driven perspective. So I think Skytree Capital Partners is raising its second fund, $200 million. And we're looking at opportunities that have the efficacy that we've been talking about on this panel, but also that are going to create jobs, try to create opportunities for minorities and women. It's some of the things that we're very passionate about. We fundamentally believe that you can generate great returns and also have a tremendous impact, that you don't have to sacrifice one for the other. And so that's how we come at the opportunity to invest in the cannabis space. We view it as the ultimate social impact investment opportunity. That's what attracts me to it. That's why I'm here and very excited to be here.
And Keith, like myself, has dedicated himself completely for the rest of his life to social impact long ago for both of us. And it's very easy to see why CBD medicines, hemp, et cetera, are very socially impactful. Speaking of social impact and veterans, it's my brother Boone Cutler. Boone is a person who would be on the other side of that data. I usually tell you a story, but Boone, why don't you just tell your story a little bit briefly?
Yeah, my story is, hi everybody, my name is Boone Cutler. I served in Iraq in 2005, 2006. I was injured during a mortar attack on our base. I finished my tour, but I also spent 2 years at Walter Reed Army Medical Center. And during those 2 years at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, I learned all about the dope game. I learned all about the pharma game. I did it all, I took it all, not just opiates, but the psych meds, the sleep meds, chlorohydrate, whatever category you want to put that into, I did it all. And what started the whole cascade, that downhill slide for me, was my first dose of Seroquel. At Walter Reed, they used medication as a chemical prison for us because there were just simply too many wounded for the amount of people and the amount of care that was available. So a lot of us got on that combat cocktail. A lot of us got on what we call the zombie dope. And I spent a number of years on the zombie dope until a young man said to me, until I refused to take it anymore. And I put myself in the VA hospital into a lockdown facility, and I said, I'm not taking the medication anymore. They said, you have to, you're going to go crazy. I said, hey, the door's locked, let's go crazy. And that's really how it went. It just kind of went hardcore, and I went against medical advice to come off of the medications. After 17 days being locked down, I was off all of the medications, but I still could not sleep. I went to work, and this young kid came up to me and said, hey, what's wrong with you? You look like hell. And I said, hey, thanks a lot, but I can't sleep. And he said, dude, why don't you just smoke pot? And I was so offended by the guy, I literally just chastised him and dismissed him. And then that night, after going through the 17 days, after being on the dope for about 4 or 5 years at that time, I'm laying in bed and I thought to myself, I have done everything medical science has to offer. I've watched the sun come up in the morning, I watched it go down at night, I've tried to reset my circadian rhythm, I've done everything. Every drug, every modality, anything anybody ever had to offer to help people get sleep, I tried over several years. None of them worked. I smoked marijuana, I slept for 5 hours. 5 hours. No nightmares, no problems, no hallucinations, nothing, which I was accustomed to at that time. And before cannabis, I was taking all the medications they were giving me, plus a good amount of scotch and about half a bottle of NyQuil. That was my daily routine to go to sleep. I've spoke before Congress on these issues. When I first started using cannabis in 2010, nobody in my community would talk about it. Now everybody in my community talks about it because we don't want to be on the zombie dope. We don't want to be on the painkillers. We don't want to be on the opiates. My kidneys got blown out from opiates, which was a contributing factor to a heart condition I had this last year. All these things are happening. Our people are dying because they're being poisoned. Cannabis does not do that. It's safer than grapes, and that's what I tell people because it's a fact. More people died from grapes than cannabis. This is ridiculous. We're not talking Cheech and Chong. We're talking about people getting help. Currently, I work in media. I also have a CBD company. I launched Warfighter Hemp a couple years ago. It did very well. Recently, currently we're launching Verve. It's a new CBD company, but we're also going to be focusing, you were talking about trends, David. I think everybody already knows it, but nobody's talking about it because you all think it's a big secret. It's not. It's just a big secret to everybody who is everybody, and that is the proliferation of other cannabinoids. Not just THC and CBD, but CBN and CBG. CBG, we can start replacing a lot more psych meds. CBN, we can get rid of Ambience, Trazodone, and all of these. So I'm really here to talk, to let you know I'm here to help. I'm looking for people to align with. I'm looking for people to coalesce with to push this thing forward. My community needs cannabis. We need it in the VA system. We need to find a way to stop having to come out of pocket. CBD is expensive. A lot of warfighters can't afford it. They're staying on the zombie dope just because of finances, and it's ridiculous. I'm trying to help change that. My name is Boone Cutler. Thank you for having me, David.
Matthew, Victor, sorry, Boone, very articulate. Have you ever considered radio or something?
Yeah, I should do that, huh? I should do that.
Tell them what you do on the radio side.
I have this last year I went through a cardiac issue. I had to go down to Panama, get stem cells. Once again, the medical industrial complex in the United States really didn't help me out a whole lot. And stem cells are a new thing, but I went down to Panama, I got stem cells. I no longer have cardiomyopathy, heart failure, polycythemia. I'm pretty sure my Parkinson's is gone too. All of these things are secondary to the blast injury I sustained in Iraq. I work in media. I have a show called Tipping Point with Boone Cutler, The Warfighter Perspective. It ran for several years, but since my health over the last couple of years, I had to get rid of the show, but the show's coming back. I'm not sure exactly what station we're going to be on, but it's going to be, we're being courted right now by some pretty big industries.
Matthew, you get inundated every week, probably every day, with all these opportunities. You have your own filter that you're looking for in terms of impact that you want to have. How do you filter through all the deal flow to move forward the sliders of research, trust, and impact in the cannabis world? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you, David. Hey, Matt Norgren, founder, CEO of a fund called Arcadian, also a capital management business that Arcadian has, and a series of SPVs. We've been investing for many years and have learned quite a few things along that journey, and one of them is how important management is, and that obviously is important in any category, but in particular to cannabis. There's a lot of misinformation out there and a lot of excitement with not a lot of regulation. So, management's really important to us, David, I would say. Also, we're really a growth round investor. So, for us to have a qualifying investment opportunity, it needs to have a couple of rounds of financing already in place and a year or two of revenue. So that's helpful as well when you're a little bit later stage investor. But glad to be here today. Boone, thank you for your service, man. These stories are why we're all in this business outside of the economic return. We just can't tell you, how moving those things are, and you're in the right community, right? Because if you're asking for support, never been in an industry that gives more support than cannabis. So we're happy to help you, and at Arcadian, we believe in collaboration. So please feel free to reach out to us with any questions, and we're here to be a service.
By the way, Steve, you're an athlete by background, if I remember. Not Steve, but Matthew. That's an industry that's equally plagued and benefits by bad drugs and good CBDs. Does your experience as an athlete color what you've done? I mean, does it inform the decisions you make?
It certainly does, especially as a backup quarterback who never started a game in college or in my NFL career. You learn pretty quickly what it means to be in a servant leadership position, and have taken that philosophy into investment, because I think we can join great teams and help make them better, but we understand what it means to be a team. Cannabis is very diverse, our team's diverse, our way of thinking is diverse, and I think if we continue to collaborate and operate in a team mentality, much like what sports does and service does, I think we're going to be stronger together.
Thank you, that's great. I can imagine weaving a team out of all the characters in this business ecology of ours. It's definitely worthy of television, as every producer in Hollywood knows these days. Speaking of ethical business, Steve, I noticed that you use the word ethical cannabis in your bio. I love that, because the word at the top of the pyramid for everybody is trust. Everything we're talking about is about trust. Tell me where ethics, trust have played into you creating your interesting business.
Yeah, so first I'd like to acknowledge the panelists. We have a pretty amazing group of people here, and really it's people like this that make us excited about coming to work every day. And our company's mission is to help bring trust and transparency to the cannabis industry. And in a way, we didn't need to bring it. There's a lot of great things happening, but it was sort of behind the curtain for a very long time. And what we want to try to do is help bring that out into the light, to quote somebody very famous. And so what we do is we provide software to the cannabis industry. About half of all the cannabis produced in the US legally every month goes through our platform. And we primarily provide lab testing software. So all of that cannabis inventory that's produced, whether it's flower or concentrates, ready for consumption, or higher up in the supply chain, used for ingredients, all of that is lab tested, and it allows us to give that information back to the community in a way that they can see how all these cannabinoids and terpenes express themselves across these products, and so that people can find what they actually need. Cannabis is a very complicated product. It's not one size fits all for everybody. Some people have different reasons for consuming it. So that's something that we want to help bring to the community. And one thing that we love about this industry is the community itself. So our mission is to help bring trust and transparency to the cannabis industry, like I said, and help every ethical cannabis business thrive. We didn't put the word legal in there, we put the word ethical in there because we get a really rare chance to help shape the way this future industry is built, and we can shape it in a way that helps all ethical businesses rather than just a few big money players at the top, or kind of the old guard coming in from other industries.
Well, give us a one-liner on what Confident is.
The one-liner, yeah. So we provide software to cannabis operators to help them test and sell and buy. So we're a B2B wholesale marketplace. A good analogy might be Auto Trader plus Carfax for cannabis.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Thank all of you. Now I'm going to get us to conversation as quickly as we can. I've asked each of my folks here to come up with a couple trends that they've observed in the last 6 months. Things are moving so quickly in this business that I'm sure that each will have a few. Go ahead.
Sure. So I'll speak to a little bit on the branding side. So we do B2B and B2C marketing. So on the B2B side, there's a lot, especially in Colorado, we've noticed with the major dispensaries like Native Roots and Live Well requiring a platform for their bud tenders to be fully trained on your product before they're stocked in shelves. So we've started to create bud tender training manuals, which essentially go through all of product information, product profile analogs, and then also key selling points around it. So it helps supplement the sales teams who are in there, but also just more from just an educational background. There's quite a bit of turnover from the bud tender perspective, so it keeps the education ongoing, and we're continuing to add to that. And we've used that now as a template for the other states that we enter in to continue to build upon the bud tender training perspective. I'm going to actually be working with a company that close to Mad Men, who's also developing more of a software program that will allow for that easy information exchange. So I think on the B2B side, we've seen a lot of information exchange and needed for the bud tender education. On the consumer side, much to Stephen's point around transparency and building trust, really a lot of the consumers that we see are really focused on what the core customer is looking at. And when I say core, meaning those influencers, early adopters, first movers, those individuals who are close to their follower base, if you will, who are the ones that are staying up to date on technology, processes, where products are manufactured, their source of origin, things of that nature, and they're educating their platform. So we are doing quite a bit of resource and investment in getting close to those individuals to help educate them on our brands, being fully transparent, where the ingredients that are sourced for our products are from, and allowing them to use their platform to educate their consumers. So I think we really are seeing a refocus back to that core rather than focusing on all the new consumers that are starting to come into the space, and that seems to be growing in the product categories that we're in.
Dr. Sue,
Yeah.
I like saying that. It makes me feel like Johnny Cash. What are you seeing as innovation in this space? What are the trends you're seeing in terms of opportunities you have?
I would say, one of the things that is encouraging to me is that I'm seeing scientists getting a backbone and demanding that the government end the DEA monopoly. That is, I don't know, many of you probably are aware that every clinical trial in this country, we have to purchase cannabis from the federal government to conduct these controlled trials. And so every single study that you've seen since 1968 has been forced to purchase this very low-quality cannabis from the University of Mississippi. And we would argue that this has sabotaged studies for years. The outcomes of these efficacy trials are definitely harmed by this sort of moldy, diluted cannabis, and it doesn't come close to resembling anything here in California or any good quality flower. So I'm excited that finally scientists are, rearing up and demanding change. It hasn't moved the needle at all, unfortunately. The government is still enforcing this monopoly at University of Mississippi, and so we still only have one federally legal drug supply for any clinical trials in the U.S. But I'm hoping once we break this monopoly and force the DEA to license other growers for research, it will create a renaissance of cannabis research in the U.S., but I just worry how long this will take if we continue to languish with this low quality, this cannabis that has no genetic variety, doesn't, no diverse phenotypes. We are already years behind other countries who have multiple growers for research, and we may never catch up at this point.
Let me ask one other question. I know that the first patent for cannabis is owned by the government. I've also heard stories about the fellows that did that research and then went quiet. What are the implications of the government owning this patent, and when does it lapse? Do you have any idea?
I don't know when it lapses, and I haven't seen the government act on the patent at all, so we don't know. All these years that they've owned this, we've not seen them try to intervene. So, but it is curious that they saw, the patent basically was identifying cannabis as a neuroprotectant, and now we have really solid published scientific data that supports cannabis for neuroprotection, which is exactly why you're seeing the people in the NFL and other sports leagues who get concussions regularly demanding access to this, because they know that cannabis does play a role in neurogenesis. The veterans community is demanding access because they know that it is helping them recover from other neurologic conditions. So the government identified this early on. They secured this patent, but it hasn't blocked anything other than that we continue, the government, by creating this monopoly, they have systematically impeded cannabis research since 1968. And we have to, if we can, everybody in this room can come together and put all of our energy into pressuring the DEA to make, they pledged to the public 3 years ago on the Federal Register that they would license other growers for research, and they have not made good on that pledge, so we need to demand that.
Matthew, you made a gesture.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to, Sue, you and I have talked about this for years. Did I just see something come out from the NFL that's...
Yeah, they made an announcement. The NFL said they're going to work with the NFLPA to create another pain commission. We already had a pain commission that was, that Eugene Monroe and others have been on for years, and it hasn't produced anything. We don't really need more commissions that produce nothing. We need action, and the NFL has a golden opportunity to do the right thing, and all the leagues do, but they're just, stonewalling. So I'm hoping that, by everybody being here today, we're doing a good job of building awareness and hopefully putting pressure on them.
Keith, you see a lot of deal flow. On your first test fund, you got a 72% IRR. Almost half of your companies went public. Now you're going 20 times bigger. What are you seeing in the world of innovation, disruption? What are the trends you're seeing?
I think the one thing that I would focus on today is less about innovation and more about collaboration. I think it's something that has been resonating on this panel. I think a lot of us are in this business because we want to make a difference in the world. And I think when we talk to potential investors, when we talk to companies, the notion of having impact at scale is something that really resonates with them. And so as we're having these conversations, the idea of putting together an ecosystem that can really have collaboration and impact domestically, internationally, is something that we're just seeing in large measure. And I think it's we're talking to people in China, people in Africa, Europe, wherever globally that are looking at the benefits of cannabis. And so we're very excited about that trend. And we want to leverage our relationships and our resources to help bring more of that collaboration to bear. We think that as we're talking to companies, it's important, as I think Matthew talked about, look at the management team, how successful have they been historically, but to the extent we can provide value add through our network and our relationships, we want to do that. And I think that's one of the things that we're very focused on. So we'd love to see how we can collaborate amongst everyone on the panel and everyone here as we kind of try to build this community that's already there. It's already vibrant and thriving, and it's going to become more institutional over time. That's inevitable. But we want to make sure it has a social conscience and a thought about being impactful in the right way, right? So it's been great having those kinds of conversations over the last few months, and just recognizing how that spirit is ingrained in this community. And so it's just great to be part of it.
Thank you, Keith. Boone, you and I started talking cannabis a couple of years ago. You had your finger to the pulse because it's so important to the veterans. What are you seeing now?
I see it's become more important to the warfighter community, specifically just because we want to be effective again, and we've lost faith in a lot of the normal or the everyday, again, medical industrial complex stuff. Unfortunately, the VA system is just overtaxed. Same thing as Walter Reed. It's about being able to manage a very high, big caseload with a lot of injuries. Some of the other stuff that I'm seeing that I think everybody should probably keep their eye on is not just cannabis to ingest, but we're also talking about creating carbon sinks now, where it will actually pull the carbon out of the air. The earth doesn't care how carbon gets there, it just cares that it goes away. And there's actually a way right now to determine how many vehicles are in an area and how much cannabis has to be planted in that area to zero out the carbon emissions. This is all possible with cannabis, so that's what we're talking about. You're talking about stuff that's coming down the pike. You're going to start seeing carbon sinks, S-I-N-K, not with a C, not sink, but sink, like it goes in the sink, goes down the drain. Carbon sinks is a big deal. Textiles, hempcrete. Don't be surprised if you start seeing a lot of buildings in the United States getting built with 3D printers and hempcrete, because that's going to happen. These are the new innovative things that are happening. Also to replenish soil. On a lot of our military bases, I know guys who are at Fort McClellan whose teeth are falling out, and this was from 10, 15, 20 years ago because the water table's been damaged and the land has been damaged. Well, we know that if you're planting cannabis, it will recondition the soil. It will pull all the bad stuff out and actually make it plantable again. So when we're talking about cannabis, we're not just talking about what we ingest for our own health. We're talking about what's in the air that screws up our health, what's in the ground that screws up our health. And cannabis is going to change all of that. As far as technology goes, crystalline nanocellulose. As far as technology goes, graphene. These things, as we replace fossil fuels, which we are doing right now, the world is doing, we're going to be looking at things like lithium ion. We're going to be looking at things that make different sources of energy, and some of these sources of energy will come from cannabis. That's the big game. It's not just about CBD under your tongue making you feel better, activating the endocannabinoid system, tapping that CB1, CB2 receptor. It's not just that. We're talking about truly changing the world. We're talking about changing the atmosphere, the climate change, reversing it, all of these things. Doc talked about CBD as a neuroprotectant. CBG is neurogenesis. The warfighter community wants neurogenesis. Professional sports, it's about bringing the brain back to a level that's normal, that you can still have a good life, quality of life. I mean, look at people with Alzheimer's, same thing. CBG, again, gets rid of MRSA. I mean, how many people does MRSA kill? More people than AIDS. So when we're talking about what's coming down the pike, it's not just an ingestible, it's actually cleaning the world. And that's why I'm here.
I don't know if people know this, but I understand that hemp actually helps to reinvigorate the soil as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we should be using on military installations that have been poisoned.
Yeah. Matthew, you're in a beautiful position to see where things are going, because If you look from a meta perspective, you see where the trends are by the pitches you receive. What are you seeing these days?
As a side note, have you worked with Sue before?
We hung out.
She's got so much great research on veterans that I think it would be good for you two to engage. And we're lucky to have Sue in this industry, by the way. Trends we're seeing, I mean, we try to think about when a potential vertical or market might mature. And I think what you see with retail, cultivation, manufacturing, in terms of valuation on a multiple, that probably had its peak value in November, December, unfortunately, because a lot of Canadian bankers play a little bit of a different game up there, and you have those assets trading at 30 to 80 times revenue multiples, which is not realistic in that particular asset category. We think there's a lot of margin correction to happen there. Right now, you still get a little bit of that premium because the large multi-state operators are trying to sell a growth story, and they've got to keep stock high. But eventually, you're going to see that correct, and that's the reason you see companies like Canopy that has $4.5 billion on their balance sheet. It's because they want cash to be able to put that to work and buy distressed assets. So I think we all need to be realistic when it comes to licensed businesses and the type of multiples and values those businesses can receive. And so I think there's a little bit of correction there. It's what I'm seeing. I'm also seeing on the ancillary side, if you're sort of in that B2B world, he has a fantastic company, by the way, in that category, which is where we spent most of our time investing. We have 16 investments in growth round companies in the B2B side of cannabis. I think that because those companies don't generate their revenue directly from a licensed activity, take some level of risk away, not entirely, but enough where they have a little more access to public markets in the United States, for example, like NASDAQ. So you're going to see a lot of companies listing publicly in the United States, not having to go to Canada, a lot more liquidity, a lot more volume in terms of trading. So I think if you're a scaled, non-licensed company, it's a really interesting time the next 12 months to 18 months that you can exit at some type of, probably premium valuation. But I think that happens a little bit more quickly than we hope. I think if you're looking at investment opportunities 18 months to 36 months out, you've got to be thinking about the consumer aspect, brands and IP around potential plants and products and distribution, delivery, testing. That whole category is probably what we're seeing trend a little bit further out than the next 12 months as a peak valuation.
What are you seeing? I know that there are 17 different verticals. I mean, I'm just making that number up. There's a lot of verticals in the ecology. But what are you seeing as a multiple that makes sense these days, I suppose, on the cultivation side?
On the cultivation side, if you look outside the industry, what does a manufacturing company trade for or an agriculture company trade for? You're a 3 to 5 multiple.
So it's business as usual. That's a solid multiple based on revenues.
It's still a nice multiple, but in cannabis and hemp will always get a bit of a premium. But at some point in time, it starts to correct.
Got it.
I think, and you'll have high top shelf quality cannabis that's in a different category. But in terms of run of the mill, majority of the products, as he was talking about earlier, which Dr. Sue is not a fan of.
The ones that won't be here much longer.
Right. The whole plant medicine is fantastic, but unfortunately, a lot of the world can't receive it in that form. So if we can get it to them in as many forms as possible, you can still help somebody potentially achieve homeostasis internally, which is our ultimate goal. And any cannabinoid can potentially help that. So I think you're going to see a lot of isolated, infused in products until we can get the world to realize what Sue's work really means.
And thank you for honoring Sue. Let me just give her a hand for all the work that she's doing because I promise you there's not a person in the audience that won't agree with the following statement. We are all veterans. None of our lives are easy. And this will benefit everybody, the work you're doing. So, Steve, speaking of which, you're at an interesting vantage point because you're spanning the B2B world. You see a lot of activity. What are you seeing when it comes to your activities to bring quality control, ethics, and measurable efficacy to the business for the consumer?
Yeah, so for context, for those of you who don't know our company too well, so we're currently in, I think, about 24 states, not in every legal medical state yet. There are a few that we haven't entered in yet, but in many of the ones in which we do participate, we probably have maybe anywhere from 30 to 80, sometimes even 100% of the producers and processors in that state on our platform. So what we can very easily see based on the inventory that they're producing, the kinds of things they're producing, the volumes at which they're producing, we get to see a really kind of nice overview and bird's eye view of the whole industry. And it's been really interesting to see how things have changed so rapidly. So just as an example, in Oregon, you may have seen that they had this very big oversupply problem, and a lot of companies were going out of business, unfortunately. And it was because of what I fundamentally think is a good thing. It was very low barriers to entry. Anybody could get a license and operate, and that creates a lot of innovation and entrepreneurship. But inevitably, too many people enter the market, and there's just not enough demand. There are only 4 million people in Oregon, and a lot of companies go out of business. So that was a huge problem that happened, over the course of a year and a half. And just last weekend, we were in Oregon, and that whole thing has turned around. Great. So there's actually a shortage in Oregon right now, particularly with outdoor. Since when did Oregon suffer from a shortage of outdoor? And Oregon, like California, has some of the best cannabis in the world. So that's one data point in Oregon. Another completely opposite scenario is in Massachusetts. Massachusetts is barely getting started. A lot of licensees are barely opening. Much more concentrated model. Not quite as concentrated as, say, New York, but they have a shortage, right? There are plenty of states with shortages. And a lot of the businesses who struggled or are struggling, or just frankly, maintaining status as a small business, I think are going to see a big explosion on the West Coast when interstate commerce is finally an option. I'm not going to go on the record and say when that is, 5-7 years maybe, who knows, maybe hopefully sooner. But a lot of people like to talk about trends in the industry. It's impossible to talk about a market trend in aggregate. It's as if we're doing business in the Middle Ages. People have different currencies, different laws, different players, and it's just too all over the place. So you have to look at every market individually.
So I just have time for a few questions. What's your question, sir? No questions? Possible. Who's got a question? Please.
Yes, I was supposed to be on that panel, but we ran out of chairs.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That's true. You're on tomorrow at 11:30.
I am.
Okay, so go ahead. What would you have said, Bob?
The 507 patent on nerve protection, that expired the 25th of last month.
Wow.
That's 663-0507? Okay.
So what's your question? What are the implications of that? That's amazing. That's great. So, any other? Thank you for that.
you.
Any other?
Great
I see a question in the back. Hemp. That's your name, right? Hemp.
No, I'm with Veterans Health Solutions Personal Care. Hemp is just something else I'm doing with what it is. So I'm a veteran, combat veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Right on, brother.
The question is for Dr. Suseski. The report that you did with 76 veterans, right? Where can we find that so that we can have a simple way of communicating this to the veteran community that we work with, the urban community as well as the unserved areas, where most veterans are not even aware of what is truly going on. So we have access to that. If we do, where can we find it?
Yeah, you definitely will have access to all of the data once it's published. We just unblinded the data recently, and so we're analyzing thousands of statistical data points to try to build a manuscript, and we're going to be submitting to JAMA, hoping that they, some kind of really mainstream peer-reviewed medical journal will accept this material. So if JAMA rejects it, then we have to go, through peer review with another journal. So that's what will delay your ability to review this. But our commitment is to publish everything, the good and the bad of cannabis will all be put into the public domain, and that's different than Big Pharma, right? We're a nonprofit, so we insist on putting everything out there, but with Big Pharma, if the data didn't make their drug look favorable, you would never see those studies. So that's the good thing about nonprofit drug development research.
Last burning question, if there is one, please.
A number of you guys have talked about social impact, and I'm curious, specifically for Mr. Spears and Norgren, on the investment side, on the fund side, are you finding that there is money that is holding cannabis companies to the expectation that they meet social impact within their business structure? Because we all hold ourselves to a particular standard within the industry to try to do better because we're starting
Socially responsible LPs.
Exactly right. So are you seeing money starting to gravitate towards companies that are building corporate social responsibility strategies into their business, or is that something that's starting to become an expectation from the money side?
I think there are investors who are very focused on that. We just had a great meeting this morning with a group that's coming together to build a fund of funds that's focused on impact investing in the cannabis space, and they're going to hold the companies, the funds, feet to the fire in terms of meeting those metrics. And I know that's something that we're focused on at Skytree, is that it's important to know what you're looking for in terms of these types of metrics, whether it's jobs, whether it's diversity, whatever the case may be. And then hold the company's feet to the fire, measure the performance, make sure they're hitting those targets, what are they doing to institute these changes, that type of thing. So we're very focused on it. A lot of the folks in our ecosystem are very focused on it. We think it gives us somewhat of a competitive advantage as we go compete for business to invest in a company. It resonates with the management teams that we're talking to. We also manage a program with the City of Oakland where we help social equity entrepreneurs get licensed and get loans, microloans from the City of Oakland. So this is something that we're very committed to. It's in our DNA, and a lot of the people that we work with, it's the same way.
Matthew?
Yeah, I think that's very well said. And a couple of our new friends over here, we were talking about this topic last night. And if you ask somebody like Bruce Margolis in the back of the room, who's been doing this for 40-something years, hey, huh? 51, okay. There's been a lot of people fighting for us to get to where we are today. And I think all of us that are in the space need to be aware of the fact that we have a responsibility not only to the people that got us here, but those that have been affected along the way, and ultimately to build an industry the right way from the beginning. While everybody else out there is reverse engineering, trying to figure out how to care about female empowerment and how to care about the environment and how to minority, issues that exist. Cannabis can build them from the beginning. So I think it's kind of a cool responsibility we all have, but at the end of the day, we need to take that into the companies we're involved with, into our collaborative efforts in the space, and we'll be just fine. I mean, we still have a ways to go, but I do feel like this industry, and travel all over the world speaking like Sue, you do see a lot of positive responses when it comes to social impact, and I can promise you that's a big responsibility that we lay on our companies, and I think we represent that. Stacy on my team's here. Our team's very diverse because we feel like it takes a diverse group of thinkers to make an investment in a cannabis company that needs to think that same way.
To close, this morning there were a number of profound statements. Most of you heard them. The one that was most profound to me on the investing side was that if you really want to invest in this business, invest in a fund, because you have professionals that are doing all the due diligence, and it may cost you a little teeny bit, but it will greatly diminish the chance of yourselves getting compromised in a bad way. And the fund that Keith was referring to is a fund of funds run by women called Earth Capital Advisors, LLC in Los Angeles. Their specific mission is to raise a significant amount of money they can put into other funds that are values aligned, so they can ensure that the values alignment is there against the onslaught that is inevitably incoming from those that care less about values. Thank you very much for today.
Nonprofit drug development, because you know this time around, you gotta go to all the ARC fee meetings, all these IC3 meetings, and we can never have, build any trust because they're all looking for ROI. We're like, look, we're scientists, we don't know what the outcomes are, and they not benefit
We owe you a check. We owe you
your
Stacy.
product. So I'm wondering if they
Yeah, I have it over on my back over here.
especially
Yeah,
what,
let's get it out
created
this
what
way.
we call the Scottsdale Research Institute Exit Endowment Fund. You know, as these companies exit and get good, like if they could donate 1%, we're a 501c3, and we have, so if you'd ever consider that, you think I should just send you guys, why not you guys? Is this the guy from Nevada, Matthew, or what's his name? Yeah, you know those, yeah. Or they're still involved.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Talk to them. They're a king. Oh, sure.
How are you?
I'm good.
Nice to meet you.
I got Angels.
Great.
Just got my first term sheet during lunch.
Oh, congratulations.
I'll come down there in Los Angeles. Yeah, I'm so many pictures to taking about us right now.
Take it off after this. Let's definitely get a call.
And actually, we're in the social equity program in San Francisco at New
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, let's get together. I'd love to learn more.
I had to 24-hour print it, so it's not very good quality.
Okay.
And I actually haven't used these for 2 months, but everyone was like, so there's my basic info. I'll send you a better email, introductory email.
Great to meet you. It's a pleasure. Okay. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm kind of leaning. Yeah. We need to look at, we've done like 20 surveys.
Hey, how are you?
We need to probably talk.
Good to meet you, Jason. It's a pleasure. Yes, absolutely.
My new card is open traceability and delivery distribution white people.
Oh, wow.
Right down to the whole ecosystem.
4 o'clock, all the way up.
4 o'clock.
All the way up and hold it out.
Okay.
Anyway, they have
Sorry for asking that question. I hope I didn't
No, it's fine.
You were looking at me
Probably
saying.
have 12 questions, but I didn't
Yes, it's okay.
They have a solution, like an IoT security delivery solution. Because right now delivery is blowing up all over illegal cannabis. So, I mean, that just maybe there's some loop there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to meet you. It's a pleasure. Hey, how are you?
You do?
Yes, nice to meet you.
I just asked you to join me on LinkedIn.
Oh, wow.
I'm a partner with Stanton Chase, we're the largest retained firm in the world.
Oh, wow.
Retained executive search firm.
Our work's starting off. That's great.
And you're in Oakland?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, I've lived there for many years. I just left after 45 years.
Oh, wow. Where do you live now?
Well, I live in Oregon, but I work for Stanton Chase here in the city.
Oh,
I went
great.
to USC and I teach
Oh,
at USC.
fantastic.
I've been in search for 30 years. I built the 4th largest retained firm in Silicon Valley. So Stanton Chase was really in exclusivity and diversity and all that, and I heard your comments. So I'd say that both my business is from venture-backed.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah.
So when you were talking, I asked you to join me on LinkedIn.
Absolutely. I'll do that for
You'll see
sure.
my bio, but
Okay.
just like to and work together. because
Love to.
I'm up dealing with a lot of companies who are seeking funding, and maybe there are things wrong with that.
Absolutely.
Probably wouldn't fund a company for the right CEO.
Absolutely.
That's right.
That's fantastic.
Thanks for coming down.
That's great.
Just get down today.
Yeah, this morning, yeah.
All my family's still with me.
That's fantastic.
Anyway, enjoyed your comments.
Okay,
Really
thank you.
support
Thank you
us
so much.
on.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Appreciate it.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you.
No, she's here. She's here. Yeah. Up right there. Okay. Okay.
Right next to you.
Okay, yeah. Should I put Allison here or leave her where she is?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I just want to say hi. So much as I saw you last year. Well, congrats on your new gigs and everything.
Thank you. All the way across town right now. Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was kind of exciting in 2005.
What?
I opened up my podcast. This is all we do. No. And it's also important because I was putting on a conference in July about cutting edge research and manufacturing process.
Yeah, I put her right here because I wanted my sister to sit next to me.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What's the picture in your beer?
We'll see. She does her thing. She's of course she's like she's late.
You're traveling so much. And I mean, now I got invited to Brazil, to Mexico, to Singapore. I didn't even know that in Singapore they were going to create. Now they have a conference, and then to Malta. I mean, this year is being like crazy, but I love it. I mean, this is exactly what I like. And then in the middle of the time we're working on the laws in Panama. I mean, you know better than anybody how hard it is, but I've been working with the Congress, helping them to write the law.
That's amazing. Well, I'm excited to hear about that too. So I was going to ask you the specific question, at least one of them, is what's going on in Panama and what kind of work are you doing? So you can just like talk.
Of course.
Okay, awesome. Okay, cool.
Okay, we're missing. We're
Allison is, yeah. Right, let's put it there.
more water for you guys. What time were we supposed to start? 4?
Allison, what is last time? And something with her,
Well, oh, I spoke at that. I wrote a speech and I loved it, and it was like emotional. I talked all about like social justice issue. Yeah, but I didn't care. And afterward, there were like, especially these 3 young women who came to talk to me, and now I'm like, they're coming to the cannabis circles, and like I'm trying to like be. So it's like whatever. It's like 3 people.
Jordan, what's his name?
Yeah, Jordan.
He's such a sweetheart.
He's amazing. Yeah.
I mean, it speaks to like being like a student environment.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
like 5 people, like, he's like,
Totally.
people, like, actually,
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, should we see them?
She said she was like part of me.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, yeah, please. Well. No, it's okay. We're waiting for one more panelist. Yeah, but thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Indeed. I'm Ariel.
I'll tell them that she's 1 minute away in the Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's gonna.
I'll fill in for you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just do it. This next panel is going to be very exciting, so everyone should definitely find a seat. We are going to talk with women cannabis entrepreneurs. My name is Ariel Clark. I am a cannabis business and corporate attorney. I am a founder of Clark Newbert LLP, a women-owned and run law firm. And I'm a longtime policy reform advocate. I am incredibly honored to be up here today talking with these brilliant and distinguished women. And we're going to talk about some really cool things today, including what they're doing in this space, what they're doing in life. And so we're going to start out with an introductory question. Pardon me. The microphone got really excited too. I'd like to start on my left, and I'd like each woman to introduce themselves and tell us who you are, what you do in cannabis, what you do kind of in the industry and your role. But the lead prompt question that I'd like each of you to answer is this. For folks like us who've been in cannabis a long time, a lot of people ask us, why did you choose cannabis? Why are you in cannabis? So I'd like to switch the question around. And the question I'd like you ladies to answer is, why did cannabis choose you? Why did this knowing female healing plant choose you? What is it about your character, your expertise, about who you are, that she chose you in ways to be of service to her? So, shall we begin?
Okay.
Hi, my name's Madison Margolin. I'm features editor at Civilized, which is a cannabis lifestyle publication. My publisher, Derek, is right here in the audience. I've been writing about cannabis for about, almost 4 or 5 years now, freelancing for publications like Vice, Playboy, Rolling Stone, High Times, a lot of them. And on the side, I also write about psychedelics as well with a new publication called Double Blind. And I'm going to introduce my sister, who's on her way. We're not the most prompt family. Allison is a criminal defense and now licensing attorney who does cannabis law. And I guess the reason we're both in cannabis, I'll just speak for her, because that's what you get for being late. We kind of grew up in a cannabis family. I don't really know if we chose cannabis at all. I kind of fell into it by accident. I told myself I wasn't going to do anything weed related and ended up in journal. My father is also a cannabis lawyer. Allison's a lawyer, does cannabis law. And I was like, I don't want to do weed law. That's their thing. And in journalism school, I decided to write a story about cannabis in New York, and just sold that story and ended up writing about cannabis for the Village Voice and then freelancing about it. And here I am now writing with weed being my life, and I guess that was my destiny. As for Allison, she loves weed, and weed is marijuana is a family value, and I guess we both, her from an advocacy perspective and a legal perspective, and me from sort of really just growing up in the cannabis space and the industry. I think both of us have a really unique perspective on how the industry has grown up in the past more than 20 years, and we're able to sort of I guess speak to the different aspects of the industry. Allison working with growers and dispensary people, and me being a journalist, getting to interview people from all over every sector of the industry. I'm here to tell the story of the cannabis plant, so I hope that says it.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Amanda.
Hi, I'm Amanda Chicago Lewis. I'm also a journalist. I write a column about cannabis for the magazine Rolling Stone. I also do stuff for a bunch of other publications like GQ and Wired and the Wall Street Journal, etc. I've been covering cannabis primarily for the past 5 or 6 years. I am 32. I was always a person who was sort of drawn to cannabis over alcohol. It was something I always felt really comfortable with. And then I also have always really been someone who understands everyone's side of a story or an argument. So I was like that kid in middle school and high school who listened to both friends that were fighting and was like, yeah, I totally see what you're saying. But they were against each other and had totally opposite points of view. And so I parlayed that into journalism, where I also, I think I'm someone who's able to move within a lot of different types of spaces, and at this point, cannabis encompasses so many different types of people and worlds, from really well-funded corporations to growers in the backwoods to scrappy entrepreneurs to social justice things to, financial deals, and it really touches a lot, from medicine to science to policy to business, et cetera. So even though cannabis sounds like a very limited thing to write about, I feel comfortable talking in depth about that sort of wide variety of subjects, which I think is why it makes sense for cannabis to have chosen me. And as a person who tries to generally represent, what the average pothead might think if they were really informed about what was going on about marijuana legalization. I just try to understand what's going on from everyone's perspective and then collate it into a narrative that people who aren't spending a lot of time paying attention to the space will understand. So that's what's going on with me.
Thank you. Please.
Hello, my name is Sandra Carrillo. I am a medical doctor, a physician. I studied medicine in Colombia. I was born there, and I live actually in Panama. I work in ER for many years, and then I did a master's in aesthetic medicine. and anti-aging medicine in Spain. And the last few years, I got very interested in cannabis medicine. For me, it's been like a huge change because I've been all my life. I mean, I was raised in Colombia, and in Colombia, it's a big stigma with cannabis and cannabis users. And as a doctor, I used to be a person who was against cannabis consumers because everybody who used cannabis used to be like being in a very bad way. But right now in Panama, I work with a foundation. We help children with epilepsy, and everything started since I started seeing these children. This is a story of a little girl. She used to have 400 seizures a day. The diagnostic she had, it was a Ohtahara syndrome, very rare disease. And in Panama, cannabis is not legal, so the mother had to fly to the States and bring the daughter to get treated here. And then she started using Charlotte's Web. And now this little girl has a different life. The family has a different life, and it's been 2 years since she's seizures free. So this is a huge inspiration and motivation, and makes me study. And I've been going all over the world learning, in Europe, Israel, United States, Latin America, and I consider myself like one of the biggest advocates in Panama. I've been working with the government trying to legalize medical cannabis, still not legal, but I think we're getting there. By the end of this year, probably we will have the law. I also work in Colombia. I have practicing there since in Colombia is legal. I work with patients. I mean, I have clinics where I treat patients with very little economic resources. So basically right now my biggest passion is to help people through this superior medicine that is cannabis. And my biggest challenge right now that I was telling you is that I do see the medical community is still not too open. I mean, I love here in the States when I see doctors that they are aware, that they want to learn, and in Latin America we still need to remove the stigma. So I want to create educational programs. So because I think the doctors are one of the main links, because if the doctors are educated, they can help the patients, treat them, and give them confidence in how to use this amazing plant that Mother Earth is giving us to heal the world. So that's basically what I've been doing the last years.
Thank you so much. Felicia.
Hello, my name is Felicia Carbajal. I am the director of the Social Impact Center. I'm also one of the founding members of Equity First Alliance. I'm also the chair of Equity First Coalition. I've worn many hats surrounding the cannabis conversation in particular. One thing I do want to do is acknowledge that today is Harvey Milk's birthday. So as a queer person of color, I'm afforded this privilege in particular because of amazing individuals. It kind of segues into not my why, but the calling, because I think that's what the question really amounts to. So for me in particular, I got a few callings. So the first one started when I was 19 years old, when one of my friends asked me to illegally transport cannabis from Berkeley to San Francisco. No brainer. I did a lot of that, including a lot of trafficking all across this country based on the idea of compassion. After I was done being incarcerated and a little afraid of this conversation in particular, I was fortunate enough to meet Dr. Alan Frankel, who afforded me an amazing opportunity to look at cannabis through a different lens in particular, through not just an academic lens, but through the science lens and through helping people again. So it allowed me and afforded me an opportunity to be grounded in compassion once again. So today, as a person who's pushing the conversation of social equity, I believe that I'm grounded in compassion once again. Compassion for communities of color that have been impacted by the war on drugs, like the community I grew up in, in particular. So she called me because I could take it.
Thank you. So, Felicia, actually, I'd love to start with you. You are working in one of the most challenging and dynamic jurisdictions, which is the city of LA. And some of your main priorities are really community reinvestment and social responsibility. And I'm curious if you can share with us sort of what do the nuts and bolts of that look like, and what does implementation look like to you?
So in terms of some of the big things that we've been lobbying for in the city of Los Angeles in particular is to ensure that those tax revenues actually go back into communities that have been impacted. So we've been having these difficult conversations about what does corporate social responsibility look like in the cannabis industry? What does it look like to go back and heal those harms in particular? So in the city of Los Angeles, it's been a mixed bag, but we know that they know we're here. They know that in terms of not just me, but our coalition as a whole, we've set a lot of fires. And in doing some of those fires in particular, we've seen the city make small budgets. So we've got the city of Los Angeles to allocate $3 million over the course of the next 3 years, which was unheard of. Although I'd like to also share that still only about 4% of the actual tax dollars that have been accumulated by the city of Los Angeles. So we're taking those 2 steps forward and going 1 step back. In terms of what do we need more champions. Right now, we've been very fortunate. I also got to work in politics during the Prop 8 movement. I was one of the leaders who worked during the marriage equality movement, so I got to make a lot of interesting friends, and one of them happens to be council member Mike Bonin. We've been able to challenge him in particular as a white gay guy from the West Side who's raising a young black child who's going to be a black man in this country to really open his mind and be a little bit more bold. So right now we just need bold, fearless leadership in the city of Los Angeles to actually ensure that not just funding happens, but that social equity, there's some teeth behind it, that we actually have something that's not just a licensing infrastructure and a Trojan horse to capture a regulated marketplace.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Amanda, I'd actually like to ask you a question, sort of bouncing off of Felicia's discussion. You, by the way, I have I have immense respect for every woman on this panel, but we all thank you so much for what an incredible journalist that you have been, and such an amazing, really, leader with your pen or typing in this space. And I'm curious, so there's a lot we can learn in the cannabis space from other industries or maybe other civil rights movements, but maybe you could speak to what can we learn today in this industry that we've seen in other civil rights or other social change movements that may help us, that's most present in this moment with the challenges that we're facing?
Whew. Well, thank you for the compliment and for a huge question. I think it's really hard to answer that because it's almost difficult to compare cannabis with other social change movements because very few of them have led to a explosion of an industry. I mean, one thing that's become really complicated around cannabis is that it started as a movement and now it's become an industry, and it sort of has one foot in either category, and there's a lot of posturing on the side of industry to make it seem like they care about not only social equity and the communities of color that were disproportionately affected by the war on drugs, but small farmers that have been making their living off of cannabis for a long time in the half illicit market or in the totally illicit market. And so there's a lot of gestures toward helping the social problems that were created by prohibition, but in reality, not a lot of attention paid to them. So I think in terms of trying to look at other movements and seeing what cannabis could take from them, I think the most that we could say is sort of a normalization and an attempt to capture and change what people think through mass media narratives, whether that's the kind of magazine stories that I do or movies or TV. I mean, obviously, I think we all understand that ultimately, Will and Grace had like one of the biggest effects on, how gay marriage and queer people are seen in the United States, and the narratives that are put out now through YouTube are like massively changing the way that young people see what America could be. So I think that unfortunately we're in this place where the media is operating entirely off of outrage, and so the narratives we often see around cannabis can be the thing that will make anyone the angriest, and so we become susceptible to narratives like this, like utterly false and misrepresenting book that came out in January that many of you might have heard about, that's sort of like cherry-picked research and stats and try to imply that weed makes people crazy/violent, which was just like a total misrepresentation of what actual scientists were saying. And then all these scientists came out and said, "You're misrepresenting my research," but it was sort of too late because the media had like whirlpooled into its own outrage narrative. So I think I've raised more problems and given you no suggestions, but I think that ultimately the most powerful change comes through like storytelling and hearts and minds.
Thank you. On that note, Madison, I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you're doing in the area of psychedelics and what that means to you, but also to maybe describe or discuss a little bit the connection between cannabis, plant medicine, plant-based kind of lifestyle, and where we're at in this particular unique moment.
Wait, can I have my pen? Okay, so a lot of things wrapped up into one. I just wanted. Okay, so where am I starting here? Okay, so I see a lot of connection between a lot of different movements that are happening. Amanda referenced Will and Grace, and I see that cannabis and the LGBTQIA+ movement have a lot of shared history. And right now, I launched a column for Civilized on like the intersectionality between queerness and cannabis culture, and my writer, he complained to me about how a lot of companies today will like slap a rainbow flag onto something and say that they support the movement, and it's really just capitalizing off something that feels trendy. And while cannabis and the gay rights movement, I think, have a lot of shared history, basically a lot of the people who helped legalize cannabis in California, or medical marijuana in California, came out of San Francisco and were affected by the AIDS crisis. When you know somebody who is affected by the thing that who experiences the thing that you're advocating for, whether they're queer, the cannabis consumer, psychedelic consumer, whatever, that kind of helps change people's minds. But it's not enough to just legalize it or decriminalize it or whatever, but then the industry has to go ahead and really pay homage to the movement, and I don't see that happening as much in cannabis as I'd like to see, and I'm sure also, I don't report so heavily on the LGBTQ, but I think also a lot of people have stuff to say about that. So with regard to other plant medicines, I see, right now psychedelics are where cannabis was maybe 5-10 years ago, and I see cannabis as sort of a gateway crop, I guess you could say, or a gateway plant, in that people are incorporating cannabis into their lifestyle, whether through CBD, through topicals, whether they just smoke flower, whatever, and they're learning that it's just a plant and it helps them and it's not so bad. So now we saw with Denver decriminalizing psilocybin, Oakland is considering decriminalization also. There's tons of research going on at different universities through organizations like MAPS. Really, it's just going to follow, a similar progression. But I think the question that people really should be asking themselves, both with cannabis and in upcoming industries, is really what is the tension between the movement and the industry? So how much can the industry really stay true to its grassroots movement, whether that's literal or figurative or whatever, by ensuring social equity, environmental justice, a whole list of basically things that get lost in a green rush or any sort of capitalistic rush. So,
thank you. Allison, hi. Thank you so much for being here. Your sister introduced you, but I know it would be probably nice if you could probably say a couple words and introduce yourself, and then I'd love to ask you a question.
Sure. Well, Allison Margolin, I'm an attorney for 17 years this December. Oh, sorry. Use the microphone. My dad says, yeah? Is that good?
You're good.
Okay. I've been an attorney for 17 years. I knew I was supposed to. Oh, that's really loud. I don't know about that. That's not right. Okay, this is better. Thank you. All right. So I knew that it was my calling to do something to end the drug war when I was like 12 years old. And I wrote my first paper on the Medellin cartel. I was just telling the story today about how definitely my dad inspired that, but my mom is the one who took me to get like laser copies of the Medellin cartel at like the printer place, which we had to do back then. And then I wrote it, like my college thesis at Columbia was about actually why I thought at that point the legalization movement hadn't succeeded as well as it should have by that point, which was like 99. And one of the things I wrote about is what's happening now, which is why I think we've had so much progress. And at the time, there was kind of like an idea that that medical marijuana should be kind of divorced from the whole criminal justice reform movement, and I always thought that was wrong. And I also thought another aspect is that other interest groups, people say like I'm a marijuana user, I'm a drug user, they would say like I'm disabled or I have cancer, and that's how like politics usually works, where a group identifies itself as the group that's being affected in order to change things, but when the group is so stigmatized, and especially by when the law criminalizes people's just who they are and what they do. There's also that issue that, it's hard to change things when you don't even admit that you do them yourselves. But as the law changes, that also normalizes things and gets people to open up, in their own kind of communities, their families about what they do. And that obviously helps change, I think. And the fact that now we have like our cannabis licensing that is totally joined up with the criminal justice reform movement, and social equity, and I can kind of talk about that. Maybe my question will go about that, but I like to talk about that because I think that it's much more progressive than people think. It's, I think, really awesome in what had to happen in order for this to be successful, and it turned out that was right. So I'm excited about that, and I'm enjoying myself now going from doing mostly defense to like business, transactional, and licensing, lobbying. And it's actually really fun, and we're dealing with a lot of the same clientele, so it's like the same, which is fun also.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have a very sort of big question to ask you, which is, how do you think legalization is going in California right now? And I know you could probably talk for an hour about that, but maybe just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Just curious as an attorney who's been in the space for a long time.
So I think that, well, first of all, I think the state is doing a pretty awesome job of trying to make sure that there's not gaps between what was the collective model, which we used to do all these cases where we would argue that people were kind of associating collectively. It was this vague kind of model that you could justify, any cannabis crime with. Going from that to licensing, the state first had a deadline that there was the collective defense would expire on January of this year, and then after that you had to be licensed. The problem is that cities like LA, for example, had their deadline moved, like where it was last July. So like at that point, dispensaries who before then, the licensed dispensaries who were just getting marijuana from all these collectives, and by the way, we're growing probably most of the indoor marijuana in California and Los Angeles, maybe the country. So they're able to use have all this good weed on their shelves. As of July, all that got cut off because we didn't start licensing in our city until like September through December. So that kind of created a gap in the market, and then now LA started licensing. But if they kind of had changed that would have kind of helped, I think, the situation we have now where there's not enough good marijuana in the licensed dispensaries and the illegal dispensaries are competing. I think part of the reason is that situation, but the state is trying to do, I think, an excellent effort at it, and the city has also caught up. And I don't think it was the fault of, I think it was two different kind of entities that created that deadline and did the licensing. So, as students, they started doing cannabis licensing in LA. I think that we're doing like one of the most progressive things in the country and maybe the world, where we actually are kind of starting reparations for the first time in a real way. Basically what happened in LA is we had this, licensing system where the first non-retail licenses went to people already in the business. So those people got a huge commodity. right off the bat. And then we also have the social equity program that gives benefits to low-income people with either a marijuana arrest or from areas that are disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. And as you know, first they did like LA zip codes, and now they're going to add Valley zip codes. And then they're going to do something really progressive in LA where like 150 of the licenses are going to go to people who don't even have a property lined up, which means it's going to be like truly social equity. So I think it's pretty awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, Felicia, I see you smiling at that. Do you have any kind of feedback on how things are coming along?
Awesome wouldn't be the word I would necessarily use to describe the social equity program in the city of Los Angeles. A work in progress, a theory being pushed and tested as far as we can go. As one of the organizers that's leading the conversation for a tremendous amount of social equity operators or potential operators in particular, I'm seeing a lot of predatory practices. I'm seeing a lot of deals that are half measures. I'm seeing a lot of people who want me to co-sign things that as a person who loves cannabis, like she's my fair lady, guys. I will fight for her till the death. I love this plant. I'm oftentimes afraid for some of my community members who don't have necessarily the business acumen, that haven't been provided with the technical assistance that's necessary to help them understand the deals that they're negotiating and getting into. So for me, I've seen the complete opposite. I've seen a bunch of people who are wanting to see what opportunity is available to them, but still not knowing what's next and being paired, or as I was told, to help somebody put a speed dating together for social equity applicants and investors.
I'm doing that myself, but I'm offering free social equity assistance to anybody who doesn't have an investor for both rounds. So like we are doing that, and I've also had people who are social equity candidates making money from their licenses. But it's like an awesome thing. I mean, what I don't really understand. I don't think it's predatory, like to offer free assistance.
I've seen a lot of predatory practices. Maybe not you personally.
No, I have too.
But
That's why you need a lawyer,
but I
not
know
like
a lot of people
random.
who've offered me a lot of money and asked me if I would sell my soul to go round up my people. And I'm not a poverty pimp, nor am I an individual in particular who will find a bunch of people of color like myself who come from system-impacted communities or come from communities that have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs and just send them to anybody.
No, but if you do it right, and I mean, we're also going to offer, by the way, like information on negotiations.
I'm getting all of the bad stuff, I guess.
Yeah, 50, and they get 51%, and so the next round, and like I would never, and I agree, I've seen predatory things, and I have my clients like paying these random people who are probably going to be indicted, all this money. But
I've been talking to the biggest, largest public relation and government relations firm in the U.S. right now, because their clients who own 1.5 million square feet of the green zone in particular are wanting to speed date with people who I felt is a little predatory for me personally.
Well, I'm happy to teach them what to do.
Sorry, go ahead, Amanda.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, please.
Can I just say something? Hello.
Can we turn
Here,
that
do
mic
this
on?
one. This seems to work.
Hey, so cool. No? I just wanted to say something clarifying in case you haven't been following this conversation in more detail other than the conversation you're listening to right now. And just like for clarity's sake, the programs that cities and states are trying to put together to help, quote unquote, help people and communities who have been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs create situations where the people who have been disproportionately impacted or come from communities that have been impacted or have a prior criminal record get priority in getting a license to become legal. Once those people are considered priority, other people who have lots of money and who have some kind of institutional backing go after those people and want to put the minorities usually, or someone who has a felony on their record, or in some ways considered someone that we want to give quote unquote priority to, they create that person as a front person, and then you have more corporate, venture capital, private equity, that type of people behind them helping to supply money or resources or space, but then they get the benefit of getting the priority licensing. And a license is the most important thing that you need when you're trying to start a legal cannabis business. So just for clarity, the conversation that we're hearing right now between people who generally share values but are arguing over the logistics over what has been happening is related to the fact that these complex situations are coming up where people Felicia might represent, like a person of color who doesn't have a lot of money in the bank, usually because of long-term systemic problems in the United States that are racially biased, is then partnered with someone else and then perhaps taken advantage of. So just wanted to clarify that was what we were having a conversation about.
And actually on that note, if you want to keep that microphone, I'm curious if in your reporting you've come across social equity programs either in California or in other states that have characteristics that you think are positive, so we can maybe think about some.
There are basically there's like 3 different types of quote unquote social equity legislation that's being pushed in places around the country, and it's the argument over this legislation that has stopped legalization from moving forward in New York and New Jersey because this is such a thorny and complex issue. But I would just say that generally there's multiple threads of legislation. One is about expungement and record clearing, so affecting people who have these past criminal records, and we want those to be automated so that they just happen automatically. It doesn't involve a lot of money and a lot of effort for people to get their records changed. We want something called, or what is fought for among social equity is something called community reinvestment, where taxes from legal cannabis go back into the communities that were disproportionately affected, so you don't need to own a cannabis business to benefit from cannabis's sudden legalization. That could create jobs programs or training programs of all kind. Then we have something called licensing priority, right, where you get this priority licensing, but you don't necessarily need to be attached to these other people that we were talking about before. And then perhaps the most controversial, complex, and honestly problematic aspect of social equity is something called incubation, where essentially a city will create an incentive structure for there to be these sort of forced business partnerships between someone who is an equity applicant, which is usually a person of color, usually someone who maybe has a criminal record, came from an over-policed community, is then quote-unquote incubated by a business that does have enough capital and resources. So sort of making an aspiring entrepreneur partner with a more established entrepreneur with all of the sort of loaded implications there, I'm going to teach you how to run your business, and I'm going to put you out as the front man, and we're going to get all this publicity for quote unquote helping, but are we actually helping? And then some people are being paid off, we're going to pay you off to say that you're in the business, but you're not actually going to run a business. And there are so many different complex issues around that. I happened to be in Oregon this past weekend and led a conversation with an equity applicant in Oakland and a woman who sits on the Cannabis Advisory Board in Massachusetts, who helped write the recreational law in Massachusetts and is an attorney who fought for social equity language to be in that law. We all essentially agreed that incubation in general is not super working, but community reinvestment is something really important. Priority licensing is really important, and expungement and record clearing is also really important.
Thank you so much.
Just adding to that, I mean, one thing that I think isn't sufficient is, these are communities that for generations have been ravaged by the drug war, and to have a person of color just sitting on your staff or on your licensing applications not enough to really affect the next generation of those communities and going forward. So what I don't really see written into legislation, and perhaps the more legal minds here can correct me, is ways that, they talk about community reinvestment, but so far it seems bleak to me that generation, whoever, the people who are younger than me even really have much of a chance of getting involved in the cannabis industry and having enough capital to even get started, just based on how much money their parents or their families have, or how much they're coming from, and what kind of starting capital they have. So I think we're seeing a lot of Band-Aid fixes and sort of lip service, but I don't see that we're really having like institutional solutions to the issues that the drug war has already placed upon communities of color.
You know, I'd like to ask a question of Dr. Carrillo. I'm curious, you know, we're talking a lot about California and the United States and very particular issues, but I'm curious about, have you been hearing, like, what's the conversation in Panama and what does that regulatory and legal structure look like? If you don't mind just taking just 1 or 2 minutes to chat with us about that.
Yes, well, Latin America is a country that's been through a lot of processes. A lot of countries in Latin America like Colombia, Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, Argentina, they're going through the process of legalization and they already have a few years legal in the market. Panama precisely is one of the first Central America countries that are trying to legalize medical cannabis. It's been a little bit hard because we have a very conservative society, and the main factor in here is the ignorance. I mean, the politicians, the people, they really don't know what is this all about. They don't know the benefits of the cannabis plant, and they still thinking that it's not a good thing. So the main thing right now is being educating even the politicians. I've been the last 2 years talking to them, gathering them. I've been talking with the parliament, with the diplomats, with the Minister of Health, because even in those instances that it's supposed to be the Minister of Health is the one in charge to give access to safe medicines to the patients to provide health. They really don't understand that the cannabis medicine is a reality, and that people cannot get blind on this reality that is this type of medicine that is this worldwide trend. And everybody and everywhere in the world, they're developing research, and so that's one of my main fights, let's say, in Panama, because still we have to fight with the ignorance. I mean, I don't blame them, because when I studied medicine 25 years ago, I didn't know that it was an endocannabinoid system. So even for the doctors, it's hard to realize that this is a reality, and that all the humans being, we were born with an endocannabinoid system, and the plant is given by us for Mother Nature, and that we have in our bodies the endocannabinoids. They are like the ones who are in charge to balance and they do homeostasis of the body, and it's one of the main systems who runs the balance of the body. So I think it's taking a little bit of time, but I do see from the last year to this year, the people is getting more educated. I'm trying to raise awareness, and I now start seeing the government and the people understanding and studying and looking for answers. They don't have the answers in Panama, but they go and they look in other countries. They come here to the States to treat their children. So for me, it's very frustrating as a doctor, because I have a lot of patients coming to me, asking me, you know, when you have a mother with a child that is having seizures and is begging you that it needs this medicine, and you have to tell them, I'm sorry, it's not legal. So as a mother, I'm a mother, and for me, I will not take a no for an answer. So they just go and get it somewhere else. And these people, they have to just go and get it in the black market. So what I do think is that the government one day don't legalize medical cannabis. They're actually hurting the population, because there's, you know, social media, internet, so people all over the world reads and know that cannabis helps in a numerous amounts of ailments, and there is a lot of scientific evidence. So these patients, they have just to get whatever they can find in the streets, and as a colleague was saying, they sometimes get products that are not good. So they try it and they have like bad side effects, and then a medicine that is so good for the patient creates a bad reputation because they say, oh, it didn't work for me, or that's not good, or I didn't feel good. And then because the doctors don't know how to prescribe, the patient is in the dark. You know, they're doing it by themselves. So I do think this is just like a whole approach that every country needs to take, because all the community, the patients, the doctors, the politicians need to be in the same page, because we're talking here about health. And as I said to my country, I said, listen, health doesn't wait. You cannot tell a patient who's dying of cancer in a lot of pain, oh, let's wait until next year, maybe we will legalize. Then they will die, and they'll die on pain. And I do believe that this is about human rights. Everybody has the right to die with dignity. Families with children with epilepsy, I mean, when the child is controlled, the mother can go to work, he's a kid who can go to school. So we're definitely talking about a big social impact when we have a regulated cannabis in the patient's treatment. So I do think Latin American countries are evolving, and I do think Panama hopefully very soon will have the law for the good of all the patients in the community.
Thank you. And thanks for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, we honor that, definitely.
Thank you.
So I'd like to wrap up the panel and ask each person just to take 1 minute and answer this question, which is, what is something that you've been working on that has been a win for you, that you're excited about and that you'd like to share with everyone? Madison, you want to start? Ooh, putting her on the spot.
I mean, really, like, I became a journalist because this is what I would be doing anyways. I'm really interested in cannabis. I'm really interested in drug culture, psychedelics, and I see kind of these substances as a way to explore other things like criminal justice, medicine, technology, science, and so forth. So what am I working on? I'm working on just building myself as a writer and a professional in this field. I have a lot of, I guess, projects that I am doing, or stories that I have in the docket. Like I said, I'm excited about this queer cannabis column with Civilized. I also recently was in Israel and do a lot of reporting on the Israeli cannabis scene, and even interviewed Raphael Meshulam, who was the first to isolate THC in 1964. And like I mentioned, Double Blind, which is a magazine on psychedelics, and it's quite new, but I'm very excited to be involved with it. So look out for all of these things. There you go.
Okay. I would be most excited, I think, and we should talk afterward, but I mean, I have clients who were people in the marijuana industry, and, truly social equity people, or people who are basically those kinds of people who made $1 million in the last 3 months. So I do see it happening, and I see other people making money who are in the similar positions, and everyone benefiting. And I do see and of course people are trying to get away with things, but I don't let the people who are operating that are my clients, they're not, I'm not letting them, and I wouldn't let them give the social equity people less than 51%. We're not doing any weird deals, and those people are actually making money. So if you just have honest lawyers, and and people avoid all the, I would say, non-lawyers, who I've heard a lot of them who are trying to do these the predatory practices, they can really benefit. I would say that's the most exciting thing I'm working on right now.
Great, thanks.
I'm working on a story about cannabis and aging that I'm pretty excited about. I think it has sort of really broad-based implications for what we're going to see, not only as baby boomers get older, but the generations behind that. I think that there's so many different things we're going to see changing about the way we relieve pain and the way that we help ourselves, sleep better, and like relieve anxiety and manage, avoiding opioid overuse, et cetera. So I think that of the stories I'm working on, that's the one I'm very interested in.
Awesome.
Well, for me as a doctor, definitely is to see the patients improve, the patients to live with quality of life, the patients to have, I have a patient that says, I just want one day without pain. So when you can provide to a patient that type of relief, it's really, it makes me feel that it's worth it everything, and I feel proud and happy to see all these people around working together, because we're trying to make the world of a better place through this medicine that instead of harming people is helping them. And as you were saying, we have many other things like alcohol that hurting people. Cannabis never have any lethalities. Opioids are killing thousands of people a day. So for me, the main thing and the most grateful, I feel so grateful to be part of this, and that all of us that we are participating in this big movement, we have the opportunity to give a legacy to our children, so to our children, the grandchildren, because this is going to be the future of the medicine. And I'm sure that in 10 years, we're going to discover so many things. That's why I admire all the people, and I encourage the people to keep investing in research, because the main of the excuses the doctors and governments give you is that there's not enough scientific evidence. So when somebody tells me that, I said, there is a lot of evidence, but if you think there's not enough, let's build it. So let's invest in research, and in that way we will feel safer, and we will be able to help more people.
So I actually have done two cool things, at least I think two cool things. The first, and I'll put on my activist hat for that, we did a report with the UFCW 770, which is a really big union. It's about 57 pages on corporate social responsibility and community reinvestment, where we lay the basic framework in particular, so that different municipalities and different people who are having a hard time wrapping their head around not just the need, but what some of the mechanisms look like. We've made that available to people. I'm super proud of being able to be a part of that. The second thing is the social entrepreneur in me. I'm working with an amazing queer-led team that's developed a lip gloss and some cool other beauty products that are going to be hitting the market. And the business infrastructure in terms of what they're doing is social enterprise, with a focus on how do we preserve certain LGBTQ values and preserve our community in particular. So those are my two things.
Awesome. Well, thank you, ladies, so very much. Thank you, everyone who participated in this panel with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I was a little late. But I can't do one. Thank you, Matt, for doing that. I was trying to get my dad to bring me food, but no.
I'm going to reach out to you and talk to you a little bit more about the medical research. Is that okay? Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Because it just feels so weird me talking on top of you.